Hey guys, sorry about that. I had a phone call that I had to take in the meantime, so my apologies there. I was trying to finish it up, but they were going on and on and on. Couldn't stop, couldn't stop. But hey, that's how life goes. Anyway, we are going to get started with Jennifer Crumbley, day one. This one's probably going to be a weekend project more than anything to catch up. What are you guys talking about here? So no, we were busy taking. I was busy taking that phone call here. So, like I said, my bad. All right, but we're gonna start Jennifer Crumbley. If you guys don't remember her, she is the mother of Ethan Crumbley. Ethan went to his school in Michigan and shot up the place back in November 2021. At that time, his mom called him. It's like, "Oh my gosh, what did you do?" And that was where her and her husband James went on the lam and were hiding in the aftermath of it. This is the case of where she's been accused of manslaughter. That they knew his mental state was deteriorating; it was getting bad. They never helped him, didn't do anything they could for him, and then they got him a firearm, and then things kind of spiraled from there. So she's being charged with the manslaughter of the four kids Ethan killed. Yeah, I don't think she's guilty of anything. She's guilty of being a bad parent. But how many parents are bad and don't take care of their kids when they're having mental health issues? A lot of them do. That's kind of like that's kind of how being a parent is of a teenager. You don't like it's stuff doesn't get done. So, I think this is a bunch of nonsense ultimately. Um, and the fact that she's being charged with this, I think it's ridiculous and it's awful. Um, I just don't know why they're doing this to her. I get it. They want somebody to go after. They want the bad man because they need a bad man. They don't have anybody to go after. Um, so so we're gonna go ahead and start it. I mean, we're gonna use long cuck for that because hey, it works out the best. Their stuff works. Okay, so we're gonna start off day one. Um, oh, that's how we share it. Why is it not sharing out for me? Why are we going slow here? Ashkenazi yellow. Is there really like that kind of yellow? Phone call slang for sexual shenanigans. Yeah. Funny. Awaking ye says, did I see Casino on Alex Stein the other day? I did. That was hilarious. So that was very, very funny. That is funny. All right, guys, we are gonna get going here. Let's start this up. And Rumble will be going up in 1 second. I don't know why and this is the thing. Long crimes quality. I mean, they're using the Zoom feed, which I think is a little garbage. I'll try to find a better one in the meantime. So here we go.
Do that now, or your client's on her way up.
Yeah, or we can do it later. I just was.
Yeah, it's up to you. I just wanted to know that we haven't turned the record yet.
Okay, yeah. It's the only objections when Karen said, I can prove this. I object you to it. Court moved down from it, but I just need to put it on the record. And I don't care if we do that later. I just need to make sure we do it. Case one, so good.
Did you guys test this stuff out?
Yes.
Is it all working?
Yes.
Okay, that's the second year.
Where's Jennifer? I'm not sure where she's at
Yes.
right now. I don't know. Hold on here. I don't know what's going on. This is a little bit of a mess. Like, what actually is happening? Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Okay, these are just new exhibits that we're adding in. 418. Elena, can you write these exhibits down? Yeah. No, go back to the last page of it. Yeah, just this one there. It's photographs. Okay, so there it is. And the curtain would be big. December 422. One, two, three, four. And then, yeah, and then, this is going to be CD first. Yeah. Oh, they entered them out. Oh, okay.
No.
So that's CD. I just put that down. Yeah. They've already got their names. And we need Okay. Let's grab your chair.
Your Honor, calling People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990FH.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you. Mark Keese on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley, who stands to my right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sean Godwin, P74500 for Jennifer Crumbley.
Good morning. All 17 jurors are here. We're going to bring them in. I'm going to swear them in. I wanted to mention to you that having a bench conference isn't as convenient as it may have been in the past. Media has indicated that I should ask them to cut the microphones at a time when we do a bench conference, but I also want to know that, want to note that 16 and 17 are kind of up in my grill here. So it's difficult to have a bench conference. We might have to step into the hallway or do something, but I think that the two jurors who are sitting right here are able to hear what's said, so keep that in mind. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else you wanted to make a record?
Your Honor, I just wanted to make a very fast record that yesterday during jury selection, I made an objection when Ms. McDonald stated she can prove this case. The court ended up instructing Ms. McDonald to move on and ask a question about if they would hold her to her burden. I just wanted to place that objection on the record. I
don't recall specifically what was said, but obviously the record speaks for itself. I was intent on moving on, asking questions, so I don't remember exactly what was said on the record.
Thank you, Judge. It was made in the course of jury selection's conversation with the jurors, and prosecutor can't prove the case, and why are we here to begin with? But this court did instruct the jurors appropriately. I believe jury selection process was conducted in accordance with all court rules and statutes.
All right.
I have one brief thing.
Okay.
It's come to your attention that one individual who was subpoenaed as a witness is in court today. I asked for a mutual sequestration of all witnesses except for the officers in charge of the investigation.
I have no knowledge of who that is.
Well, I certainly don't either.
Okay,
There's
so-
a mutual sequestration order, correct?
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
So-
Megan Mirowitz.
Sequestration or separation of the witnesses, guys, that's normal. It happens every time. I think we've got better quality instead of Zoom cam here because that was garbage. Let's see if this is better.
This court did instruct the jurors appropriately. I believe jury selection process was conducted in accordance with all court rules and statutes. I have one brief thing. It's come to your attention that one individual who was subpoenaed.
Yeah, we're going to use this one.
Today. I asked for a mutual sequestration of all witnesses except for the officers in charge of the investigation.
I have no knowledge of who that is.
Well, I certainly don't either. There's a mutual sequestration order, correct?
Yeah, there is. Who's the?
Megan Mirowitz.
Okay. I don't even know who Megan Mirowitz is, but she's going to step out.
Well, see, this part here,
Oh.
if you guys, like, if the prosecutor knows who the hell we're talking about, point and say, she's on the list, here's her name, get her out of here. Like, why is he not just, like, this game of, oh, well, she's on the list and she's here. Point her out. Say, get her the fuck out. Like, let's go. Let's quit jerking this around. Completely unnecessary to do it this way.
Well, I certainly don't do that.
You have to step out because you've been subpoenaed.
Is she on somebody's witnesses?
She's on, yeah,
On your witness.
and they've subpoenaed her, so, okay.
Yeah, anyone who's a witness, can't, remain as a sequestration order. I want to caution, everyone sitting here to, be as quiet as possible, as respectful as possible, as unemotional, as possible. I can see you all from up here, but, I don't want anybody to be eating or drinking. Additionally, with the exception of the media, who is allowed to take pictures with their cell phone, I don't want anyone to have their cell phone out. But I expect both the cases from the audience, all right?
Just so the court is aware, there are parents of the deceased in the courtroom.
I understand.
And going back to Ms. Merowitz, she's the defendant's friend. She's subpoenaed because of statements made. We didn't ask her to be here for jury selection. In fact, he told her she didn't have to come until call. So she was not invited by the prosecutor's office to sit through this.
Okay, all right. My statement was more of a general statement about, people trying to, I don't want people to wear their heart on their sleeve. I know it's hard to do, but it impacts the jury. Yeah, I'm not in charge of witnesses. You guys are in charge of your witnesses, and there is a mutual sequestration order. So if this were to sit through part of the trial, they may easily not be permitted to testify. So, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We agree. I didn't realize she was back there, so.
Yeah, no, I understand. And you may not have ever seen or met some of the witnesses, so I understand that. Are you ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
So are we going to get going, or what's the game plan here, Judge? Let's go. I mean, like, let's do this. Let's roll.
And it's the same emotional thing. You gotta watch it too, okay? You look great. You're gonna be fine. Okay. All rise for the jury.
Oh my God. I mean, her talking to her client like that, you've got to have the microphones muted. That shit has to be muted. You can't be letting that out there. Just talk to her, but goddamn, protect it from the world. This is nonsense.
Good morning. Thank you for being prompt. You may be seated. I'm going to, I know you noticed that the media is here today. I want to reiterate that they will not be taking your picture, videotaping you, and they do not have your names. I also want to tell you that I'm going to be reading instructions to you, and you're going to get a written copy of the instructions, so don't try to write down what I'm going to say, all right? Members of the jury, you've been chosen to decide a criminal charge made by the state of Michigan against one of your fellow citizens. I'm going to ask you to swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. Could you stand and raise your right hand? Here is your oath. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in this action now before the court, you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, that unless you're discharged by the court from further deliberation,
You will render a true verdict, and you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced in accordance with the instructions of the court, so help you God.
I was gonna say yes, of course they do. It's never gonna be like, no, we're not doing that. So here we go. Let's get to these
You'll be given
opening
a
arguments.
copy of these instructions that I'm going to read to you, and you'll be able to refer to them at the end of the trial. Since no one can predict the course of a trial, these instructions may change at the end of the trial. At the close of the trial, I'll provide you a copy of my final instructions for your use during your deliberation. I'm going to explain some of the legal principles you'll need to know, and the procedure will follow in this trial. The defendant is charged in counts 1 through 4 with involuntary manslaughter. The prosecutor has alleged 2 separate theories of defendant's guilt, which may be established under either or both of the 2 theories. The first theory of involuntary manslaughter is doing a grossly negligent act causing death. To prove this charge under the first theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, in count 1, that the defendant caused the death of Madison Baldwin. In count 2, the defendant caused the death of Tate Meyer. In count 3,
guys
the
need more
defendant
volume?
caused the death
Hold
of
on.
Hannah St. Juliana. And in count 4, the defendant caused the death of Justin Schilling. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of storing a firearm and its ammunition so as to allow access to the firearm and ammunition by her minor child. There may be more than one cause of death. It's not enough that the Defense Act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the defendant's act. Second, in doing that, the act that caused Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling's death, the defendant acted in a grossly negligent manner. Gross negligence means more than carelessness. It means willfully disregarding results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act. In order to find that the defendant was grossly negligent, you must find each of the following 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant knew of the danger to another. That is, she knew there was a situation that required her to take ordinary care to avoid injuring another. Second, that the defendant could have avoided injuring another by using ordinary care. Third, that the defendant failed to use ordinary care to prevent injuring another when...
Guys, that's as loud as I can get the volume.
It must have been apparent that the result was likely to be serious.
You're just going to have to crank it up on your end.
As previously noted, the prosecutor has alleged 2 separate theories of defendant's guilt. The second theory is gross negligence and failing to perform a legal duty. In the second theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant had a legal duty to Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling. The legal duty charged here is one imposed by law. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to prevent their minor child from intentionally harming others or prevent the minor child from so conducting themselves in a way that creates an unreasonable risk of harm to others if the parent knows that they have the ability to control their minor child and knows of the necessity and opportunity for exercising such control. Second, that the defendant knew of the facts that gave rise to the duty. Third, that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and her failure to perform it was grossly negligent to human life. Fourth, that the death of Madison Baldwin as to count 1, Tate Meyer as to count 2, Hannah St. Juliana as to count 3, and Justin Schilling as to count 4 were directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of defendant's failure to exercise reasonable care to control her minor child, so as to prevent
I guess
him from intentionally harming others
that helps.
or from so conducting himself so as to create an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others, knowing that she has the ability to control her child, knowing of the necessity and opportunity to do so. There may be more than one cause of death. It's not enough.
I tried to lower it. I don't know what that'll do.
For the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer,
Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, we must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the defendant's act. With respect to the alternative theories,
Yes, these
it's
are
not
public
necessary that
defenders.
you all agree on which theory has been proven. As long as you all agree that the prosecutor has proved at least one of those theories beyond a reasonable doubt. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It's not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. The trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where they give their theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but she may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes theirs, or she may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyer has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of their evidence, the defendant's attorney may also offer evidence, but does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove her innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like the opening statements, they are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony, and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is.
Trouble does is more volume. There's no more. There's no guys. Guys,
You're free to believe all, none.
there is no more volume. This is it. This is all I got. We're maxed out. So
Or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on the witness's disability, race, national origin or ethnicity, gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There's no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you think about these questions. Well, was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth? Or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue from lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any interest in how this case is decided. Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences?
This
that
audio is
affect
garbage, and I've had it
discuss
turned down as far as I can get
the
it.
case? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the other evidence in the case? When it's time for you to decide the case, you're only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may have not been fully explored. I usually assume that if I don't understand something that a witness is saying, that one of the jurors might be sharing that confusion. So if you can't hear something that is being said or presented, or if you can't see or hear a witness, please raise your hand immediately. All right. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I'll rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of the case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you're in the jury room, I might have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Pay attention. Do not pay attention to those interruptions. You must not discuss the case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it's time for you to decide the case, I'll send you to the jury room for that purpose. You're in 2 different jury rooms right now, but you'll obviously be in one jury room when there's 12 of you deliberating. When it's time for you to decide the case, I'll send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case amongst yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all the jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to the case. You might see one of the lawyers in the hallway and they won't even say good morning to you. There's a reason for that. This means that you may not speak to these individuals, even if it has nothing to do with this case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and you're not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to court staff as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. Please wear your badges the entire time you're in the courthouse. Okay? During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it's crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence you must consider has to meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom doesn't have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side or another. These restrictions start now and continue until I discharge you from jury service. It's your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, the radio, the internet, or on social media platforms. You also must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, cellular phones, computers, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it's necessary for you to view the scene, the court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you're not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or any other matter. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, please report it to my staff immediately. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it doesn't distract you from paying attention to all the evidence. Sometimes people are taking notes and they don't hear the next question and answer. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. You must give them to my clerk when you leave each.
Technically, Lars, yes, well, they've sworn to agree to follow the rules of the court. If they don't, there's nothing stopping them. So they could go into a courtroom and say, they go into the jury room and say at the end, not guilty, I'm not changing my mind, done. And that's it. So while they claim that there's actually no penalty for not.
Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. At this point, I always like to tell jurors it's possible to replay a witness's testimony upon your request. We have our IT department come up out where they get the courtroom.
David, once we get to the opening, I'll take a look at those. But
I'd like to tell you
I'm kind of letting
that-
this drag on until we get through it. But I might skip
you
to the
would be
opening right now.
required
These
to hear the
instructions are
entire
boring as
witness's,
heck.
Testimony, not just the portion of interest. You can't all fast forward to a certain part and all yell, aha. Okay, it's the only way it's irresponsible.
Okay, guys, we're just going to skip the judge's instructions. We'll get straight to the opening. Here we go. Here's the state's opening.
I want to introduce you to Hannah St. Juliana, Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, and Justin Schilling. They died on November the 30th of 2021. They weren't in a car crash. They weren't sick. They were murdered in an act of terror committed by Jennifer Crumbley's 15-year-old son. Jennifer Crumbley didn't pull the trigger that day, but she is responsible for those deaths. These kids were gunned down inside Oxford High School with this gun. It's a 6-hour 9mm handgun purchased 4 days before the shooting by James Crumbley, Jennifer's husband and father of the school shooter.
You haven't tied Jennifer
This was a
yet.
purchase celebrated by Jennifer on Instagram. These are her words. This is her post. Mom and Sunday testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye. The evidence will prove that by the time this gun was bought, the school shooter was in a downward spiral that had begun months before. The evidence will also show you that Jennifer Crumbley was aware of that. Despite her knowledge of his deteriorating mental crisis, despite her knowledge of his growing social isolation, despite the fact that it is illegal for
Every
a 15-year-old
teenager.
to walk into a gun store and walk out with a handgun by himself, this gun was gifted. You will also learn that despite all of that background,
Wait. I would object at that point because there's no allegation they broke any laws regarding the purchasing of the handgun. David, if I'm wrong, they should have immediately stopped there. That's error. To allege crimes that weren't committed, that's not a crime. Nothing they did was illegal. So I don't understand why they're charging them with that or making that allegation. That should be stopped. Number one. Number two, if you object like that, that will destroy his bojo and opening. But I would immediately object to that part.
this firearm was not secured in a way to prevent her son from gaining access to it. The evidence will also prove to you that even with all of that, on November the 30th, Jennifer Crumbley was still given the opportunity to prevent these murders from ever happening. Instead, she chose to do nothing. This drawing, this math worksheet, was sent to her November the 30th, 2021 at 9:30 in the morning. That's more than 3 hours before the first shot was fired. These writings, that drawing, created by her son. She was sent this by her son's school counselor when he requested an immediate meeting with her at the school that day. He requested that meeting because this drawing, those words, suggest both weapon and injury, even to someone with only limited knowledge of the shooter. Apparently, that raised an alarm with Jennifer Crumbley because she did go to the meeting with her husband, but before she did, she privately communicated her own concern with her husband. This will be admitted in evidence throughout the trial. This is a portion of a Facebook Messenger thread from Jennifer to James Crumbley. Jennifer, words in blue. Emergency.
No evidence. That's important.
November 30th, 2021, 9:35.
That's error to make criminal allegations with no
She sent
evidence
a picture to
presented.
James. His response, my God, WTF. And then he wrote back about the vet. He was at their barn, worried about their horse. Jennifer's response, he said he was distraught about last night. And then, I'm very concerned, headed to his school. That's at 10:12 a.m. Yet, despite their private concern, the evidence presented in this trial will show to you that that meeting at the school was nothing like that school counselor or the dean of students who sat in on that meeting had ever experienced before. Those two individuals, even with their limited knowledge of that drawing, had expected the defendant or her husband to take their son home and set an appointment with the mental health professional.
They are in charge of the school. They can kick him out. They can send him home. Obviously, the people running the school didn't think there was a problem. Otherwise, they would have done something. For the school administrator to sit there and say, oh, we just simple folk. We can't do nothing. Come on now. I hope the defense tears us apart when it gets to these points. You didn't do anything, school lady, did you? No. Dean of students, did you do anything? No. Okay, well, apparently no one else thought it was a problem. God, the smarmy prosecutor shit drives me up the wall. Sorry.
But they didn't. You see, you will learn that these kind of meetings, when they occur with parents, can last an hour or longer. This one was abruptly ended by Jennifer Crumbley after just over 11 minutes. And then she left. You see, this drawing alarmed everyone who saw it, including those who only knew the Crumbleys in limited settings, or even to those who had never met their son before.
Not enough for them to kick him out of the school or
The
search
two
his
people
backpack.
in the world,
So,
with all of the
just
information,
saying.
all of the background, to put this drawing into context were James and Jennifer Crumbley.
No, they didn't.
And you will learn that in that meeting, they didn't share any of it. They didn't say anything about the fact that that firearm was identical to the 6-hour 9mm. Identical. They didn't mention how that gun was stored. They didn't mention anything about his increased mental distress. You'll learn that after the meeting when they left, they didn't embrace him. You'll learn that their home is just down the road from the Oxford High School. They didn't stop by the
No,
house
they
to
didn't.
look
They
for
didn't
the
give
gun.
him a hug.
You'll learn
Really?
never once did they
That's
ask their son, where's the gun?
Wait. Because he did. They didn't hug him because they're shitty mom and dad. And then, he drew it. It's a black gun. That's pretty much every semi-automatic handgun you could buy nowadays. Oh, God, this is pathetic. This is disgusting. This is disgusting from an agent of the state.
They did nothing. They didn't do any number of tragically small and easy things that would have prevented all of this from happening.
The school could have done
One
those.
thing will present itself during this trial,
Awesome.
just how senseless November 30th was. And that's because of all of the easy, ordinary things for someone to do that nobody did.
What? Like what? Why don't you tell us what they could have
What I
done?
just
How could
outlined
they
to
avoid
you
it?
is
How
a
could they have
snapshot
avoided it?
of the evidence that we presented in this case.
God, what a
You
faggot.
will hear the facts and the evidence from the witnesses. You will hear from between 20 and 25 of those witnesses. You're going to see over 400 exhibits. You're going to hear from witnesses who were in law enforcement. You're going to hear from individuals who work for Oxford High School. You're hear from people who do Jennifer Crumbley in social situations and those who work with Jennifer Crumbley. You're going to hear from victims in this case as well. Those who are inside the school November the 30th. You're going to learn a little bit about the scope of the investigation. You'll learn that during this trial, the defendant's cell phone, her husband's cell phone, and their son's cell phone were seized. They were all forensically analyzed. Through all of that data received, in addition to data obtained through cell phone towers, social media search warrants, through information received through banking records, GPS pings, from gun ranges, all this information we presented to you, and you'll be able to obtain a digital footprint of the Crumbley family. And you'll get an idea, you'll get a view into the Crumbley life in the days, the weeks, the months preceding the shooting. You're also going to learn a little bit about the aftermath of the shooting. Specifically, you're going to see a pattern emerge in Jennifer Crumbley after the shooting on November 30th. That pattern will include and show you that she immediately began to downplay and downright lie about her level of knowledge of her son and that weapon and that drawing on November the 30th.
Okay.
This pattern will continue up until the time that she and her husband are found hiding from the police in Detroit. This pattern will show you that her first instinct was to lie, her second was to run.
Okay.
Now, the evidence will show you that she didn't pull the trigger, but she's responsible. But there is no claim that she gifted that firearm to her son knowing he was going to commit the attack. There's no claim that she wanted him to commit the attack.
Okay.
So how can she be held responsible?
Yeah, this is a
When
really
her son
big
pulled the
picture,
trigger.
man.
And the answer is she's not charged with murder. She's charged with involuntary manslaughter. You see, murder it's an intentional killing. Involuntary manslaughter, by definition, is unintentional. It's rooted in negligence. You've heard Judge Matthews tell you that every crime is made with something called elements. This is no exception. You're going to learn
Yes, this is an exception.
that involuntary
No
manslaughter
trial.
is committed when someone's acts or their failures to act or their failures to perform their legal duty were grossly negligent, and that gross negligence was a cause of death. A cause of death, not the cause of death. And that's very important because, as you've heard, and you'll hear it again and again in this trial,
Wait.
that in a case such as this, when somebody else was a cause of death, the person who was grossly
Wait. Is he just admitting he doesn't have to be the proximate cause? He doesn't have to prove the proximate cause? Why?
not the cause of death. And that's very important because, as you've heard, and you'll hear it again and again in this trial, that in a case such as this, when somebody else was a cause of death, the person who was grossly negligent can and still will be held responsible. That is, if the person who pulled the trigger, if the shooter in this case, his act was reasonably foreseeable to the defendant. To the defendant, specific to her, not to everybody else in the world, not to a stranger, not to a teacher, but to his mother.
Are you claiming that the
One of the
teachers
two
have
people
no
in the
knowledge of
world
this kid?
who raised him, who lived with him for 15 years.
Okay.
One of the two people in the world who had all the information necessary to put that drawing into context. So what's gross negligence? You will learn that it is a willful disregard of danger. Gross negligence is when you could use ordinary care, just ordinary care, to avoid a known danger, and you don't, even though it is apparent that serious injury could occur. And that's what this case is about. It's about Jennifer Crumbley's willful disregard of the danger that she knew of. That's why we're here. We're not here to talk about good parenting or bad parenting. It's not illegal to be a bad parent. We're not here to put restrictions on gun owners. That's not our job. That's not
Yes,
your
you
job.
are.
That's for lawmakers.
That's what you're doing.
We're not here to talk about who else might be culpable or who else you think shares some blame. You will learn about the meeting on November the 30th.
I would
You may not
object
like
at
the
that
fact
point because
that neither the
if she who else is to blame? Maybe somebody else really is to blame. Who else is to blame? Maybe there's an actual party who's to blame. I'd object there too, because I'm sure part of the theory is it wasn't her fault, and like other duties, there were intervening issues. So yes, there were other duties. There were other people involved. Once again, I don't know why they would object, but I don't know their presentation yet, but I would have objected at this point again.
school counselor or the dean of students searched school shooter's backpack. That's okay. That's okay. Because that does not mitigate Jennifer Crumbley's culpability. You're going to learn a whole lot about James Crumbley and her son.
Wait, hold on.
School counselor or the dean of students searched. You may not like the fact that neither the school counselor nor the dean of students searched school shooter's backpack. That's okay. That's okay. Because that does not mitigate Jennifer Crumbley's culpability.
It kind of does, though. That's an intervening fact that didn't happen. Like, we're talking about the cause. Based upon that, because you said it wasn't the proximate cause, it wasn't the only cause. So you've admitted they are a cause to this. You should be fucking them with the long arm of every legal book you have in your office, just like you're doing to her. I mean, if you're really about this life, you want to do this gangster shit, man. You really want to do this gangster stuff and prosecuting people, then fucking prosecute everybody who deserves it. Let's go. Fucking hang those teachers too. Let's do it. But she ain't. That tells you everything you need to know about this case.
You're going to learn a whole lot about James Crumbley and her son. But James, he's not on trial today. He has another trial in front of another jury. Their son, his case is over. He's already been charged and convicted and sentenced for terrorism causing death and first-degree murder. Today is Jennifer's turn to stand trial, and you will evaluate the evidence as it pertains to her and her own life. We're here because when Jennifer looked at this drawing, she didn't look at it the way a stranger would. When she looked at this drawing, she looked at it knowing the context and the origin. And when someone with that kind of information looks at this, the unimaginable becomes predictable. It becomes reasonably foreseeable.
This is a tampon wedding argument.
That's why, even though she didn't pull the trigger on November the
She's
30th,
bringing it out in front of the jury. Look
she's
how much
responsible
there.
for those deaths.
No,
I ask that
she's
during
not.
this trial, you listen to the testimony, you review the evidence, and you follow the law.
Those fucking kids should have ducked.
If you do that, you will undoubtedly
That's all that
reach a
matters.
fair and just verdict. If you do that, you will find this defendant guilty as charged. Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would, thank you. Your Honor, is it okay if I just move this?
Oh, you can move it any way you want, there's a lot of stuff. It's cords and stuff. so
I'm sorry,
don't
Sean, can
rush.
you just help me? I'm gonna pull it just forward,
Rush this through quickly.
and I'm gonna keep it to the side, because I don't need it.
Okay,
I just have a few notes.
sure.
You should turn that to the jury if you're going to use it. But yeah, like let's just stop right here and go through the prosecution. Like that picture, that fucking math sheet or that ditto or whatever it was. That's their smoking gun. Is that math sheet? That's their smoking gun. I remember my mom used to like put my mom was like the mom when she put the paper bags and she'd make the book protectors out of paper, like out of bags from the grocery store every year, and that was to protect the books. And if you started tearing them, guess what? Here's the duct tape, fix it. All right, So by the end of the year, it's a big duct tape thing. You know what? I draw and doodled all over those guns and shit blowing up and all kinds of fucked up shit. Like, come on now. But let's see how this goes. And why is she looking at the judge and not the jury? That's not inspiring right now.
What's wrong? Sorry, Judge, just trying to get this. Okay.
Only for you, Alpha Fox. Only for your mom. I've heard this is kind of cringe, though. So we'll see.
On my way to court today, I blasted Taylor Swift to warm up my voice and calm my nerves. And
What?
there was a line in one of her songs that summarized what this case is about. Band-Aids don't stop bullet holes. And that's what this case is about. It's about the prosecution attempting to put a Band-Aid on problems that can't be fixed with a
Oh
Band-Aid.
my God, no! Because you can't. No.
The prosecution has charged Jennifer Crumbley.
You can't say that because this case involves bullet holes. Like, if you can talk about a proverbial bullet hole, fine. That's fine. That works. But there are literally dead bodies here with bullet holes in them. Like, you can't. Phrasing, and knowing the room. That's not probably a good one, but okay. We've all fucked up on openings before, so I'm not going to shit on her too bad there.
With involuntary manslaughter in an effort to make the community feel better, in an effort to make people feel like someone is being held responsible, in an effort to send a message to gun owners, and none of those problems will be solved by charging Jennifer Crumbley with involuntary manslaughter. It's the same effect as when your child comes to you with a boo-boo and you give them a Band-Aid that they put on that doesn't take away the pain and can't undo what's happened to them.
You gotta be a little
case,
faster on the draw,
a
honey.
Band-Aid will never bring back the lives that were lost
Call these
by
feel-good
Hannah,
measures.
Justin, Tate, and Madison Baldwin. And the evidence in this case is absolutely horrific. Much of the evidence is going to make you sick and disgusted and scare you, traumatize you, and quite frankly, there's no reason the evidence needs to be shown. Mrs. Crumbley, myself, everyone in this courtroom agrees that on November 30th, 2021, the worst possible thing happened when Ethan Crumbley used a gun and terrorized the Oxford High School. So as you are watching the evidence, I ask you to keep in mind that much of what the prosecution is going to show you is going to alarm you and disgust you and be horrifically sad and tragic. But that evidence is about about the shooter. And in this case, we have agreed to call Jennifer Crumbley's son the shooter because he is the shooter and he is the one, as you will see from the evidence, who was responsible for the tragedy that unfolded on November 30th of 2021. Prior to November 30th, Jennifer Crumbley was the mother to a 15-year-old son, and she did not have it on her radar in any way that there was any mental disturbance, that her son would ever take a gun into a school, that her son would ever shoot people. The evidence at trial is going to show you that Jennifer Crumbley did the best she could as a mother to a child who grew up into a teenager and had no way to know what was going to happen. Jennifer Crumbley raised a son that she took to soccer practice, basketball, bowling. She's the kind of mother who, when a mole on his back changed color, a 1 millimeter mole, she took him to urgent care. She's the kind of mother who's texting her husband, who is at home, working from home, "Where is Ethan? Where is Ethan? Where is Ethan?" at 3:14 in the afternoon, getting texts back saying, "Ethan gets home at 3:16, what's your problem?" And she keeps texting, "Where is he? Where is he?" You will see that if anything, Jennifer Crumbley was a hyper-vigilant mother who cared more about her son than anything in the world. Jennifer Crumbley is not a perfect parent, and we don't claim that she is. But what the evidence is going to show in this case is that the prosecution has very selectively pulled out slivers of evidence from a forest of trees to try to convince you that there was something wrong with Ethan and Jennifer Crumbley, as his mom, should have known. And at the end of the day, these slivers of evidence that are going to be presented to you will have no context and no explanation, and the defense will agree that on their face it looks bad. But like any of you who look back at text messages sent a year ago, they may look bad without context and explanation. And so we would ask that you reserve any judgment on these slivers of evidence until the defense presents evidence itself, and we will be presenting evidence in this case to show the context and what was truly happening on these days that the prosecution is going to try to make you believe something more was happening. By way of example, the prosecution has one day where they claim Ethan needed help and Jennifer Crumbley was out with her horse. James Crumbley was with her at the barn. They had just gotten a new horse. Ethan is 15 years old at home, claiming there's a demon in the house, there's something going on, and the prosecution is going to try to use this one little point in time
Well, that is
to
kind of...
convince you that
Wait. Why would you bring this up? The kid thought there was a demon in the house. Sounds like he's a fucking spaz. Why? Like, don't. Now is not the time. Now you've introduced it. Now they're thinking about that this whole time. Oh, there's a demon. Well, it sounds like he's fucking off his rocker. This is not good. You are not helping score points. There's nothing wrong with being short. It's succinct in an opening when you're the defense. Because I don't know what's going to get proven. I don't know what's going to get shown. You generally have an idea, but you might want to wait and lay it hard and say, look, our time to talk is at closing. They've given you a preview, and let's see how much of that preview actually happens. But this, Jesus Christ. Is she in the same law firm as fucking that first Michelle Trakunis attorney?
Much of the evidence in this trial is also going to center around James Crumbley, who is not on trial in this case. He has a separate trial, as Mr. Keese told you. You're going to hear evidence that James Crumbley and Ethan Crumbley liked guns. They had 3 guns. 2 guns that were purchased earlier in 2021, and a gun that was purchased at a Black Friday sale the day after Thanksgiving in 2021. You are going to hear evidence that James and Ethan went to the shooting range often.
Good.
That James was responsible for storing the guns. And to be quite frank, Jennifer Crumbley didn't know anything about guns. Jennifer Crumbley
I don't think you really want to hammer on this part now. This is not going to sell well to the jury. You're going to have to prove it.
You will hear evidence. She went to the shooting range one time with James and the shooter. And she went a second time after the gun was bought. She was attempting to find a way to spend time with her son, who had just lost a dog, his friend had moved away from him. She's trying to find a way to connect to him. But on that day, when Jennifer Crumbley went to the shooting range, you will hear evidence that she didn't even know where the gun was or how to put it in the car. She had her husband prepare the gun to take it to the range.
This is not, no, God, you need to show this. Don't hammer this now because this is like excuse making. She didn't know how to put the gun in the car. It's a gun, not tying fucking 2x4s to the roof. Okay? You're not hauling something with trailer brakes that you got to set. Like, yeah, that requires some planning. This isn't, she's going way too far into the weeds here.
He had hid the gun in the bedroom of their home. The gun had a cable lock, a trigger lock in place. James Crumbley had the key to the
That's
trigger
the other part.
lock
She didn't know what's going
that
on.
kept the gun secure. James Crumbley used the trigger lock key, took the cable lock off, put the gun in the back of Miss Crumbley's car. Mrs. Crumbley simply drove to the gun range. You will see video of their experience at the gun range, and you will see that the shooter is the one showing Mrs. Crumbley how to use the gun at the range. And when they're done at the range, the gun was placed back in the back seat of the car, not back seat, but the back of an SUV. And Jennifer Crumbley drove home, and not being responsible for storing the gun and not
I
even
have no
knowing
idea
where the gun specifically was placed, Jennifer Crumbley left the gun locked in the trunk, the back part of her SUV. And James Crumbley was responsible for getting the gun out, putting the trigger lock back on, storing the gun, and Mrs. Crumbley
This is
had
getting
nothing
really
to do with that part of what happened.
This is not good. They're getting way too far out there.
Over the next couple of days, this is right after Thanksgiving, the family is picking out their Christmas tree, talking.
Yeah, this is like you're trying to make that argument. No, you're getting into your case right now. Don't. Bring it up and just say, look, there's so much going on here, and you'll see that this is a lot of it's innocuous. Okay, but you're gonna bore them. You're killing the jury right now. You're shutting them off.
About Christmas presents. There was certainly some sadness in the shooter's life.
Yes, this is
but
opening.
Nothing that would have amounted to any reason to believe he's going to shoot people or commit a school shooting. You will hear testimony that on the day of the shooting, Jennifer Crumbley went to work. She is essentially the breadwinner at this time. Mr. Crumbley was in between jobs. He's about to get a job offer. Mrs. Crumbley is trying to keep the household finances up. She's at work.
I mean, the details she's going into make this sound like a prosecutor's argument. This is just bad. She needs to stop. Take a seat.
And she finds out.
Take a bow, honey.
Through an email and text message that her son has drawn this alarming drawing the prosecution put on the screen.
So
Jennifer
alarming.
freaks out when she sees the drawing. You will see the text messages that show she's urgently texting her husband, emergency, call me now, and she races out of work and goes to the school. Upon arriving at the school, she meets with Sean Hopkins, the school counselor. She meets with Nick Ejak, the school principal, and she meets with James Crumbley and the shooter. And they are all in a room together. where the shooter explains why he has put together this drawing and what the drawing means. The family and the school talk about how a counselor would be a good idea for the shooter to get into some kind of counseling. The meeting is not nearly as severe as Mrs. Crumbley was initially expecting. Trained professionals at the school who evaluate children represent that the shooter is of no risk to anyone and they allow him
Boom.
to stay in school.
Hammer those points.
The testimony will show this is not a situation where Jennifer Crumbley refused to leave or refused to take her child from the school. She was provided the option of take him home or leave him here. The shooter struggled when they had online school during COVID. It caused him great anxiety to miss school, and he wanted to stay that day. The school
Well, yes,
was
you wanted
fine
to
with
kill
it.
everyone.
Mrs. Crumbley did leave the school.
I got
and left
extracurriculars
the
to do.
shooter at the school, not knowing he was going to become a shooter within the next few hours. Jennifer Crumbley, the evidence is going to show you, returns to work, and suddenly there is news that there's an open shooter at Oxford. Jennifer Crumbley, it's not even on her radar that her son would be the one with the gun doing anything. Her immediate concern is that her son may be hurt. As she is driving to the school as fast as she can, she has conversations with her husband and becomes aware that the gun at their house is missing. And in Jennifer Crumbley's mind, and you will hear evidence of this, she believes that perhaps her son has done something stupid, like taken the gun and shot it in the air or done something. She knows he's still alive and believes that it's going to be okay. Whatever's happened, they can cross that bridge. A little bit later, there's more conversations, and Mrs. Crumbley becomes concerned that the shooter is actually attempting suicide. And Jennifer Crumbley texts her son, "Ethan, don't do it." It still has not crossed her mind that he would ever shoot another person. Ultimately, Jennifer and James Crumbley are called to the substation where they learn that their son has become a school shooter and has shot people and that there are fatalities. Jennifer Crumbley will tell you she still could not believe that was true and went into a complete state of shock and despair and stress and not knowing realizing her life and everyone's life was going to change. And her initial comments are about how could her son have ruined so many lives that day. Jennifer Crumbley sees her son at the substation, and for the first time, when he looks at her, his eyes looked black. And it was a son she did not recognize. Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley go back to their house where law enforcement execute a search warrant. Law enforcement takes their cell phones, which the Crumbleys handed over. The Crumbleys have to go and buy burner phones or track phones so they have something to use to be in touch.
Ah, no, don't call them burner phones. That sounds like what bad guys use. Ah, I get it. You're a public defender, so you're used to guys using burner phones because you deal with drug dealers or criminals. I get it. Trust me, I understand. But you don't. It's like you wouldn't say they got stacks on deck. That's what criminals do. They got bond cash waiting around. Like, no, honey, no. Focus on the points that make you look good.
they begin to realize that there are death threats around their house. People are planning riots around their house, and they cannot be in their home. Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley drive to a hotel where they spend the night. They are trying to figure out what is happening, and all Jennifer can think about are the things she believes she can control, like keeping her job, keeping health insurance, figuring out money, figuring out lawyers, and trying to digest what has just absolutely tragically unfolded. In the days following the event, while the prosecution says the evidence will show Jennifer Crumbley is lying, Jennifer Crumbley is truthfully telling the world she had no idea and finding out that she is about to be charged in this Band-Aid effort by the prosecution with involuntary manslaughter. Jennifer and James Crumbley go to the bank. They're advised by friends and family, and you will hear testimony that their money could all be taken out of their accounts, and they know they need money to be able to live and hire lawyers and figure out what to do. They withdraw all of the money from their bank account. The burner phones they're using, they can't get access to any of their accounts because of this two-part authentication you now have to do. So they go to the Metro PCS store where they buy new telephones that they can actually use to access their social media, their accounts, their contacts, and they end up with multiple cell phones. After that, they work to find lawyers. They don't know what to do. They don't understand what they're being charged with. They're under the stress of knowing their son is gone, and life will never be the same, undoubtedly. And on Friday, December 3rd, the Crumbleys find out when a press conference is held that they are being charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And at that point, they attempt to try to figure out what to do, where to stay, where to go, what to do. And they ultimately ask a friend if they can stay at his art studio until they know where to go and what to do. They make plans to turn themselves into the court on Saturday morning, because remember, this is late in the day Friday. Saturday morning at 8:30 when the court opens up and does weekend arraignments. And overnight, the prosecutor's office, the sheriff's department, the fugitive apprehension team, the U.S. Marshals have a statewide search claiming that James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley are on the lam. They are running, they are fleeing, they are trying to avoid charges, and it couldn't be any further from the truth. They are at their friend's art studio, they are waiting for instructions, and they are waiting to turn themselves in first thing Saturday morning when arraignments take place at the court. James and Jennifer Crumbley are sleeping on a mattress in the middle of the night. When police locate them, you will hear evidence. They're not really hiding. They're standing outside their car, their vehicle, smoking cigarettes. They're standing outside their car, talking on the telephone. They're communicating with various people they know. There's absolutely no evidence to suggest that they're fleeing. You will see body camera footage where when police come into the art studio to find them dead asleep on this mattress, they are cooperative, they are taken into custody, and they are arrested. The prosecution has grossly misconstrued facts in this case, and I ask that you wait to make any judgment until all of the evidence has been presented and you have seen every detail of it, including Jennifer Crumbley's testimony And she is going to take the stand and tell you about her life with her son, about the day he became.
You have now made a promise you cannot back out of. You've made a promise and you've co-signed for your client. Jennifer Crumbley can decide not to take the stand. You don't promise things. State someone makes promises, because if you don't make a promise, you're seen as a bunch of fucking liars. You never, ever, 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 ever make promises like that. She's going to take the stand. How the hell do you know? She might lose her nerve. Never, ever promise that. That is unacceptable. Yeah, and she'll tell you, and that's fine. But it wasn't said specifically she'll take the stand, because maybe you'll get it in through other things. But saying she's definitely going to take the stand, you don't know that. You don't know that. This is not good. This is way too long already. You could have done this in 10 or you could have done this in like 15 minutes.
The shooter, and about the day he did something she could have never anticipated or fathomed or predicted. She will tell you that when she saw the materials in this case, she learned that her son had not been her son for months, that he had been manipulating her, that he had been hiding things from her, that he had been sending text messages, alarming text messages to other people. You will hear that the school never advised Mrs. Crumbley of problematic issues that if she had heard about, she would have jumped right on top of it. Despite the fact the evidence will show that Mrs. Crumbley is on power schools, managing missing assignments by her son in his grades.
Power schools, is that
The
like
school
David
never
Duke
told her about times the shooter was trying to sleep in class, about a test he had failed, about the shooter being called to the office. She was never informed. You will hear testimony. She was never informed that the shooter wrote an autobiographical get-to-know-you poster where he says he feels terrible and his family's a mistake. The school never notified Mrs. Crumbley of this. You will hear
How many
testimony
15-year-old
that the
boys
school
say that,
never
though?
notified Mrs. Crumbley
That's like par for the course.
that the shooter was having a, quote, rough time when he spoke to the school counselor. You will hear testimony that the school never notified Ms. Crumbley that previous work found in the shooter's files showed that it leaned a little bit towards the violent side. You will hear testimony that the school never told Mrs. Crumbley about an index card the shooter wrote in class.
This is you bring this up at the end and you go through discovery, you go through evidence and presentation, and you tack these people. This is not the time to air out your laundry list like this. This is not good. I don't like this at all.
That had odd responses with a drawing of a loaded.
Also, number two, you guys like seem. Do you guys have like some sort of pregnancy fetish or something? You guys are worried about like whether or not she's wearing maternity clothes. Like they have websites for that, guys. I'm just saying.
Gun magazine and a person holding it out. You will hear that Mrs. Crumbley was never told much of the information the school had. And so when the prosecution is urging you not to assign fault to anyone else, at the end of the day, we ask that you pay attention to the evidence that Mrs. Crumbley knew. And quite frankly, when you evaluate that evidence and know what she knew and what she didn't know, and learn the context behind the slivers of evidence this prosecution's presenting, you will see that this was absolutely not foreseeable. This was absolutely not expected. And I am going to ask that you find Jennifer Crumbley not guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Okay, that was like 20 minutes too long.
Will you tell me who the first witness is? I'm gonna ask the jury for a little break. I knew I should have given them time.
Carrie, why isn't that good to present this all at trial? This is just so much crap to present. Your job is, part of the thing is too, we're going to present evidence and you'll see it. Okay, fine. Now you've made a claim. We're going to present evidence. Cool. That's all you need to do. To lay it all out like this, no. Lay it all out once you blow their case out of the water. Don't tell me how you're going to put holes in the Lusitania and sink it. Sink the motherfucker and then show me what you did. That's a far more effective way. Like, the prosecutor has to lay it out. You don't, like, they have to. You don't. Don't do extra if you don't have to do it. You know, because you now said you're going to do all that. Well, let's say the court, like, things start taking a turn for the worse, or you change your strategy, and you don't do all these things you've talked about now, too. Just like saying Jennifer Crumbley's going to take the stand. If you've laid all out there what you're going to show and then you don't show it, well, then they're going to wonder why you didn't show it. Less is more at this point. You don't promise things, you show your results. It's the way I've always looked at it, and that's kind of the way I was taught to do it. Obviously, it might be different in certain cases, but this is not one of those cases where you want to lay out everything.
All right.
Because you've also given them some sort of a roadmap. Because they could also hammer on some things in a way that doesn't violate the Fifth Amendment. So leave it till the end.
For the jury.
All right.
Carrie, no, because the element surprise isn't there because there isn't a whole lot of gotchas. The only time there's a surprise element is on impeachment evidence. So otherwise, no, the state generally has an idea of what they're going to try to prove as a defense. But still, you just don't tip your hand. I mean, like, they've got your playbook. You just don't tell them what plays you're going to run. And you got their playbook. Like, you just don't give it up. Don't make it easy. Yes, that would have been a better one. This could be you.
I know, it's weird.
This is the actual point, though. What did she say? I zoned out. Yeah, that was a waste of time. Yes, sneak every Lusitania, all the Lusitanias.
Your Honor, I need to run to the bathroom. Do you need to go to the bathroom? She's okay unless the deputies, I think they need to take her downstairs.
My God, you guys.
I don't think you have to take it downstairs at every break, do you? I don't know.
It just gives her a chance to also use that,
Oh,
so
no,
we
I
don't
want-
have to interrupt as many times.
Oh, yeah, I want her to be comfortable, so whatever she needs.
She does not need to use the restroom.
Okay, it's up to you.
We'll just take it downstairs. and just-
You had a taser and gun, so I'm not looking.
Your
It's a lot of paperwork.
Honor, what
Okay,
time
that-
did you
that
leave? What were you
was-
saying? Do that.
Ultimately, that type of argument, that was like C. I'm not going to give her a D because that's not fair. But I'll give her a C on that one. Prosecutors was like B minus, B plus, or B minus B. That was just garbage too. But she should have been objecting to those. There's error. Those were issues. They're not structural errors, but I think it's still prejudicial, and you still object to them.
Just,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Whatever you guys want to do.
All right.
Hey, say Bronca, I sent him a link. I don't know where he's at.
Maybe later.
Okay, so there's looks like a bit of a break. We're gonna skip ahead here a little. All right, let's do a little bit of time traveling here.
Captain, can you let them in around the back?
I want to hear something, by the way. Let's see if this is. I can confirm this. So that thing right there, guys. That actually, hold on. Can I draw in here? Maybe I can. That right there. That is the microphone for the court system. I wonder if that's the audio source, because we can hear all three of these guys talking. And when I give a client a notepad like of things to do, I always write on the first couple of pages in capital letters. Because that way they understand if they need my attention, we need to do something, because there's usually a little button on the front right up here. You push down on, you could silence it. But the mic is always on, and they are not treating that like that's the case here, and I'm a little disappointed. But
I hope it's okay with you that we just stay.
yeah, listen.
Okay, yeah.
Listen to how good that audio is. That's from that mic. There's that whole place is wired up.
I don't want to take long breaks, but I don't want to, make them sit there. We offered to find you one.
Yeah, we're happy here.
Okay.
We're happy. We're good.
Are you ready?
All right. A lot of deputies. And also, guys, this is just an example of how things are in most courtrooms across America. Small little courtrooms. Probably 20, 30 people can fit in there. Not these big ones like Johnny Depp.
All rise for the jury.
It's a hard way.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Your Honor, calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990 FH.
Thank you, Marquise. On
Hey,
behalf of
J-Rock.
people, Karen McDonald, is here as well.
And thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Sean Godwin.
Who's the first witness?
Molly Darnell. Ms. McDonald is here from Hall.
Your Honor, just before. I'll just hold on.
I'm sorry?
There's one exhibit that the prosecution is going to introduce that I'm going to object to. I just want to let the court know.
Do you know what number it is?
I do. It is number 7.
Are you stipulating to the admission of the other ones or not?
Yes.
I know we were going to talk about this.
Yes. Yes, I believe that Mr. Arnall's exhibits 5, 6, and
Oh, another question I need to get out of the way because it was super chat from Pseudo Snark for $2. Thank you, by the way, saying, why not stipulate to the shooting that Ethan Crumbley did it? There is this. Here's the thing. A stipulation doesn't matter if the prosecution doesn't want to agree to it. So they could stipulate that Ethan Crumbley did the shooting. Okay. But remember, part of their job here is they're trying to show all this happened. Well, they need the gory, nasty footage, and they need this to rile up the jury. So they're not going to agree to it. So you can't stipulate if the other party doesn't want to agree. So it won't work that way. A stipulation both parties have to consent to. So, and Kimball brought up a great question. What if Ethan Crumbley gets pardoned and wants to finish up his education at the school he was last at? I have a feeling he's been expelled from that school based upon his behavior. But that would be hilarious. And why not do that? That would be the most chattest move ever. So, yeah, and that's the point, Bronca. They get to present the case, and they want the death and the destruction and the violence. It gets the jury riled up. Without it, it gets a little, kind of boring like it happened here. So yeah, they ultimately have that right, and if they don't agree to a fact, then there's no stipulation. So I'm sure her attorneys, Crumbley's attorneys, would like to get a lot of this kind of swept under the rug, and just as a paper stipulation saying we agree Ethan Crumbley did this, but they're not going to let her. Oh, we have a guest, Andrew Bronca from the Law Self Defense. Hello, how are you
Hey
doing?
guys, good, great.
Yeah,
How
so
you
that
doing,
was.
man?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. That was a question somebody brought up, like, well, why don't they stipulate? And it's like, well, both sides have to agree, and the prosecutor's not going to agree to that.
No, the
They,
prosecution has a story they want to tell
yeah,
to the jury, right? So why would
yeah,
they stipulate to something that
yeah,
removes their storytelling ability?
yeah.
That
They
just
want all these. They want all these dead bodies to show. They want the blood. Without it, it's kind of boring, and it's kind of like, why are we here? Did you watch that opening all the way?
I didn't. I saw a few
Oh,
seconds of it. I was commenting in your thread
yeah.
earlier, but then I got called away, and I just got back
Oh,
now, so I haven't really seen it.
oh.
What,
Well,
what I did see was,
yeah,
so I hear people saying that this is an experience. This woman, I don't know her name, in the purple,
yeah,
the defense
hmm
counsel, that she's an experienced criminal defense attorney who's respected. But what I saw was awful.
yeah.
What I saw was just
Well,
really not.
yeah.
Well, awful's probably too strong a word. It's not the defense I would want.
No, it's not. Me neither. But I think the issue is, and I guess I brought this up before, every attorney, I mean, Ted Williams didn't hit a fucking home run every time. I mean, that's part of the issue. She could be really good, and she might have had a bad day.
Well,
Yeah,
fair enough. Fair enough.
yeah,
I mean, maybe her husband just filed for divorce or something. I mean,
yeah,
shit happens in life, but
yeah. It,
if you're the client, you
yes.
want your lawyer to be Ted Williams at his best day every day, right?
Oh, I agree. I
And,
agree.
and that's kind of your obligation.
Yeah.
It's part of representing another human being, right? In a criminal
Yes.
defense, is you don't. I'm sorry, but you don't really get to have a bad day. That's.
Yeah.
I mean, of course it happens, and listen, folks, in normal criminal defense. So if you're a normal criminal defense attorney, you're defending criminal clients every day. It's happening
Yeah.
all the time. So of course
Yeah.
you're going to have bad days. But I guess I feel like there's certain cases that are. It feels wrong to say it, but that are higher profile, and you really know you need to be on your A game. You know what I mean? It's going to be televised. Your normal trials are not televised. I mean, in theory, every defendant should have your best game.
Yeah.
Right.
But this is her career. Like, this is what she'll be known for, probably. This and Larry Nassar.
Someone
But
told me she cried.
It sounds like that happens. I don't know if we'll get that
Okay.
today,
All
but
right. Okay.
yeah, it's just the only good thing I could say is the opening doesn't matter too much, because by the time it gets to the closing, hopefully she can make some hay out of stuff.
If she recovers. Right.
Yeah.
No, the opening means nothing. By the end of the trial,
Yeah.
especially a trial, I don't know. Do we have an indication of how long? I assume it's going to be a long trial.
It's going to be at least 2 weeks, more
Yeah.
like
So
3.
in 2 weeks, the jury's not even going to remember what was said at opening. So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if she doesn't continue in the same manner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, like I said, we'll see how this goes going forward. But I don't know. The comments I've been hearing don't really inspire confidence. But they're about to start their first witness, so here we go.
Okay.
8.
If you want to stop at any time, let me know. We can stop.
And
Sure.
we have no objection to those. 7 we do. And I believe that's already been a ruling by the court. I just have to continue my objection.
Okay, so this was ruled on previously.
Yes.
Correct.
All right, so 7 was already admitted in the written opinion.
It was, Judge.
Okay,
I just have to maintain my objection.
sure,
Thank you.
okay.
For the record, that is a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance footage.
And for the record, we just think it's not necessary.
All right. Could you step forward?
Well, it's just like it's a preliminary issue, guys. They're just saying we renew our objections.
We're closing here, I apologize. Could you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm your testimony about to give is the truth?
They have identical hair. Both
Yes.
these women have identical hair. Are they sisters?
And then,
They go to the same hair salon?
Spell your first and last.
Well, it's Michigan.
My
so-
name is Molly Darnell, Molly Darnell.
Oh my God! Imagine being married to her. She's angry.
I'm going to call you Molly. I assume that's okay.
That's okay.
Okay. Molly, can you tell the jury what your profession is?
I'm an educator.
Where?
Educator.
Are you a teacher?
I am a teacher.
Okay. And who is your employer?
Oxford Schools.
She's so pompous.
How
I'm an
long have you
educator.
been in, how long have you worked for Oxford Schools?
I started working for Oxford in the fall of '98.
Okay. Would that be your entire career?
That is my entire career.
Okay. And you stayed in that one school district?
Correct.
Okay. Your current position is what?
I work for Oxford Virtual Academy.
All right. And when did you begin that position?
I began that position 18 months ago.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to November 30th, 2021. Can you tell the jury what your position was at that time?
She's
At
gonna
that
start
time
crying.
in Oxford, I was
Yeah.
under teacher contract, but I was the ELA coach and the International Baccalaureate Coordinator. So I worked specifically
I taught the
with
marksmanship
curriculum
team.
and teachers, like instructional moves in the classroom.
Okay. So,
ELA, what's ELA?
I'm sorry, thank you. It's English Language Arts.
all right. Thanks.
Oh, she thanked the judge.
So,
Yeah.
how much contact did you have with students compared to teachers at that point?
I would say minimal in comparison to teachers.
All right. And you did though spend some time in the classroom in your career?
Absolutely, yes. I spent the majority of my career in the classroom.
So on that day, what was your typical day like around that time in that position?
So in that position, I would work with building kind of professional development opportunities, or I was working with teachers individually. On that day in particular, I was working with the media specialist and my other coaching colleagues, my other instructional coaching colleagues on building professional development for the next day.
All right. Did you have a classroom?
I had an office that I shared with two other individuals, and it was like half a classroom, but it was in the educational hallway.
So it was a classroom made into two offices?
Mhm.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when classes began that morning? What was the schedule of the day? Began and end, if you remember.
So you're referring to like the start day of the school
Yes.
day? The school day started around 7:30.
She sounds like
and
a failed teacher.
Around 3 o'clock.
I was gonna say they have enough
And I know
schoolroom
Oxford
to
had a
turn into
different,
offices.
they
I'm
didn't
like,
have
that's a
exactly the
bougie
same schedule
school.
every day.
Yeah,
We
we,
didn't
had a
have that kind of
rotating
money.
7, so we met 6 days a week. We met 6 classes a day. But we had 7 classes, so the students only were there in every single class for 4 hours
All right.
a week.
Can you tell the jury what passing time is?
Passing time was about, Oxford's one of the larger high schools in the state. It's the largest single floor high school in the state, I think, at the time.
Do you know how many students?
I off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay.
And so there were about 8 minutes between passing times, or between passing.
Why don't you
All
spell
right.
the bell?
Sean, can you
November
pause it a
30th,
second?
2021.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Were there any
Yep.
COVID protocols?
So from a technical legal perspective, given the charges, the criminal charges in this case, none of this is relevant, right?
No, none of it is.
What the state here is doing is they want to paint in the juror's mind this tapestry of a school like from the 1950s with a bunch of kids and teachers, and everyone's happy and loved and passing between classes in their little 8-minute periods, and then bam, 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 bam.
Yes.
Which no one is contesting.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, it's great. I was teaching kids language arts, and I should have been teaching them tactical medicine, apparently.
So the legal
I
question is, did the
Yes.
parents engage in conduct that qualifies as a reckless risk of endangerment to other people? And maybe they did, or maybe they didn't. I don't know. I haven't looked at the evidence in this case, but
Yes.
none of the 8-minute passing period between classes is completely irrelevant to that question.
Yes. Yes, although, I mean, it does sound like that's when Ethan kicked this off, which I'll give him credit. Then, yeah, he got people when they were out in the open. So, 10 out of 10 for the ambush tactic. But yeah, the passing time, why don't you say, like, when the bell rings, between the bells, you have 8 minutes. Like, that's a lot of freaking time. We only had like 3 minutes, I think, when I was in high school to get to class, but I went to a small school. So, all right, here we go. I guess we'll see. We'll hear about this, and they were just hecking going to class.
still in place?
Yes, we were still in masks at that point in time, yes.
And were lockers being used?
Lockers were not being used.
Okay, so how are the kids getting their things from class to class?
They were carrying book bags.
So these are COVID-related
I'm
deaths.
gonna, show you what's been marked as people's proposed Exhibit 5. I don't believe there's an objection, Your Honor.
That's
When I-
correct, Your Honor.
When I say I'm gonna show you, it's gonna be on this screen and this screen. Okay. Molly, what is that?
That's the layout of the high school.
All right, so that's a map of the school.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me where your classroom / office was?
So if you're looking at that yellow portion, I am, thank you. I am where you see 222, and then there's 226. I'm that little sliver right in between there, and that was 224.
So Mark's gonna show you
Yep.
on the map. He's
Correct.
not letting me have access to the clicker for the
Yeah.
trial, so relying on him. Okay, so is that your classroom?
Yes, that
Kinda
like
funny
little
'cause you use
sliver
the
where you can
plastic
see, it looks like a bunch of names are written in there. That was the room that I was in, yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna take you to around the time of about 12:50.
Okay.
What were you doing during that time?
So on that day, the year prior, I was in the classroom, and I had a student who popped by around that time just to check in and wanted to chat. I had a chat with her. There was, I believe it was the beginning of passing that she stopped by. We had a quick little chat.
Was that conversation in your
It was in the
office or in the
office.
hallway?
Yep, it was in the office.
Was the door open or closed?
The door was open.
Okay.
We had a little chat. She left. I was alone in the office. And passing was still happening. So I moved to my my desk space.
I hear
Just to
somebody
check
writing.
some emails, check on a couple of things.
Okay. So your desk was in the back of the classroom,
Yeah, it was towards the back side, yes,
facing the door?
facing the door.
Okay.
Correct.
And did you have a practice of what you did during passing time?
So sometimes I would go out in the hall and check, like just to check and see what was going on, or I might chat with a teacher or two. I didn't on that day because it was towards the end of passing time, and so I knew things would be wrapping up and teachers would be heading back to their classes.
Okay. So at some point, did you see or hear anything unusual?
Yeah, so all of a sudden I could hear a commotion in the hallway, and I looked up from my laptop, and I see a bunch of kids running through the hallway. It was a pack of kids, and they were moving pretty quickly, and there was a commotion around it. I couldn't tell if it was like excited, that it was like
Oh, they were
higher-pitched,
excited.
though. And it was almost like some of the kids' hands were extended, like they were trying to move really quickly.
Okay, for the record, you have both your hands up, shoulder. Okay, and
mean,
that
no
seemed
lies
unusual to
detected.
you?
It did.
Okay, did it seem unusual because it was at the end of passing time, or just because of the movement and the sound?
It was the movement, it was the sound, it was the large bulk of kids that were moving.
What did you do?
I exited my office. I believe that there was possibly a fight. So I run out of my office. I'm about midway through where 222 is. And I see all those kids exiting out of door 4. So I know there's not a fight.
So if you look at the map, you come out of your classroom and you look down the hallway and they're all running out of the school?
Yeah, out of door 4.
Okay, and that was unusual,
Mm-hmm.
is that correct?
Yes, I had never seen that before.
All right.
I told you she was going to cry.
What happened?
Yeah.
I
no, this
paused
is
for a
all-
second
all
because I'm
waterworks.
thinking like, what's going on, right? I don't know what's happening. I head back into my office space. The hallway is completely clear. And I walk into my office and I'm like, all right, what could possibly be happening in this moment?
Okay.
Yes.
Was it unusual for the hallway to be completely?
How did
clear?
she not hear gunshots?
I don't believe the bell had rung yet, so that was unusual.
And so what did you do?
It was in pausing, trying to like gather what to do next. I heard three things pretty quickly together, like so quickly together that I have a hard time distinguishing what came first and what came last. But there were the sounds of like three like loud pops that I could have mistaken for lockers closing if we were using lockers.
Okay. So when you heard the three pops, what did you think that sound was?
Well, again, there was doors started slamming. I could hear like boom, 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 boom. And then the principal at the time, Steve Wolf, came over the PA and said, we're heading into lockdown. This is not a drill.
And how long had you known Steve?
So a couple years at that point in time.
Okay. Did
Very
his voice sound
relevant.
panicked?
His voice sounded, it was like urgent, but you could tell he was like tempering any, like panic.
So was that before the loud pops or after?
Steve was
If
a
you
man's
remember.
man.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I cannot remember.
Okay. When you heard this, was your door open or closed?
My door, when I came back in, I pulled it, but it didn't shut. So it was open a couple inches.
Okay. So what did you do?
Why?
At that point in time, I moved to shut my door.
Yeah.
Did you, after the pop, did you smell anything?
No,
Did you see anything?
Not
no.
even teen spirit.
Then you tell the jury what happened when you turned around and headed to the door.
So I walked to the door. I immediately pull it shut. To the left of my door, so my door was here and there was a glass part, like, floor to ceiling glass. And then right here was a night lock system.
Can you tell the jury what a night lock system is?
So a night lock is a simple gadget that goes into the door, that goes into the floor, so that if the door were unlocked, it's like a second security measure. If the door was not locked, or even if it was, someone can't get in. So if the glass is shut out, even if they were trying to undo the door, they can't open the door.
And when did you learn about night locks?
Maybe 4 years prior.
About the
Did
same
you do
time she
that?
got that bad nose job.
Why did you install the night lock?
Ooh.
Well, one, I was directed that we're in lockdown,
Okay.
right? So as soon as I knew that we're in lockdown, that's what you do.
He said, "Oy shut it down."
Were you able to install the night lock?
So I grabbed the night lock, I undid the piece, grabbed it, and looked down at it. So I also, some of the doors have different installs, whether the door goes, in or out from the room.
Mm-hmm.
And so I looked at it to see, just to remind myself which one, because the other office that I have at the middle school, or had at the middle school at the time, had a different
At this
install.
point, Molly,
Because the
door
time
is
to
shut
use
or
this
closed?
stuff
The
is
door
the
is
first
shut.
time
Are you
ever.
facing the door or facing
Not
I'm
away?
facing
preparing
the
ahead of
door,
time.
so I'm close enough to that wall because I had just grabbed it.
Do you know about what the
Couldn't work
distance
the
was
door.
between you and that door?
Not even a foot.
Okay. And then what happened?
I look at it, and out of my peripheral vision, I can see some sort of movement. And so I look up, and I see someone dressed in dark, oversized clothing.
And you're looking through that glass.
Looking
pane
through that
Every
glass
next to
pane.
your door.
rule.
Okay.
They have the mask on, a hat, glasses, and a hood. And I lock eyes with them.
Had you ever seen that person before?
I had not known.
Did you know if it was a student or is that a no?
I did not know if it was a student.
All right. And you said you locked eyes?
I locked eyes. And then instantly I see some movement. And so I look down and I realize he's raising a gun to me.
Okay. Can you describe?
Yeah, the gun was black. And I remember thinking, As he's raising the gun to me, that there was no orange tip. I'd heard prior that BB guns have an orange tip.
Oh, are you fucking
You said he
serious?
was raising the gun. Can you explain what
This,
that?
this is obviously
looks
nonsense.
Like, I realized it have an orange tip on it. If I'm somewhere where I don't expect a gun to be and it's getting pointed at me, I'm not worried about the tip. I'm assuming it's a real gun.
But it's actually it's an interesting insight, because this is what witnesses do, folks. Is they go through
Yeah.
the event itself, right?
Yes.
And then they have to recollect the event in order to testify. And in recollecting the event 1,000 times in the year or year and a half before they're actually on the witness stand, they start filling in all kinds of bullshit. And she was on, I guarantee you, she was not thinking about orange tips, but at the time. But months later, she was like, oh, if it had had an orange tip, I would have known it wasn't a real gun. And she's now created a memory. If you put her on a lie detector test, she would pass. She would say, no, this is what I believe to be true.
Yep.
And it would flag correct. It's total nonsense, but that's how human brains work. They're very malleable this way.
Yes, she's creating her, and that's the thing. Like, the basic story is true. Probably Ethan Crumbley probably did point a gun at her.
And by the way,
But
I want to make clear, Ethan Crumbley clearly killed a bunch of innocent people. So he deserves whatever he's got coming to him. I got no sympathy for him. And I'm very sympathetic to all the people who were traumatized in the course of him committing these horrific crimes against humanity. But none of this is relevant to whether or not his mother committed manslaughter.
Exactly. Yeah. This does not make it any more likely or less likely or more likely that she committed a crime.
Which is, you should tell people, Sean, that's what lawyers would call probative evidence. Probative evidence is evidence that assists a finder of fact in determining whether a claim is more likely to be true or not true.
Yeah, and there's a judge I used to be I practiced in front of before, and he would always say like that. He's like, when evidence is being offered, he's like, he look at counsel and he'd say, does it make this more likely or less likely that the crime occurred? And he'd look
Or
at
is it just a motive?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. So, yeah. So here we go. It's gonna get now. And somebody mentioned, oh, she has Kleenexes up there. There's in a courtroom during a trial, there's gonna be tissues everywhere.
They're always.
Yeah, and in this place, they probably got a pallet ready for these. So that's not. It's not probative. This isn't relevant either. But I also understand if the defense starts objecting now, they are going to look like the biggest fucking assholes in the world. So
you can't object.
Yeah, you can't really.
Because you would look like we look when we laugh at some of her responses.
I know, that's what I mean. You'd look like the biggest assholes.
Right.
So
you know that innocent children were killed? Yeah, we know. We're just responding to the kind of the theater of the courtroom. It's terrible that innocent people were killed.
Yes. Well, and those kids should have ducked. I mean, dip, dodge, duck, and diver. They had all their books with them, just like hold them out. Son of Sam, that one lady held her books out in front of her and she lived.
Oh my God, Sean. I don't know if I can say it. I'm going to send you a text. I'm going to send you a DM and you tell me if you think it's appropriate. I don't want to. Okay. You keep talking and I'm just going to say.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's where we are with. Okay. That's also not the most flattering picture of this lady right now. The way
no, I don't know about that. First date. That's pretty good.
See, somebody here was saying though, like, is it okay can you paint your guns orange? I mean, you could. You're going to look like a psychopath if you do that. So, generally, that won't make you illegal. But I wouldn't recommend that. So, I definitely would not recommend that. Also, somebody mentioned getting the orange furniture from a non-lethal shotgun. I wouldn't recommend doing that either, even if it's just for a joke.
I have to say, so as a guy who carries a gun every day for personal protection, if you point a purple gun at me, you're probably going to get shot.
Yeah, it could be all kinds of colors. You're still going to shoot.
I don't really care. Sorry.
Yeah.
So I sent you a private chat.
Okay. Let me see here. Wow, Twitter is going slow today.
No, it's not on Twitter. It's on the StreamYard.
Oh! You sent it StreamYard. Okay, sorry, I was looking in the wrong place. No wonder I couldn't see anything. All right, hold on here.
Don't feel obliged.
Oh, you can do that one. That's fine with me.
It's your channel, man. So why
That's
don't you do
okay.
it?
I appreciate it. Oh, okay. So yeah, imagine if somebody on YouTube had done a how many rounds, how many school books 556 can go through. That'd be a fun one because you can buy used textbooks online.
Yeah.
Nothing goes with paper, like stacks of paper.
just posing the question makes me feel like a bad person. I mean, I have kids in school.
Well, you know, you'll find out, or you can buy them those like little armor slats they put in the backpacks now. So,
Oh my God, I couldn't believe. So I saw someone promoting one of those. They would have it like a little like Spartacus gladiator shield or something. I was like,
yeah.
What is wrong with you? That would not keep me from shooting you if I wanted to shoot you. I just shoot where the shield wasn't.
Well, no, the one I saw was basically it was a full size adult like soft panel you'd stick in the back of the backpack. That's better than nothing if the kid's running away.
I just don't see how it's practical.
I mean, you know, the guy's making money off it.
The one I saw was like a cutting board, like
okay.
And so the kid it would fit into a backpack like a plate
Oh, okay.
to a plate carrier, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess it's better than nothing, but why wouldn't you just have like? So we had a gun scare at my local kids' school, and I was like, all right, well, it turned into nothing. It was just like a phone threat or something. But I was like, well, listen, I'm happy to stand outside the school with an AR. I mean, just call me up and say, hey, can you stand outside the school with an AR? And I'll be like, yeah, I'll bring 3 other parents, and you know, we'll all be outside the school with long guns. And if some nut wants to try to come in, good luck.
Well, you know, like 50 years ago, that's what would happen. So sadly, not anymore. But all right, here we go. We'll keep going. We'll get this lady in a more dignified facial position as well. First, I'm going to screenshot that. That's just too funny. Hold on.
I see she ran out of Botox money.
Oh no. Oh, why is this not playing? I hit play. Come on, YouTube.
Was it one arm or 2 arms?
Well, I just saw the one starting to move up. I saw the gun, and I moved.
Which way did you move?
I moved away from the glass partition, away from the.
She's the Matrix thing.
Or back into the room.
Okay, you just described, you saw something in your peripheral vision, you looked up, you locked eyes.
I locked eyes. He didn't hesitate.
Okay. About how long was that from the time you saw the peripheral vision and then the gun was raised?
A second.
Okay.
If that.
When you locked eyes with this individual, what did you see?
Okay, that's too fast. Let's experimenting.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Describe that for me.
I lock eyes with him, and I instantly see that movement. And I jump to the side.
So was she shot?
I don't know. We're gonna find. I think we're gonna find out because I'm not sure.
What happened after you jumped to the side?
As I jump,
And was did you ever get the night lock installed at that
the
point?
night lock is not installed at this point.
Okay.
So you couldn't figure out how to close the
So
door.
when I move, I kind of jump and turn my body this way at the same time.
Okay, and for the record, you're turning your shoulders to the right.
To the right. And I feel like my left shoulder moves back a bit, and I feel a burn like hot water had stung me.
Where did you feel that?
In my arm.
Which arm?
In my left arm.
Okay.
That's no joke, folks. You get shot with a 5.56 in the arm.
And
You could lose your arm, lose your life.
Standing up?
Well, she got hit with a pistol.
I'm standing up at this point in time.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a 9mm.
Feel that hot, that hot burn go through
Yeah,
my
it's
arm.
not, getting shot is not a
And
pleasant
I
feeling.
turn back,
From what
there's
I've
a
been told.
window in the back of my room that leads out to the courtyard. And I see a bullet hole.
Okay, I'm going to show you on the screen what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 6.
No objection.
What is that, Molly?
That's the office that I shared.
Okay, and that, can you just describe where the desk is, where, what you just described and point that out? You said
Yep.
you turned around
Oh wow, he put a couple of rounds in that door.
to the back of the
Oh
classroom.
boy.
Yep, so you can see on that window exiting, there's a white mark.
Right there?
Yep, that would be the bullet hole.
Well, that's
Did
pretty
you-
interesting tech.
Is that what you
Yeah.
noticed when you turned around?
That is what I noticed when I turned around, correct.
At this point, what were you thinking?
A BB gun can't do that.
Yeah,
It seems like really
I shared it, Alyssa. Also, hello.
What seems silly?
that I couldn't wrap my head around what was happening.
I mean, after you felt the warmth and you still were thinking it might be a BB gun.
Yeah.
Okay. So what did you do? Was the night lock installed at this point?
The night lock's not installed at this point, and the only thing I'm thinking is I have to barricade this door. Like there was instinct that kicked in. So what you can't see is right around that corner there was this huge filing cabinet.
And I think if we can point so to the around that corner to
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I grab it because I'm afraid to go back towards the door at this point in time. And I try to move it, thinking maybe I can pull it out enough and push it. And it was just too heavy for me. So that rolling cart was sitting next to it. That's when I pulled out the rolling cart and no, sorry, I take that back. I didn't do that yet.
Take your time.
I crawled down on my hands and knees and I put that night lock in. And then I moved for the rolling. I was like, I just have to keep barricading. And so I grabbed the rolling cart.
I mean, what's the
Is the
cross-examination of this witness?
Yeah, you can see
Yeah, are
it's
you
a
sure
little
you
red
didn't do
object.
that? Yeah, how much had you
Rolling
drank
cart.
earlier
Yep.
today?
Oh, that's
Glug
the night
glug.
lock.
Yes.
Okay, but that it's sitting on that's the rolling cart, right?
Did
Correct.
Ethan shoot at you because you gave him bad
Alright,
grades?
And were you able to put it
Why
in
did you
front of
make
the door?
Ethan angry?
I was able to put the rolling cart in front of the door, correct.
Okay, and then what
Yeah.
did you do?
I mean, it's like
Then
no
the only
questions,
thing
Your
I can
Honor.
think of is
There
he's gonna
should
come
be.
back and finish what
I
he
wouldn't
wanted
ask
to
any
do.
questions.
Could you hear anything else in the hallway?
At this point, I'm not hearing anything.
Okay. And so what did you do?
So I go back to that large cabinet because I know if I'm anywhere in the back of this room, he can see. So I need to hide in this front corner. And so I pull that large filing cabinet back just enough to crawl behind it so that if he comes to that window, he can't see where I'm at.
So the way the classrooms are is
No, there's not solid wood doors. This is a school. You think they're going to spend money on solid wood doors?
Yeah, in Israel, yes. In America, no.
Yeah, no. I mean, these are going to be compressed wood doors, and even if they're solid wood, I mean, it would be like pine, and the bullets will go right through that at this range. So,
Yeah. So what was he armed with? I thought he was armed with an
He-
AR, but
no,
you're
he had a
saying-
Sig. He had a Sig SP 2022. Basically, one of the plastic frame 226s.
So it's a 22 caliber firearm.
No, it's the SP 2022, but it's a plastic framed 226. Basically,
What's it fire?
9mm 40 Smith & Wesson. They have a whole
Okay.
range of them. Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Hey, paralegal Liz. I feel like she's baiting me for attention. Paralegal Liz. I just met her recently. I was a co-guest with her on a couple of shows. You seem lovely. I think you're awesome.
Mhm.
I'm not trying to insult you.
True. All right, guys, we're gonna keep going here. Outfox says, "I'd say, well, do you know who the shooter is today? Is that the person in court?" I don't think I would. I wouldn't bother asking that because she's gonna say no, and then you open up redirect. Well, who is she? It's his mom, and she let this happen. That's what redirect's gonna turn into. So you don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's
As
real
much
risk.
as you think there'd be like a booyah there, that this is not the booyah moment.
No, and
The
and
booyah
of
moment's
course, The fence would
booyah
be like,
moment-
I object, Your Honor. But
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the booyah moment's going to get to the administrators who were
The
like,
real killer
bringing
is
it
not
up. Yeah.
the poor student. The real killer is that woman right there.
yeah, the right person. That would be the right time. This is not going to be the right time.
You have to be at a certain angle to see certain parts of the room from the hallway, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you moved to that corner behind because what?
Because I didn't want him to see where I was at.
Okay. Once you were behind the cabinet, were you sitting?
I was crouched down. Was trying to make myself as small as possible. Right. I got really low.
Good luck with that.
I was on my bottom.
Yeah.
Crouched as close together physically as I could make myself.
I don't blame her. That's tactically sound.
I had texted my husband, I love you, active shooter. And then I started feeling blood dripping down my arm.
And what did you do?
At
At this point, had you registered that you had been shot?
I don't think I was registering that I was shot. I just knew that I was bleeding.
Okay. What did you do?
I had a cardigan on that day. And so you can see in the photo, there's this red little bag on the side, on the right side of the wall. Those are, those are medical response bags that we keep in every room. So if someone's bleeding or if a tourniquet's needed, they're in there, but I was too afraid to go back. And
Really?
grab it.
That's impressive.
So at that point, I knew I needed to put a tourniquet on. I knew I was bleeding.
Wow. Wow. That actually looks like a decent tourniquet set. I'll give him credit for that. That's impressive.
Which makes me wonder, what was the school prepared for? I mean,
Yeah.
did they have like a reasonable expectation that they had students who might require the mass
those-
use of tourniquets in
Those
every
look like
classroom?
Those look like cats.
They do
and-
look like cats. Yeah.
Yeah. Which, guys, cats are the combat application tourniquets. Those are like the real ones. Like if you're gonna buy ones, those are the types you buy. You're buying a soft tea. Those
Or a
yeah,
cat.
but-
Right.
yeah. So no, that's actually impressive. Like I will say that's actually something I'd like to see in schools.
No, it's a good thing,
with my
right? But it also makes you wonder,
Yeah.
like, what would motivate us? Most schools don't do this. So
Yeah.
well, what was it about this school that they felt
Mhm.
induced to put serious, like, combat level tourniquets in every classroom?
Yeah, I mean, I think they would probably just say like we take it seriously, which good enough. But yeah, no, I agree. That'd be something you could work on. But yeah, I don't blame her. She's hiding. That's the best you could do in that situation, to hide and hope he doesn't come in. So
And I used one of the sleeves of the arm, wrapped it up on top and pulled with one arm and my teeth with the other to tighten it.
And Molly, how many inches down was that wound?
It sits right here.
Okay. And you brought a cardigan so that you could show the
Remote.
jury what that looks like, so they know exactly where you were headed?
Yep.
Go ahead.
I don't know. if
How
you can
how
see
is this
it.
relevant?
we'll get to this.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can everyone see?
This is-
Everyone see? Yeah.
got to
So
show
you
the
can see It kind of
wounds.
sits in the back, so when I was turned, that was the entrance and the exit.
And there's 2 holes there.
Yep, so it entered here and exited here. And the space in between, the heat of the bullet cauterized
The skin.
the skin.
Okay.
Okay,
Sit back down.
I don't know about that part. I'm not a doctor, but unless it's a laser gun, the bullet's not cauterizing the entrance wound.
No.
I will say, I want to almost ask her, like, did you and Ethan plan this so you could file disability? That seems like a very, very, like, as flesh wound as you can get. But
Did you see a sign of injury?
yeah,
I mean,
well, she got
if you were-
grazed.
No, she says she did, but can you see it
Yeah.
on the? You can see it on the video here.
You can kind of see, like, she showed there was like a dark spot. I don't think it's gonna. We would need like 1080p. Like, I think you could see
All
it right
so
there.
I've seen
Yeah.
a lot. Okay, I've seen a lot of gunshot wounds.
Yeah.
They don't normally just leave a bruise.
Yeah. Well, I just think that's permanent darkening. I don't know. It's been like 3 years, so who knows? So yeah.
Between the heat of the bullet cauterized
The skin.
the skin.
Okay.
Makes me think she actually didn't do that. She's like, I just want to get out of work. She's scared to stab herself.
You put the tourniquet where on your shoulder?
I put it above the wound.
Okay. How'd you know how to do that?
We go through trainings once a year regarding.
Okay, this is actually something that needs to get addressed here. She applied tourniquet to that. If you get shot and you're not really sure what's going on, that's not a bad idea. Especially in a situation in the continental United States where you have the golden hour. Putting a tourniquet on for an hour is not going to hurt you. And you know what? If it turns out you don't need it, you can take it off.
By the way,
But
folks, I in my home, we have tourniquets everywhere. In all our cars, we have tourniquets in the cars. On my motorcycle that I ride, there's a tourniquet in my motorcycle, and there's a tourniquet in my gear with me in my jacket on my person.
Yeah.
That's how big a difference they can make.
Yeah. Chester and fraud, they're dangerous. Yeah, if you're stuck out on the Oregon Trail and you have it on for like a couple of days. But in America, you can get to a hospital, any level of trauma hospital within an hour. It's called the golden hour for a reason. If you put it on, you don't need it. Okay, it doesn't hurt anybody. And in that moment,
modern tourniquets are amazingly effective. Amazingly effective.
And in that moment, she's just bleeding. She's standing there by herself. She's, to her and to probably anybody, it's going to be a lot of blood. There's probably some chunks of her arm missing. I would say, oh shit, I got hit. I don't know if it hit an artery. I don't know what got hit. I would put a tourniquet on too. I mean, what if it turns out you don't need it? They can take it off. But if it turns out you need it, there's a really short window of like, I need to put this on and I pass out and die. So
there's
the tourniquet, well, even less depending on the situation.
Right.
And then somebody also said, Mads is saying, once you put it on, doesn't it require some level of expertise? I mean, you could teach 6th graders how to do this.
Yes, and by the way, I see a lot of comments about quick clot.
Yeah.
So tourniquets and quick clot are for two completely different applications.
Yeah.
So tourniquets are for limbs. Quick clot is for body hits.
Yeah.
Two completely different things. You can't put a tourniquet over someone's abdomen, right?
Yeah.
So that's where you use quick clot. But if it's a limb that's injured, you don't want to put quick clot in there. Just wrap a tourniquet as high and tight as you can and get them to a hospital within 15 or 20 minutes and let the surgeons take care of it.
Yeah. And the other thing is too, if you put quick clot on an arterial bleed, you're now inducing clots into an artery, which we consider that a stroke. So you have to be very careful about that. But no, basic trauma and combat medicine, they teach.
Get training, folks.
Yeah.
Get training.
Yeah. Stop the Bleed is a great program you can take. If you get a couple people together, you can do that. I mean, heck, just buying Israeli pressure dressings. Those are good just to start with that. And those are only a couple bucks a piece.
Well, one thing I would caution people that because most of us buy our stuff on Amazon these days.
Oh yeah, no, you don't do that.
There are a lot of tourniquets, Israeli dressing, bandages. The stuff you find on Amazon is garbage. It's fake. It doesn't work. You go to tighten it up and it breaks. So make sure you buy your stuff from a quality provider of these things because you're putting a lot of goddamn pressure on some of this stuff. You need it to work. You don't want to turn that windlass and it cracks in your hands and suddenly you don't have a tourniquet anymore. But yes, you should have all that. You should have the Israeli bandages, the tourniquets, the quick clot. You are far more likely to need that stuff, by the way, folks, than you are to need a gun. And I say that as a guy who carries a gun every day. But there's a lot more car accidents that you might encounter where someone needs that stuff than a situation where you'll need to kill someone with your concealed carry firearm.
And guys, when you're going to like websites, this is an actual reputable website. Chinook Medical. It's actually in Colorado. I don't know if you knew that, Bronca. These guys are really good, but they sell all the stuff. Yeah, they sell like really hardcore things like military, like, you can give people like tracheotomies and all kinds of crap that you don't ever need to know. But they also sell like, law enforcement kits, like fire medical kits, school access kits, but like home and travel, you're out on the road and what do you like, it's got splints. It's got all the things you might need to do in an emergency situation. All that kind of stuff. And you could buy like individual things like they talk about with like supplies. You can buy, chest, thoracic, like stuff. You don't buy that stuff, but like getting, a tourniquet. Like, here's a tourniquet. Yeah, these are like $30, but you know what? You can put it away in a safe location inside a bag. It'll last forever.
If you need a tourniquet, the only thing
Yeah.
that will save your life is a tourniquet.
Yeah. So like this is that tourniquet they were using, one of them, or they're using a soft tourniquet. Yeah, it's $32, but you know what? It will always work. And you could keep it and you could put it inside in your travel bag or like Bronco, you ride around with it in your jacket. It can sit there
Yep.
forever.
Yep.
And you use it and it works. People use these and they don't die. These are good. So that is an actual, and the military teaches combat medicine and they teach everything at the, 8th grade level. That's the least common denominator for them. So anybody can learn this stuff. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's just, if you've taken a first aid class, you're like 75% of the way there.
And by the way, for people who think, the old school knowledge was that if you put a tourniquet on someone, you should assume they're going to lose that limb. I've personally had tourniquets applied to me in training courses for half an hour, 40 minutes, while I was running a gun with the arm that had a tourniquet on it. So I was still completely functional. No permanent damage from that tourniquet at all.
Yeah.
So yes, if you had a tourniquet on for 18 hours, I guess I'd start to get worried. But in the time it takes in modern Western society to get to a trauma center, tourniquets are not a concern.
Yeah. And the other thing was, people would be using like a shoelace as a tourniquet. Well, that's a problem too. But now these tourniquets, look, this is like almost 2 inches wide. It's made for the job. The military uses these now. That's the big thing. Like, this is the cutting edge of, paramedics use tourniquets. So that should tell you a lot.
You don't have to go to a hospital to get a tourniquet taken off if you're practicing with the tourniquet. Obviously, if you have a severed artery, you want to be in the hospital before you take the tourniquet.
Well, I'm just saying though, like tourniquets are now standard trauma medicine, and that's because we've had 20 years of the war on terror where we've learned how to deal with people getting shot and injured.
Right.
Tourniquets are now the standard. Paramedics.
Hey, by the way, folks, just on a more serious topic. We all know about October 7th in Israel. Folks, if you're not carrying tourniquets around in your cars and vehicles and on your person because you're thinking that something like that can never happen in the U.S., I would suggest to you that 3 million at least military age men have crossed across our southern border in the last year, and they can't get jobs, and they don't have families, and they're not here for good lawful purposes. If you think we're not going to have an October 7th in America, you're crazy. It's coming.
Well,
so you better have tourniquets.
It's not even that. I would just say, think about it like this. You're going to roll to a car accident and somebody lost their leg or they lost an arm and they're just bleeding like a stuck pig. Like, you're going to go like, oh, well, oops, I guess I could have spent, well, maybe I could have saved their life. Oh, well, I mean, let's say it's your family. When there was a group of guys I used to go hunting with, and I brought my trauma kit. Like, when I go shooting, I brought it with me. We go out in the woods deer hunting, and they're like, "Why are you doing that?" I'm like, "Well, I don't want to die, number one, but number two, if you get shot, I don't want to have to sit there and say, oh, geez, well,
nothing I can do. Sorry, buddy.
Oh, well, yeah, sorry, yeah, like sucks. Like, I like to say, well, I tried." And I don't want it to be like, well, we all sat there and started taking our belts off and started shoving socks into places like retards. Like, no, I did everything I could. Like, I'd like to say I did that. But Alpha Fox, remember, you got shot and you're bleeding. Are you a doctor? Can you examine your wound right now? No, the guy's trying to fucking kill you. You don't have time to know. So no, there's no, you don't. What arterial structure is damaged? I don't know. Maybe he broke her arm, and her arm, there's slivers of her arm in her brachial artery. I don't know. I don't know.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I mean, I see knife attacks all the time where the victim is stabbed with a knife, and they if they survive, they tell you, well, I thought I was punched. I didn't know I was stabbed. It feels exactly the same.
Well,
and the guys who don't survive, they get stabbed, they hit something important, they run half a block, and they get dizzy and they fall over and they die.
I'll do a video on this medical stuff, sure. But job well done. The golden hour thing, it can be for multiple hours. The problem was when people were doing tourniquets, it was like you're out on the Oregon Trail and you had the tourniquet on for a week, and by that point your legs gangrene and you die.
Yeah, right.
Just like if it's on for a while, they can pretty much fix anything. And let's say you do have it on for too long and they have to cut your leg off. Okay, well, you didn't die. That's, or the risk is, oh, he bled out. Whoops. I mean,
I've never seen a case where someone had one of these modern tourniquets applied and they lost their limb because of the tourniquet.
Yes,
I've
and
never
that's
seen that.
actually even better. Find one of those and tell me, and don't, and even then, it's just like the heroin addicts who drop out of high school and become millionaires. Like, okay, great. But traditionally, putting on a tourniquet is the right way to go. So, but yeah, I'll work on putting a medical thing together.
Listen,
So-
if I have blood coming out of my leg and it's spurting
Yeah.
3 yards away from my body, I'm slapping a tourniquet on that MFR.
Yeah.
Because what's the alternative?
Yeah. C. Souter is saying, what is this website I'm on? It's called Chinook Medical, CHINOOK Medical. There's other medical supply warehouses, and that's where you should buy medical supplies. Just like I wouldn't buy ammunition off Amazon because I'd be a little concerned
Yeah.
if you're buying Temu level bullets. But I would buy ammunition from an ammunition warehouse or an ammunition supplier.
By the way, I see a comment
Yeah.
here from an account called
Yeah.
John Halgren. I don't know who he is, but he
Yes.
says biggest tourniquet error, didn't apply it tight enough. Yes, folks, if you buy one of these tourniquets, the most important thing you need to do, so it's like a two-step process. You kind of strap it on and then you wind that windlass. That first step, you have to strap it on as tight as humanly possible. It should feel like you've already constrained the blood flow before you get to the windlass. And the windlass is just like an extra bonus afterwards. Where people fail with tourniquets is they don't do that. They don't make the tourniquet tight enough and the person bleeds out. So John, thank you for that. That's 100% correct.
Yes, that's true. And I'll just put the link here, guys. But we're gonna get back to this now. But we ran off from the weeds far enough on that one. But
Okay.
yeah,
Sorry. I always
no.
pull up these
That was
shows.
my fault too. It's just like this is an actual serious thing. This is more serious than the trial because hopefully you guys out there take advantage of it. It doesn't take much money to make a real trauma kit. $50 gets you most of the way there.
Yep.
A tourniquet, an Israeli bandage, and a Mylar blanket. That's like $45. So,
What to do?
Okay.
In the situation.
What happened next?
I put the tourniquet on, and I'm in my head. I'm thinking, okay, what do I do next? What's like the next move here? And my daughter texts me. She didn't go to Oxford High School, but she went to a neighboring school district. And they had heard through social media that there was a shooting at Oxford High School. And so she sent me a message and just said, Mom, are you okay? And I responded to her that I love you.
you can answer that whenever you want.
I'm sure.
I got 4 kids, guys.
And I'm fine.
I'm pretty heterosexual.
You didn't tell her you were.
I did not tell her I was shot, no.
Molly, I want to go back, and I'm so sorry. When the shooter raised his hand, what were your what did you notice about, if you noticed anything about his stance, or you said you locked eyes?
Yeah. His feet were set about hip distance apart.
So a normal stance.
And that's, he was, and his shoulders were like he was square, right? He was square.
How long were you in that classroom?
I was in there for about 20 minutes.
Were you communicating with anyone else in the school or
Um,
law enforcement or administration?
No, there were a couple teachers. My hallway had a text thread, and that was not active. There was nobody texting on that. But another part of the building where the English Language Arts Department is at, they were texting. And one of them said, I heard there was a shooter. And I responded that I saw
Objection.
one.
Yeah, I would object
Found
there
a
too, but
gunshot.
I did not.
Why is that?
I think I didn't want to like create panic. Like I wanted to make sure that people knew it was serious, but there's no, like, I'm okay.
How about creating
At this
panic? You've
point,
been shot through the arm.
Did you have any
Yeah.
idea where
Oh
the
my
shooter
God!
was?
Ah!
Anyone else had been hurt? What were you hearing? Anything?
Nothing. And it was absolute silence for a long time. And then I started to hear a volume of footsteps. And I thought, they must be evacuating a classroom. And so when that shift occurred, I texted the teacher next door and I said, hey, you're the only one that knows right now, but I've been shot. I hope I'm the only one.
she wanted all the glory for
How
herself.
long was that?
She's
How long were you
texting.
in the room then?
At
Yeah,
that point, it was probably 18 minutes.
Okay. At some point, did somebody ask you to leave the classroom?
Yes, so the teacher next door was like, oh my gosh, I'm calling the office. There was another teacher in the room with her who texted administration.
And at some point, did somebody come to the door?
Yep, so the text from administration, Kurt Noose was at my door within maybe 2 minutes. Time's hard on that. And he was like knocking, Molly, are you in there? I've known Kurt Noose since they started in Oxford. I did not trust that was him at my door.
What were you afraid that it was?
I don't know. Everything that I knew to be reality wasn't.
So did you answer back, or did you open the door, or did you just remain silent?
I said, I'm in here. And he said, are you okay? I don't remember how I responded. It was within a second or two that then there were police at the door and they were like, are you in here? Are you injured? I said, yes. And then I said, do you want me to, it was clear that they wanted me to, like, they were there for me.
And they couldn't just open the door.
They can't just open that door. That night lock prevents them from getting in the door.
And Molly, if you know, how would you get into that room if someone doesn't remove the night lock from the inside? Is there a way?
So I know there's a special tool to use, but you'd have to take everything off that door, and that's all steel.
So the frame, actually.
Yes.
Okay. And so they were asking you to remove the night lock. Did you do that?
I said, do you want me to remove the night lock? And they said, yes, remove the night lock. And then I said, do you want me to open the door? And they said, yes, open the door. And I'm down on the ground while I'm doing all of this. Like I'm removing the night lock and I'm opening up the door from my knees. And they like scoop me up. And I can see the two officers that scoop me up, but I can see Kurt standing there against the lockers. And I can see 4 cops with guns.
Did you see any students?
I did not see any students, no.
Okay, Molly, I'm going to play a surveillance, which is marked People's Exhibit 7, which I know there's an objection to, that the judge has previously ruled. Just to let the jury know, you're not going to see any victims in this, except for Molly, and nor are you going to see any students.
Can everybody see?
While he's getting that on the monitor, when you say you saw 2 officers with guns, how far away were they? And were they in the same direction?
They were. When they scooped me up, the 2 that scooped
Okay,
me
I'm gonna
up.
stop you. Look here.
Yep.
Is that The hallway?
That's the hallway.
Okay.
So you can see there's multiple around, so it wasn't just the two.
Where's your classroom in this photo?
It's
Sorry,
farther
sorry.
down, right? So you can see, yep, like they're going inwards towards the classroom.
We know it's getting too
Okay.
emotional
It
for
looks
you.
like that's an officer
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
So I could see, I knew that they were officers based on the vests that they were wearing. And so they were just around, right, as well, like securing the area, I suppose.
All right. Can you press play? Is that you, Melanie?
That is me.
At this point, are you hearing anything in the building?
No, everything is silent, like almost like it's so, like echoey. It's so silent.
Okay, now you can see through that glass door. Is that you?
That is me.
What's happening?
He's removing the self-made tourniquet from my crown again, and he's putting on an actual tourniquet.
Okay. And at some point you get into an ambulance, correct?
Yes. So at this point, he says, "I'm going to radio to see if there's an ambulance available for you."
Well, that dude's got an A2.
Making sure that no one
Very
else
handle
needed it
gang.
ahead of me.
You eventually get into an ambulance. They take you where?
They took me to Lapeer.
What happened when you got there?
So I get to Lapeer, and the doctor comes out to the ambulance and introduces himself. And they said, I was sitting in the ambulance the entire time, and then they said, "We're going to put you on the gurney." And I said, I can walk. Like, if I can walk, I want to walk. And so they helped me out of the ambulance, and I walk in, and they're like steadying, like kind of almost holding me up, steadying me. And the hallways are lined with doctors and nurses.
Did you see any other victims?
That
I
sounds
did
like a
not, no.
COVID meme.
And
There are
They
heroes.
treated your wound.
They did.
Okay. Were you able to, I assume they ran some tests. I want to be cognizant of the judge's prior ruling about what you can testify to. But at what point, how long were you at the hospital?
I have no idea what time I walked in those doors.
Okay.
I was there for several hours.
Did you learn at some point there were other victims?
I did ask when I was in the hospital, is anybody else been injured? And I was, I was told that there were other victims and a few fatalities, yes.
Okay. At some point, did you hear a teacher was shot?
I did.
And what did you think?
I instantly thought it was another one of my colleagues. I knew the direction that I saw him turn, so I knew what direction it came.
And who was the teacher now?
I thought it was Lauren Jasinski that was shot.
But who was the teacher they referred to?
It was me.
It's like a Twilight Zone thing.
You were shown weeks later
It's a way to tell that story.
a picture of your doorway.
Mhm.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Do you remember who showed that to you?
No,
Okay. Was it me?
I did. Well, I did see. I did see it in your office. Yes.
Okay. You were preparing to testify.
Yes.
I'm gonna put that picture on the screen. It's people's. exhibit A.
What?
There's a-
Yeah, well, that almost makes you sound like a
Because
I
you
was
saw it in the prosecutor's office.
yeah. Which
What?
it's fine. When's the first time you saw that? Not did I show it to you, because you're testifying.
Yes.
You should just say, when did you see this first? And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with her saying I saw it for the first time there, because she can attest to the picture, but that was poorly done.
And I just want to make clear, because a bunch of innocent people were killed in this event. So
Yeah.
I'm not, I have complete sympathy for that. And the person
Yeah.
who fired those rounds that killed those people should be held 100% accountable. But that's not the legal question in this trial. The legal
Yeah.
question, whether their parents committed manslaughter in the raising of the child. And maybe they did, or maybe they didn't. I don't know. But
Yes.
but all this testimony we're hearing now is completely irrelevant to that legal question.
Yeah. I did want to get to this because it was brought up and I missed it at the time. Carrie says, I missed Aaron. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. I missed Aaron's question in the Whitmer trial. One of the defendants took a first aid class in the state that said that showed complicity. Sure. Yes. Everything you say and do can be used against you. Okay.
Yes. Right.
But
right.
you know,
So
that's
if the
part of the
state's going to
risk.
try to say you're part of a conspiracy to do something bad, and you took first aid training, so your co-conspirators would have first aid help when the law-abiding police shot them, of course that would be relevant.
Yeah. But it's, I mean, don't use that as an excuse to be afraid to go out and get the training. Because if you don't have it, they're going to claim you're a bunch of dangerous yahoos. In the meantime,
Also, you're going to die.
Yeah, you're going to
So
die.
that's
yeah.
bad.
So yes, as much as it's, you know, you got to learn it. You got to learn it, because you can use it in every other situation too, though. Because then you could, you know, if I'm the defense attorney, I'm like, so now taking a first aid class makes you a terrorist? Like, no, come on. So yeah, I understand the concern there, but you can't live in fear of what the government's going to do to you with your stuff. You just got to grin and bear it and be prepared and be equipped, is what I would recommend. And that's what I would say. And also just don't hang out with a bunch of yahoos doing shit like those guys in Michigan. And that would help a lot of the problems. Not saying that they did anything wrong, but you know,
it's easy to make it look bad.
Yeah, it's easy to make it look bad, but just do what you got to do there. But not a bad point, Aaron, but I think it's just like with everything in life, with a little bit of common sense and moderation, you know, you can basically do what you need to do. So we'll keep going here.
Molly, is that your classroom door?
It is my, yes.
Okay. What was your reaction when you saw that?
He was aiming to kill me.
Do you know which one of those shots landed in your shoulder?
I don't. I have no idea which one landed in my shoulder, but I know the top one, that's where my head would have been. And the two down below are my chest. Here.
Okay.
I unlock that door every day.
And what was your?
Sounds like a civil suit against a
Did you have
school.
some- But what is your, when you think about the wound and why you weren't hit, why was it in the chest?
That door, the distance, the door, and me moving was the only reason that I'm alive.
How many inches from your heart was that that injury to your shoulder?
The actual wound is 6 inches, but my turn might have made it less. Thank you.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
No questions.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Oh, I called it.
Can this witness be excused, Your Honor?
Did she have to stand up to do that? Yeah, nothing. Just move along. This does not help you at all.
What are you going to get? That was the right move.
Yeah.
That was the right move.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I you know, I think to stand up.
We had a discussion about the boundaries of the testimony. I don't know if we put that on the record. Do we need to or not?
We prepared her, Your Honor.
Look at all the sheriffs.
Yeah.
So this,
Like, why
this
did you
is-
make it? I mean,
So can you pause on 1 second, Sean?
Yeah.
So this is one thing I've really found disturbing about this case is that they've been keeping, maybe not in front of the jury, but I've heard they've been keeping these the defendant like shackled.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
these are people who have never physically hurt anybody.
Yes.
I
But
mean,
they're
they're
treating you
not
like
they're not a
Dahmer.
physical, but they're treating them like right,
Yeah.
like they're Dahmer. And look at all these sheriff's deputies in the courtroom. Who are they prepared to tackle? This
I
woman
think that's
defendant?
I think that's a crowd control issue though too.
Could be. Fair enough.
I mean, I think they know some of these parents could easily go off the hinge.
Okay, fair enough. Parents are in the courtroom, so
Yeah,
right.
and Young Lee, why is this an issue? Well, I mean, to anybody getting shot is going to be a traumatic experience. So some of that's dramatic, just because I'm sure she's a white woman in Michigan. Like, she's gonna be weepy and emotional. Like, it's c'est la vie. That's like why does the fish swim in the water? Because it does. But I'm sure I'm sure for her that was the most terrifying thing she's ever been through in her life. So telling that, it was, I don't think that was a ramped up theatrics. I just think, that's her way of processing that. So
Right. No, I don't have a problem with the witness. My
Yeah.
question is, what's the purpose of the witness?
yes, yeah, yeah. David is saying all the sheriffs are normal in the courthouse. Well, yeah, and they're going to have a lot of security there. So yeah, that's not abnormal. Finite essay saying, why'd she have to be in the trial? Well, I've said this before. When you're doing a trial, especially as a prosecutor, you have to present a story. You can't just go, oh, well, the kid brought a gun to school and shot everybody, and she was there when he bought it. That's not
Right.
enough. You have people need stories. We're narrative
Listen,
driven.
as defense
Yeah.
counsel, we would love to have the ability to say, we stipulate all that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so let's stick to the technical
Yeah.
details of the legal defense. But the
Yeah.
system doesn't. The system allows for the state
Mhm.
to tell its own narrative of what happened.
I mean, think about it. Like, if you're trying to tell a murder, you're not just going to say, "Oh, Donald Duck killed Mickey Mouse." You're going to want to say, "Why did Donald Duck kill Mickey Mouse?" If you have the ability to tell the story of the lead up to it, why they hated each other, what was going on, that
You have
Donald
to
was,
convict.
that Donald was hollowing out Mickey, and they didn't like Mickey in the picture anymore. You have to. Yeah, because if you're on the jury, you're going to want to know that anyway. You're going to want that story because it doesn't make any sense otherwise.
And the prosecution knows
Yeah.
as well as anybody else that the jury is not made up of a bunch of fucking intellectuals. I mean, it's made up of normal people in the community, which means half of them have below 100 IQ. So you have to tell them a story. You have to draw a cartoon if you want to have a hope of getting the verdict that you're seeking. Oh, did I lose you?
Oh, I'm still here.
now-
Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no,
all
no,
right.
you have to tell the story a little bit anyway. So, all right. So here we go. We're getting on the next witness. I'm sure a lot of these for the defense are going to be nothing further. I hope to God.
Oh my God, they're always so well fed.
Asking whether or not they can.
Corn-fed Michigan guys.
Take the video, I don't see a reason why they can't, right?
By the way, folks, I myself have been very fat, so I know what it's like.
Judge, actually, this one, in this portion.
Oh, yes, in this portion. We'll indicate which,
Right.
which videos can't be shown.
Hey, Sean, you think they upped the security screening on the parents coming to the courtroom, like looking for weapons?
I guarantee you they
I'm also
did.
concerned in giving a heads up to the
I bet they got
jury.
pat. I bet there were random pat downs.
And then, Your Honor, again, the defense objects to, I believe it's just one exhibit you're using with Ms. Gibson.
Oh, this witness?
I believe it's only exhibit 9.
This was previously extensively briefed.
Yes.
I made it available about it. But your objections are good.
Thank you.
Very true.
Yes, 100%. And every criminal defense attorney has to explain that to their client, especially if a plea deal is offered and the client doesn't want to take the plea deal.
But it doesn't help because usually your client is about as intelligent as everybody else.
Well, okay. So you're a professional criminal defense attorney. I'm not anymore.
Yeah,
My
well-
my clients tend to be a little different, but yes,
Yes.
indeed, of course. And
Yes.
I would agree.
And Raven, it's sad, the 100 IQ thing, but the 100 IQ is the median, which means most people are above or below it.
Literally, it's a
Yeah.
fact. Half the
Yes.
population is below 100. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what 100 IQ means.
What the hell are they doing? What? Okay, I guess we're gonna time travel a minute. Another educator.
Did you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about today?
Also, guys, this is going too fast to go at 1.25 speed.
State your name for the record as well.
You know, it'd be funny if the defense did,
Christy
if
Gibson
the
Marshall.
defense brought up like how many students were at standard in the school. Well, how good of a teacher are you? Your students are all idiots.
Good morning. May I call you Christy?
Yes.
That would be
Christy,
funny.
could you please tell the jury where you're employed?
You can't even do your
After
job. You
schools.
can't even teach
How long
kids
you
how
been
to
in
read. Why should we
29
trust your
years.
testimony?
And what do you do right now?
I'm an assistant principal
Okay. And that's at the high school?
at the high school.
How long have you been the assistant principal?
Oh my
at high
God, she looks like Skeletor.
6 years.
school? And what did you do before that?
I was an elementary principal.
I was Skeletor.
Also in Oxford District?
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
if you could tell the jury a little bit about your role as an assistant principal.
All the kids hated me.
What are some of your responsibilities?
Teacher supervision, evaluation, curriculum and instruction, supervising. I do parent communications. It's hard to think of all this stuff that my big giant list while I'm sitting here, but we have a student relations team that works together to support our alphabet, part of the alphabet.
These are the people teaching your
goal is-
children, folks.
To me,
If
my
your kids are in
biggest role
public
is
school,
Yes.
good
supporting
Lord.
students and I love the kids, so just bringing energy and having fun with them.
I wouldn't give this
You've
woman
been
a
in
car
education
loan.
For 29 years.
Yeah, yes.
So
Jeez, I'm
prior
gonna spit my drink. Jeez.
up until this role, you were an elementary school principal,
Look at her.
I was, and then prior to that, I was a teacher.
teacher before that. Okay. Now, as it happens, the school that you were principal at,
But she's not going to
Sarah
settle for a
Crumbley's son, one of
man.
those students.
Yes,
And what grades, if you recall? Was he there?
4th and 5th.
Did you have any contact with him in your role as a principal in those 4th and 5th grade years?
No.
Did you have any contact with his mother or father?
It's like when God
No, but I
asks you,
remember
what
I
was
had
the
an
last thing you
email
saw
about
when
it,
you got thrown
report
into the
cards, but
volcano?
that's all I
It was
remember.
this
That
woman's
would have been
face.
years prior.
Yes.
Like 5th grade going to 6th.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th of 2021, about 12:50 in the afternoon. So we have
I was
on the screen
looking
in
for
front of you.
brains.
That should be displayed.
Brains.
This is Exhibit 5. This is a map of the
Yeah.
Oxford High School.
Yes.
If you could tell us, if you recall, where you were about 12:50 in the afternoon that day.
I was in the I started in the cafeteria supervising lunches.
So,
So
all
what
jokes
would be,
aside,
I guess,
what
they were
does
the
this have to
comments.
do
So,
at
right.
all with the criminal
Yes,
charges
correct.
against this
Okay.
defendant?
Yeah.
Nothing.
So
Yes.
was that lunchtime while you were there?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
And is there a time where you moved? So around that time on November the 30th, did you have a specific area of the school you would go to, or did you move around?
We didn't have an assigned area, but I like to go to the senior courtyard after lunches and just kind of help see that courtyard area,
Okay.
the hallway out in front of this courtyard area between where you see 400 and 401.
Okay.
Our seniors hang out there and they congregate in a good way, not terrible. Let me just clarify. It's kind of like the rite of passage, and we just like to kind of go there and keep traffic flowing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that something you would do on a routine basis?
Yeah, my bad mom joke on that one is that I make it a senior citizen window and I stand in that area.
Not
Was there
funny.
a point that day when you realized something was going wrong?
When I was approaching the senior courtyard, so when I was coming down the hallway from the commons, what says commons, I call it cafeteria, by the media center, by the courtyard, and hit the 500 room. When I kind of got to that triangle there, that diamond there, one of the students that I know pretty well went running by and said, "Get the hell out of here." And he was laughing and running, and I was like, that was a mixed message.
Sure. At that point, was there an announcement on the loudspeaker?
No, not at that point, no.
Was he the only one running?
Shortly after him, there was a group of kids laughing and running behind him. When I stopped to ask them what was going on, they weren't entirely sure. But as kids started to pass, you could see it get more serious.
Okay.
I grabbed my walkie-talkie and
What do you mean it got more serious? What do you mean by that?
their faces got more, I'm sorry, their faces became more serious.
Did that signify something to you when you saw that?
Yeah, just something, them running signified something to me because it's not a typical behavior.
Okay.
But the running and laughing was confusing. And then when their faces became more serious, I was started to get very worried. And that's when I grabbed my walkie-talkie.
Okay. What'd you do with your walkie-talkie?
I said, I'm not sure what's happening, but kids are running in the hallway, which is very odd. And look like they're trying to leave the building.
So where did you go?
They shortly after I got on the walkie, they went to Alice Alert. And so
What's Alice Alert?
Alice Alert is our intruder. I'm going to call it intruder alert because that's what it was that day. But it's a notice that we need to take cover, lock down, be aware. It's
So
an
is
emergency
that
assistance.
an alarm ringing, or is that somebody who's giving a message over the PA system?
On that day, it was a message over the PA system.
Do you recall who gave that message?
Steve Wolf.
Who was that?
Steve is our principal.
He's the principal.
Got the walkie-talkie out.
Is this shortly after you saw the students leaving that appeared to be more serious to you?
Practically the same. Yeah, it was like they went, when the more serious students came by, the announcement went on.
Okay. Now, when you hear that announcement, what were you supposed to do?
I'm supposed to lock down.
Did you?
No.
What did you do?
I went to check the hallways to make sure people were okay.
When you first started to check the hallways, did you see anybody?
The hallways cleared so fast. When I made the turn down the 400 hallway, I ran into a teacher who was locking his door. And then a student came up who was running late. He asked if it was a drill. I let him know that it didn't matter if it was a drill or not. Just, you got to take cover, get in there. And then I proceeded down the hallway. I was the only one in the hallway at that point.
Did you hear anything?
First, I smelled something. I smelled what I thought was cap gun. Later, figured out it was gunpowder. And then I heard two gunshots.
Where were you when you first smelled what you thought to be cap gun?
Probably by like the somewhere between 409 and 414.
So you were continuing to walk down that hallway, the 400 hallway, towards the 200 hallway. That's in yellow highlight.
Yes, that's where I heard the gunshots. I was going that direction.
You were walking towards the gunshots.
Yep. Yes.
As you walked down the hallway, did you see anybody else?
No.
Tell me where you went.
When I got to the end of the hallway, I realized how dumb this is. I turned left to go towards where I heard the gunshots.
So this hallway.
And I went towards 225.
So you came down the 400 hallway and you turned left towards 225.
Yes.
Tell us what you saw when you made a left.
I saw a student laying on the ground.
Did you know who he was?
I didn't at that time, no. His face was covered. And then as I continued a couple of steps, I could see another student walking my direction. He had just dropped his arm was up and then he dropped his arm.
Did you recognize him?
Not at that point, no. He was too far away.
What did you do when you saw a student on the ground?
There was a garbage can between he and I, so I moved the garbage can out of the way. And I put my foot near him and nudged him and told him to stay there.
Did he respond?
No.
Could you tell if he was injured at that point?
You could tell he was injured.
What happened next?
Ethan then came into closer view, and I could tell it was Ethan.
He had been at the school where you were principal?
Yes.
Did you interact with him at all at Oxford High School?
Just normal, like how I interact with everybody. High fives, hugs, silly stuff that I do.
Okay.
I brought my elementary to the high school, so I just.
Did you say anything to him?
When he got close enough to me that we were sharing the hallway, so he was kind of walking down the center and I was kind of over to the side. So we're probably 3 feet apart. I asked him if he's okay. It just didn't seem right that it would be him.
So I need to back up just a little bit. When you didn't know who it was at first, the student down the hallway, you said he had lowered his arm.
I knew it was a shooter when he was down the hallway.
Okay. Could you see if he was holding anything?
I could see a gun.
At that point, was he walking towards you or away from you?
He's walking towards me. It was when I realized it was Ethan that I didn't think he could possibly be the shooter is what happened. Like, I know I said I knew it was a shooter down there because I could
Well, that's a big deal.
Gun.
Can you pause there, Sean?
Yeah. He just shot.
Yep.
So she just said she could not imagine that it was Ethan who was the shooter.
Yep.
Well, if she couldn't imagine it was him, then how would his parents imagine that was
and if
him?
she's the assistant principal, she isn't the language arts teacher.
She knew him that well.
Yeah.
That she was utterly confident. Well, surely it can't be him who's the shooter.
Yes. And this is where you'd ask that question. So you didn't realize, you didn't think it would be him, do you? And I would leave that question there. Just ask her that one question. You didn't think it would be him, did you? No.
Yeah.
You didn't expect it.
That would be the good question. By the way, you have a commenter here, Lars Larson. He's so funny.
Yeah.
He's totally focused on me. It's wonderful. Dude, I mean, if you just want to blow me, just ask me. It's okay.
Yeah, it's 2024. He'll tell you no if he wants to.
Yeah, right. I'm not interested, but you can just ask. You don't have to
he
all
could,
this flirting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that said, though, Bronco's always on the road, so he might. He might. I mean,
poor Lars is so into me. I'm happily married, dude. I'm just sorry.
Well, we read about Vince McMahon last night, and I don't know if you heard about that, but he's apparently a very special guy when it comes to having sex.
I did see a bunch of his texts, purported texts. I guess I don't know if they're true or not, but
yes,
right. He's yeah. Well, I mean, he's if we were in the 1970s, that would all be perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. Yes,
but we're not.
So, yeah. All right. Well, I also wanted to, since we're Ammo's currency member for 1 month. Thank you. Is saying IQ 100 IQ. Charles Murray's bell curve has a comment. Well, isn't 100 in the middle?
It is,
or is it
by
90?
definition. No, by definition,
Yeah.
100 is the average. So
yeah. And then I guess we'll ask this one now, Tridio, for $5, saying as a random question for you, Bronca. When Kiwi Farms mentioned, you seem to know all the gay hookup apps.
I don't think I know any gay hookup apps. What do I know? I know, Grindr. I guess Grindr is a gay. So I guess I do know of one.
Yes.
If you're asking me if I've ever been on one, the answer would be no. Yeah. But I'm aware that they exist.
Well, the question I would ask Tridio is, how did you know that he knew so fast? Because that speaks to your own knowledge base, sir. So, all right, but we'll get to this one. This one here. So let's keep going. Assistant principal with her armed with a walkie-talkie.
Something.
Okay. Now, I know this is difficult, but I need you to use your teacher voice and speak.
Okay.
loud as you can. You saw him coming towards you. How close, how far from him were you when you recognized who it was?
He was probably by the room 220 one when I could tell who he was.
Okay.
And I was standing between 226 and that weight section there that, yeah. There's exit doors there.
Now, you said you said something to him?
Yeah, it seemed so odd that it was him. So I said, buddy, are you okay?
This is
What's
more.
going on?
It seems so
He
odd
didn't
that it was
respond to
him.
me.
Yeah.
He looked away.
Are you okay? So is this how he
Unpredictable.
normally
When I
acted
knew
to
it was
you?
him,
Right.
that He was
Unpredictable.
the
Yes.
shooter.
Did he point the gun at you?
He did not.
What did you do at that point?
I got on the walkie and I told my team that I have eyes on a shooter and I have a victim.
Now, this hallway, 200 hallway, there's a curve to it.
Yes.
And he was walking, if you follow the mouse cursor here, he was walking down the 200 hallway towards 233, 237,
Yeah, he was walking that direction.
that direction.
Yes.
Did you watch where he went?
No,
What did you do?
there was a student who was injured, so I went to him. I knew he needed me.
And I know you're aware of it, but there's been certain rulings by the court. So just in general terms, did you render aid to that student?
I did.
Could you tell if he was injured at that point?
Yes.
Did you recognize him?
Yeah, I knew it was another one of my students from Lakeville. Tate Near. Just took my breath away.
Were you were on the walkie-talkie, you said?
Yes.
Aaron. Ooh.
So I let them know
Yes, he only had 2
I
minutes.
let them know I had eyes on the shooter and that I had a victim. Kurt News asked me where I was. It's probably the biggest hallway we have, and I said I was in the 200 hallway. Kurt let me know that that's a very big hallway and needed more direction. I don't know why I couldn't process the fact that, like, my exact location. I told him I was near the 400.
Did you stay with Tate until help arrived?
Yes.
I'm really not.
Now, you have seen
It's a free compliment.
at least a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance video, is that right?
Yes.
gonna
I'm
show
an
you
excellent consulting
what's been
lawyer.
marked as People's
I will
Nine.
claim that.
It's been admitted. It cannot be broadcast on media.
I've never seen it, so you have to tell me.
The entire, this is a short clip of it. None of it can be broadcast.
Okay. You have, okay, so you guys are not video, okay, everybody gets it?
That part's bullshit. We should be able to see it.
Should we stop the live stream? Yes.
Yes, Judge.
100%.
I do want to give notice to the jury. as
Oh,
well.
I want to see it.
This
Like,
is the moving image of a
And
victim.
We're the public, right? We're the
Yeah.
public.
you want this trial? I want to see it. Walter Malone says, "I'm gonna come."
Yeah, I would not directly represent any client today, folks. I wouldn't do that. I'd send you to Sean. I'm not sure that's happened in a while for this witness.
Okay, Christy, tell us when we see you.
I am approaching right in the yellow jacket there, the gold jacket.
For the record, this is at 12:51 p.m. on November the 30th. So no one's come by at this point.
No,
Yes.
I forgot about, that's when he came by. He said, get the hell out of here. I don't know if you could see him running through
The
there.
first student.
And you see more students running. These kids are kind of laughing, and then you'll see me stopping. There we go. There's my walkie,
You're walking down the
and
middle
I'm
hallway there.
walking towards the direction that the kids told me. They cleared the hallways very, very, very fast.
That's you at the top of the screen.
Yes, I didn't realize that we passed there. This is where the teacher came out. I'm checking another classroom to make sure they were okay. And then I'm continuing on. This is where I'm saying, that's when I stepped aside, that's when I said I had eyes on the shooter.
Her
Because
forehead never changes.
he flinched a little bit.
Well, that Botox does wonders.
This is my perception, but he did. This is where I moved the garbage
Steve on the
can.
ground.
That's Tate.
Yeah, and the mother should be crying. I would be crying too if my
Yeah.
child had been
When
killed.
I'm talking on
Yeah, the people in the background,
walkie, I try to
that's entirely
step back a
acceptable.
little
I mean,
bit, because I think it,
how could you not?
But Patty F in the comments is right. Please
Ethan
point
off a
out
little.
where Mrs. Crumbley
there he
is.
is coming
Where
up
is
to me.
Mrs. Crumbley? What does she have to do with this?
and I start talking
Now,
to him
maybe
here.
she does have something. I don't know. I can imagine facts that would support a manslaughter conviction against her, but
And I'm letting
I'm
you
not
know that
hearing
I have a
those
victim
facts
and I
here.
have a shooter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking him questions. And I just I turned my back on him and I came back to Tate because I didn't know it was Tate then. And then that's what right there is when I know it's Tate.
And for those people saying I'm heartless,
So after the police arrive on
folks,
scene,
criminal defense attorneys defend horrible
Yeah.
people. That's what we
So-
do.
Police arrived on
Yeah.
scene and they were trying to figure out his name.
The shooter's name.
Yes, and so I left Tate to go tell them who it was, and then I went right back to Tate. I did not
I was
want to
saying,
be
do
away
they
from
want us to
Tate.
sit here and just
I
go,
was telling
oh my God, it's
Ken,
so sad.
his name's
Just
Ethan.
be all like monks right now.
Just put our client in jail. Put our client in prison forever
Thank you, Christina.
because you hurt our feelings. No questions.
We're gonna hit cross, you can resume, they can resume the live stream, right? So,
Yes, sir.
Tom, hello. Hope you're doing well.
I'm sorry, is the prosecution doing the best?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I really can't think straight.
Oh, yeah, I think he said what he said.
Yes.
Okay. I have no questions for you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Smart play.
Can this witness be?
I'm sorry. No, I don't like that part, but
No, not sorry. But
yeah. No, I was like, no, she said the sorry part. I'm like,
what are you going to get from cross-examining this? witness?
I would have brought up the whole, like, so you didn't expect it to be him and you were completely surprised.
I mean, I guess.
I mean, I just say, see, and I just want to make sure I heard you right. You were surprised, right? Yes. Okay, move on.
I just don't think it would play well at this point in the trial. So when you're
Yeah.
when you're presenting your case in chief, if you
Yeah.
can recall these witnesses, I
Yeah.
think that would be the so the
Could be.
whole atmosphere is more sympathetic to your client. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not the first two witnesses the jury's heard about this terrible
Sure.
massacre that they're all familiar with.
Yeah.
So I think I would try to do it there, but I would want to know for sure that I could recall
Mm-hmm.
that witness. And I didn't hear her say that. I don't know what the rules of court are here. Some courts, you have to it's like preserving an objection. You have to say, but I'm not sure of that they're that strict here. But
yeah,
I would definitely, if I'm not going to ask that question here, I would definitely want to make sure I knew I had the opportunity to ask it later.
Yeah, and so Chesterian Fraud says I might get lynched for that one. You would need a hell of a fucking rope to lynch me. I'll just say that much right now. It's a block and tackle, probably. So, all right. So let's see who's next.
Thank you.
Can be bad.
So do you think they have to put the defendant on the witness stand? I would think they have to.
Maybe. But the one thing I will say is,
Can we just have a minute, like a break or can we have a 10-minute break, please?
they made a promise during their opening that she was going to take the stand, and I'm like, that's dangerous because if she doesn't,
All right, for the jury.
they're lying. So
No, but I think she has to.
I think she has to probably, yeah.
So because what is the defense really? The defense is, listen, my son went crazy and shot a bunch of kids and people, but I had no idea that was a possibility.
Yeah, and I think the biggest argument is like, how many parents don't recognize what their teenage kids aren't doing?
Right,
all of them.
But the only way the jury would know that is for you to take the witness stand and tell them that.
Can we talk in chambers? I just need my client to have a minute to
Okay, so apparently somebody says shit's gonna go down, so they said don't skip this. Okay.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
All right, so here we go. Yeah, apparently it's gonna be good.
Cat
so
fight.
Cat fight. I know.
That doesn't sound good.
Yes, Karening intensifies. Hey, Midwestern women are good at being Karens, so here we go.
Oh, good lord.
Uh-oh.
I'm listening.
Uh-oh.
Okay, sure. I guess I want to, you can obviously, I want to confirm with the deputies that I've done about a bajillion trials with the courthouse. I wasn't always under the understanding that the defendant had to go downstairs every time to take a break, but is that what you're?
I've been ordered by my sergeant.
Okay, well, all right. Okay, so you have to take her downstairs right now, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna have about a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
All right.
Why, is there something you want?
Yes.
Yep. Okay,
Yes, are we on the record? Can we go on the record?
are we on this? We can go back on there. Okay. You want to be on the record?
Yes.
Okay. You can be seated. You are on the record.
Your Honor, this court, upon the defense's request, instructed.
No, this isn't in front of the jury.
Not to show emotion. You instructed the prosecutors to tell our witnesses not to show emotion, and you instructed us to let our victims know. I understand the ruling, Your Honor, I do. You're concerned about influence of the jury. I take no issue with it, but it was a difficult thing. It's difficult, and we're doing it. And then to have not just the defendant, her lawyer sit there sobbing.
Oh, fuck.
I just want to finish, Your Honor. I just want to finish.
What a cunt.
I think if that is the instruction, we are trying really hard to respect the court's instruction because I understand the reason for it.
You know what? And this is where it got. You're the state. It's not meant to. It shouldn't be in your favor. Oh my God, it's unfair. Too fucking bad, sugar tits.
That defendant is
works.
presumed to be innocent. That defendant is wrongfully accused until you prove her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, you guys are the gnarled cock of the state bearing down on this woman. It's fuck off.
And why are they always so
she's
well
sitting there
fed?
acting like she's a victim. She's acting like she's the victim here.
It's horrible. Oh my
You know,
God.
yes, they're all crying because they didn't get to watch as much as you have. You guys have beat off to this 85,000 times. Like
Until that defendant is found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that is an innocent defendant.
Yeah.
That's what the law says. She's allowed to look like she's aggrieved for being wrongfully accused. The legal presumption is that she is being wrongfully accused.
And and you know what? Watching a bunch of kids get smoke checked, I'm sure it would make most people cry watching it. Especially if you knew one of your family members did that. So, like, what, you know? Because here's the thing: if Jennifer Crumbley sat there and didn't have any emotion, they'd say, "Look at that fucking stone cold bitch.
She's cold. She's cold, right? She
Colder than me, ladies and gentlemen."
That's the kind of woman that raises a son that would do this.
Yeah. She was so cold, she didn't care.
There's no right answer, right? It's like in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, right? He used ball ammo in his AR. Like, well, you should have used hollow points because then they wouldn't have over penetrated. But if he'd used hollow points, they would have said, "Well, you should have used ball." It's always the wrong ammo every single time, as far as the prosecution is concerned.
Yeah, but here we go. I guess it gets better.
Okay, I didn't tell people not to show emotion. I some of that is involuntary. But there have been times in this courtroom during trials when people will show facial expressions or things like
they'll be human beings.
Comments. I understand this is a very emotional situation for everyone here, right? If someone
But look at that defense attorney. She's got that resting bitch face.
I would in this situation. She's right to be mad.
No, I would too. Yeah, of course.
As you said, you know the reason for it. I didn't tell anybody not to show emotion. I guess some emotion is involuntary. So I guess I'm asking what you're asking.
Was that two middle fingers, Sean?
It should apply to
Can you rewind it like 10 seconds?
Yeah. Hold on here.
First of all, I was not sobbing.
She does this hand motion. It looks like right there.
I guess I'm asking what
that looks like two middle fingers.
Yeah, but I think she's trying to.
It should apply to both sides.
Judge, first of all, I was not sobbing, and this is horrific.
I've never seen this before.
It's horrific. That's why.
Wait, what? I haven't seen this before. You're on the defense team. This is evidence I haven't seen before. My brother in Christ.
Was that the guy talking? That was this male defense attorney talking.
Yeah,
I think what he's trying to say is I've never seen this kind of presentation before. Well, he's lying, of course. He's seen it.
I hope to God so, because it's like. But yeah, I'm sure. Even though I like to sit here and I like to joke and have a joke and a smoke, I'll tell you this much: if I'm sitting in that courtroom and my client's on camera, just going bap 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 to people, I'm sitting there like I will act like, oh my God, it's the horrible. Like I'll act like a normie off the street. I'm not going to be like, holy shit, he went for the high score.
Right. And just to be clear, so people understand, at least for me, I'm not speaking for Sean, but as in my experience as a criminal defense attorney, I will lie, cheat, and steal in every ethical way I can to compel the state to prove my client guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That is their burden. They have to beat me. I don't have to beat them. They have to beat me. I'm allowed to be slimy. They're not supposed to be.
Yes. Oh, see, Souter's saying they haven't seen it. The prosecution wouldn't give him a copy. How the fuck did that manage to happen? Oh, the state's only letting him watch the footage in the state's office? This isn't. This
bullshit.
isn't. This isn't a kiddie porn case. Like, if it's a child porn case, I get that. Like, I have to go to the prosecutor's office. I've got to use the air-gapped laptop that's had all the ports, epoxy clothes on top of it.
Right.
Yeah, and I got to sit there and click through page after, of kiddie porn. I get that, but for this, that's nonsense.
And by the way, the only reason that we oblige that is that we don't want to be in possession of kiddie porn. Right? Yeah. I don't want to have that stuff on my computer because that's a federal felony. So, but in normal, that's not what's happening here. In normal prosecutions, I want the goddamn evidence. I want every bit of video that you have. What are you going to be showing to the jury? I want to see that.
Yeah, no,
Your
I
facial?
and yeah, no, sorry, I ate an ice cube the wrong way. Yeah, they're afraid of the video leaking. Oh well. So what? It's gonna
Everything
happen.
the jury is going to see, I want the raw form of whatever that is.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a
Yeah,
text
guess-
document or a video, whatever you're going to show the jury to
Mhm.
try to get my client convicted. I
Mhm.
want the raw form of that evidence.
Yes. And Ken, the neat thing after this trial's over, people are gonna have the right to get that. So yeah, I mean, I am surprised it has not gotten out yet, though. I mean, especially like after the, so anyway, let's keep going. I guess there's more fighting. So here we go.
Why we asked the court not to play it? This is horrific. I don't know how the prosecutor.
this-
She's watched it 100 times with these witnesses. It's horrific.
You had this video for over 2 years.
I don't know. I don't have this video. I have to go to their.
No,
You've seen it.
No, I haven't, because it's not necessary. It's not relevant to my client's case. We've already litigated this, but we're doing our
100%.
best. We were not sobbing or
Yeah, but you should still watch it though if you know they're gonna show
in any
it.
way. All my eye makeup's still on. I checked my camera.
I'm not having.
I need to run to the bathroom. I need a break.
Okay, we're having a break. That's.
It's like
I'm
that's
sorry.
why this is why women should not be in the law.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, everyone here is human, right? Everyone here is human. I understand that. I'm striving
A lot of
really
women.
hard to.
It would be a
both
different
sides of the
interaction if
trial.
these were male lawyers and a male judge.
If people don't at least try to check themselves, to exit if it's that excruciating, which I know it is. I'm not a robot.
Look how
I'm
hard
trying
this
to keep
judge is working
myself
to assuage
from
the
sobbing.
feelings
I'll do
of
it.
counsel. This is
I appreciate
bullshit.
that, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
That's all I'm
Your Honor,
asking.
we don't have the option to leave the courtroom. We're trying our best. We're trying. I promise you, we are trying our best. Thank you.
Everybody needs to take a deep breath. She needs to go downstairs, right? And we're gonna probably have her come, like, how long do you think the next witness is? I'm bringing lunch in for the.
Next witnesses can be back. I anticipate very brief questioning.
Okay, because I'm having their lunch delivered, so they don't have to.
Look, the man popped up on the state
Yes.
side.
It should be less than 30 minutes.
Yeah, like I got this, Judge.
Are we gonna bring them in for that witness?
How annoyed is that male prosecutor that the female jumped up just now? He's like,
Yes.
listen, I was calming the waters. I was getting this under control. Just sit down, shut the F up.
We're trying. We're trying. We'll keep trying.
Oh my
All
God. I
right.
could just...
Wow. Well, that was spicy.
You may be seated.
The other thing they did point out, you're bringing your big dork binder with you. Like, no one's coming up to look at it, dude. Come on. You're only going out for 5 minutes. It'll be there. But no, I think the judge is funny pointing out that, yes, in a lot of courtrooms, the jury can hear everything. They're paper thin walls. They're not really good. So I've been my share. I've been in chambers before, complaining about something, and the bailiff comes out. It's like, everybody can hear you out here. And the judge looks at me and says, shut up. Or looks at the prosecutor and says, shut up. So, yeah, I think that was very, yeah, that's a big fight.
A lot of these jury rooms are like a bad luxury.
It's a closet, yeah.
Condo. It's just,
yeah.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
They're hearing everything. And by the way, they're also hearing that, like, if it's the kind of case that's energized, so there's protests out in the street, they're hearing all that too.
Yeah. So here we go. Let's skip ahead a bit. Looks like
excited utterance just dropped in the chat.
Oh, hey, Hella.
Was that her name? Hella?
Yes.
I'm just teasing. Hi, Hella.
Oh, when are we?
All right.
Tell me they did her shackles off good.
That really does look like the chick from Sons of Anarchy. I'm sorry.
Katie's, yeah, it looks like Peg.
Peg, right? Is she shackled in court? Not in front
No,
of the jury.
no, they took it off.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Uh-oh, what happened? Uh-oh.
that judge looks exactly like my ex-wife. She's just so bored and
What happened to the sound? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Sean, what did you do?
I don't
man?
know.
You broke the whole court system of wherever this
Yes,
is.
I scared Oakland County. Okay, I think we're just gonna have to skip to where.
You know what I think the judge is saying? I think she's saying, "All right, you motherfuckers." Sorry, Sean, it's your channel.
No. Oh, you say whatever you want.
You MFers need to calm the F down and just act like lawyers and argue your cases. And I'm tired of this goddamn bullshit and all this fucking shit you're doing in my courtroom. This is my courtroom, and you're gonna settle down and just be lawyers. That's what I would expect.
There's only enough room for one bitch in this courtroom, and that's me.
Right. That's me. Right. By the way, that would be true if it was a dude judge too.
Yeah. Their judge would say there's only enough room for one swinging dick.
Right.
I know the court will check with me, but I just want you to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're bringing the candy back. Well, I guess you might want to bring the jury in. Before we do that, right?
We'll make sure.
Who's the guy pushing the sheriff's deputy around? That's
I don't
weird.
know. Yeah. That is a little different.
That's not common. Look at him. He's an authoritative little SOB right there on the left side of the screen.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's a. Oh, he's got a badge on.
Yeah, he
right?
looks like a detective or something.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's why.
All rise for the jury.
It's a shooting range lady. Okay.
All right, you may be seated. Customer, who's the next witness?
Thank you, Ms. Candy back.
Oh my God! It's such an.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm the testimony about the witness is true, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Okay, you can be seated, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first name?
Hey, Sean, can you pause it for a second?
Yeah.
And spell your-
So, in your jurisdiction, is it normally the judge that swears witnesses in, or is it the clerk?
I mean, normally it's a clerk. I mean, the only time where it's not is like I've been in some really small courtrooms. Like I've been in a small courthouse where it was just the judge in there and he did it. But no,
So there
like
was
for
no clerk.
yeah, but for a big setting like this, yeah, the clerk or bailiff will be swearing people in, not the
So
judge.
it makes me wonder if the judge is, because the judge did it here, if she's doing it because she knows it's going to be on TV.
That might just be her thing.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, that's one thing I've learned from doing this for a while. Some judges have weird ways of doing stuff. So
I mean, to be fair, judges can run the courtroom however they like. I mean, that's their empire. So it's not necessarily an indication of anything bad. But in my experience, normally when I've been sworn in, it's been by the clerk. It's not been by the judge.
All right, here we go.
Your name for the record and spell your first and last name.
Tammy Back,
And spell your first and last name, please.
CAMMYBACK.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Ms. Back, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice nice and loud for me, okay?
Okay,
Now, is it true, Miss, that you work at a retail store that sells firearms?
yes,
And that's in Oxford, Michigan?
yes.
How long have you worked there?
4 years.
What's your current title?
Office manager?
Have you always been the office manager?
No.
As office manager, do you assist with gun sales?
Yes, I do.
And what did you do before you became the office manager?
I was a counter.
I'm sorry?
I worked the counter.
Okay, the counter?
Yes.
Okay, so you would deal with customers?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the procedure when someone purchases a firearm?
Yes.
Now, there is a specific process when somebody purchases a handgun, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that, please?
So when you come in to purchase a firearm, whether it's a handgun or a long gun, we have to have your ID. You have to fill out a 4473.
What's that?
It's a federal firearms form for the
Bullshit.
customer.
Bullshit.
Once
Bullshit
that
form.
is done, myself or whoever will run a NICS check on the computer.
Okay, can you tell us what that is?
That is where you send it over to, I just lost my train of thought.
Law enforcement.
To the FBI,
Yeah.
and then they take it from there.
Okay. Do you know what happens with that? when you
I
send
do
it to the
not.
FBI?
Nope.
So you take this information in.
A bunch of weird
and
bullshit happens at the
customer
FBI.
fills out certain forms and you send that off?
Yes.
Okay. And how long does that process usually take?
Sometimes it could take seconds, sometimes it could take up to 30 minutes
Okay.
or longer.
Is someone able to walk in and buy a firearm, or to buy a firearm and walk out with that gun purchase that day?
As long as they pass the background check.
As long as everything checks out?
Yes.
Now, what happens if things don't check out, or if there's some kind of delay? Does that ever happen?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me about that.
So if a customer is delayed, we are giving them a Brady date, which is 5 days. Within those 5 days, the NICS check could come back as a proceed, or it could come back as a denied. After 5 days, if there's no response, then we are allowed to hand the firearm over to the customer.
I've had that happen
Do you know the
before.
circumstances in the
Pain in the
background
ass.
why somebody might be approved or denied?
I do not.
Now, when the store you work at sells a firearm, do you also provide a ATF pamphlet on handgun safety?
Yes.
Is that with every handgun purchase?
With every handgun,
You
yes.
have to. It's
And
not a good idea.
Tell me about that pamphlet, please. What kind of information is contained in there?
It just states the do's and the don'ts, as far as, when you buy a firearm,
Goddamn right.
child safety, how to lock it, just to pretty much keep your firearm safe and out of the hands of, anyone that doesn't need to have it.
Okay. And that is provided by the ATF?
Yes,
Okay. That's the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms?
yes,
All right. Does your store also provide a trigger lock statement?
yes,
Okay. And is that one of the standard forms that has to come with the firearms purchase?
yes.
And tell me what that is, please.
So it's just, the trigger lock form, we take and we make sure we check the box, that it has the lock in the box, and that it has a box that can be locked,
Okay. Now, we say the lock in the box. What do you mean by that?
the trigger lock.
Okay, so when your store sells a firearm, you also provide a lock with it.
Yes,
Okay. And that's not an actual gun safe, correct? That's a smaller locking device.
yes,
All right. And that happens with every.
So, real quick, there aren't safe laws in Michigan, but this is federally. You have to give a lock. You have to give the ATF pamphlets. They're not doing this because they want to. They're doing it because they have to.
Right.
That's the big difference here. This is not there's not them voluntarily doing this.
But again, I would ask the relevance of it. So
Yes.
So you have to provide a cable lock with every gun you sell.
Mhm.
Okay, fine. No one ever uses them, but whatever.
Mhm.
But how does that implicate the parents here
Mhm.
in the manslaughter of their child's conduct and shooting
Mhm.
other human beings?
Yes. Well, there's that too, but also it's just like, okay, the gun was bought. There's no allegation it was bought illegally, so I don't know why they're not objecting at this point to this stuff. But
Handgun sale from your store?
yes,
I'd like to direct your attention to November the 26th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. And were you working?
Yes, I was.
Did you, well, first of all, I should ask you, as office manager, and someone who's been employed at the store for 4 years, every time a firearm is sold, is there a receipt kept?
Yes,
Okay. On November the 26th, 2021, did you sell a handgun to James Crumbley?
I did.
Yeah.
And was he
Nobody's
there with
prosecuting
somebody
it,
else?
and they would
during
have if
that
they
purchase?
could.
Yes, he was.
Okay. Was it an adult or was it a teenager?
Teenager.
Okay. Did you come to learn who that person was?
Later, yes.
Okay. And you came to learn that it was the defendant's 15-year-old son?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't know that at the time?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, during the purchase between yourself and James Crumbley, did his son do anything?
Never.
Okay, so he was there present, but he didn't interact with you.
No.
I'd like to direct your attention also to June the 15th, 2021. Did James Crumbley make another purchase of a firearm that day?
That I cannot say.
Okay. If I showed you receipts, would that refresh your memory thing?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is go through some exhibits with you. They'll be on the screen in front of you. These are all stipulated to. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. This is exhibit 24. This is, do you recognize this as a receipt from the store you work at?
Yes.
Okay. This is June the 15th, 2021. Do you see the date?
Yes.
All right. And the purchaser is James Robert Crumbley,
Yes.
and it has his address, and it has the item purchase, and that's a Cobra Classic for $180 total.
Yes.
And that's actually a 22 Derringer pistol. Is that correct?
Yes.
24 has been.
Oh, no,
I
a
believe,
22.
stipulation.
I believe that Ms. Smith was willing to stipulate to 24 to 30, is that correct?
That's
22's killed a lot of people, but
I know, but
is it relevant to this shooting?
yes, I know, but
This
what
is
you walk around
exhibit 25 right here. It says pistol sales record. Can you tell us about that, please?
Now, this is the thing about Michigan. They do have things like this. They have handgun registration. So this is something that gets provided to the state police. And it's
Okay.
actually a very... Michigan, it's not too bad overall, but this is one of the shitty laws they have. So...
Yeah, so I lived in Massachusetts for 25 years. We had
Yeah.
similar stuff.
Yeah, it's weird, though, that Michigan has it because nobody else around has this.
So each time that a pistol is sold, we have to provide the customer with a pistol record. They are given those and they are instructed to have those dropped within 10 days of the purchase.
Okay. Now, this has a description of the pistol. Is that right?
Yes.
So it says, this is a Cobra Classic. We just saw the receipt for. Do you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay, and it says pistol shot in the number 2. What does that mean?
It's a 2-shot.
Okay, so it's a small handgun?
Yes.
And barrel length 2.25. Is that in inches?
Yes.
Okay. It says purchase
No
transfer
meters.
June the 16th
Yeah.
of 2021, whereas
It's a
receipt was
Canon.
June 15th, 2021. Can you tell us what happened?
So I believe that Mr. Crumbley may have gotten a delay on June 15th. And he had
Wait,
a
she
proceed
believes that
later in the day
She
on
doesn't know.
June
Yeah.
15th.
That's why I'd
or he
object
may have
right now.
gotten a proceed.
objection,
I'd object.
speculation.
Yeah, she's completely like, why? I don't know.
She believes
I think.
she
Yeah.
has no personal knowledge of what actually. No. What the fuck is she? Sorry,
She has
go on.
no fucking idea, really.
What is she testifying about?
Like, she doesn't remember this far back. I mean,
By the
the
way,
other thing
this is like for the general public. Sean knows this, of course, but
Yeah.
this is like when you're questioning a cop on a DWI stop or whatever. You ask them, "Do you remember exactly why you wrote this ticket?" They don't know. They don't know. They don't remember. They wrote 1,000 tickets. It's all bullshit. They're giving you like a script that they've remembered so they can recite it every time for every case. But they don't actually remember why they wrote you that ticket for 19 over or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing here, though, is just, she doesn't remember what happened with this. And once again, I was bringing this up. I've been delayed before and I've had to wait. Like, I got a 5-day thing before. And why did I get delayed? I don't know. Because then the next month I went and bought a gun. It was fine. So the delays are fucking voodoo half the time. So it doesn't, who knows why you're getting a delay. That's the thing. So maybe he got one, but what for? So, anyways, let's listen to this gun store lady just sing like a canary. I'm sure it's good
Early
for her business.
morning on June 16th.
Okay, and that's because there's some kind of delay in the background information?
Yes,
This was before that came into effect, Swami.
Ms. Beck, is it true that some handguns sold by the store actually come with their own cable locks, not just from the retailer themselves?
yes,
Okay, so whereas on November the 26th, you provided a lock, not every handgun has to be provided a lock by your store.
yes,
Because
it does.
Because the manufacturer gives a lock themselves.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't think that was clear, so I just want to back up for a second.
So some guns that come in from the manufacturer do not provide locks. We
Okay.
have to provide those.
Got it.
Sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. No,
Okay.
it's my fault, not yours. The 6 Hour, for example, they do not provide their own locks, is that right?
Some they do, some they do not.
Okay, and if they don't, then you would fill in that gap.
Yes,
Now, this is Exhibit 26. This is a receipt, James Robert Crumbley, June the 16th. And this is the Caltech P17 22 LR, total price $349. Do you see that?
yes,
Okay, this is Exhibit 26. And again, this is June the 16th. That's the day that he would have received the Derringer.
Yes.
You're right? Okay. And here's Exhibit 27, which is the actual pistol sales record. And again, purchase transfer date, June 17th of 21. So there was a delay in this purchase as well.
yes,
What's the relevance of them buying
And this
multiple
description
handguns?
is, it's a 16 shot, barrel length is 3.8 inches.
yes,
So it is
What's the
bigger than the
relevance here?
Derringer.
yes.
Now moving on to Exhibit 28. This is from November the 26th of 21, the date we've already spoke of. So this is a receipt, total of $519.35. Again, James Robert Crumbley. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And this is the day you recall seeing somebody with him,
yes,
his son. Okay. Do you recall if his son was with him in June, or did you not complete that purchase?
I did not complete that purchase.
Okay, that's fair. But as office manager, you can tell us that those records are from your store.
Yes,
Here's Exhibit 29. This is the pistol sales record. And this is from the 6 Hour on November 26th. Is that right?
yes,
Okay, so this is a 15 shot and it's 3.75 inch barrel.
yes,
Is that right? Okay. And he walked out with that gun on November the 26th, 2021. Because that's the date that we have right there?
yes,
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we got to the murder weapon. Good stuff.
Now, hypothetically speaking, if there was a 15-year-old who walked in your store and tried to buy a handgun, would you let him?
absolutely not.
Okay, that would be illegal, right?
Yes,
Here's Exhibit 30. This is a portion of the financial
Objection.
finance transaction. I think you referred to it as a 4473. Do you reckon?
This is bullshit. If you could prove a straw purchase, you would have done a straw purchase.
Right.
Sorry.
This is not what happened. There's no
No.
evidence. That's
This
what happened.
happens
So
all
why
the
are
time.
why are we talking about
Yeah.
this?
And this happens all over America all the frickin' time. And it happens a million times every Black Friday. Parents go in with their kid and they get to buy a gun and it's their kid's gun. Like the ATF recognizes that not to be a straw purchase. That is 100. The ATF has actually said those are one of the times we actually don't count that. And but yes, otherwise, if you bought a gun for another adult, yes, they'd have a problem with that. But for children, it's one of the times where they're that actually works under our rules. But yes, yeah, here's the 4473. Let's see what,
And by the way, they don't actually have a problem with that. The most common way that criminals get guns is they get a girlfriend, they get a new girlfriend, and
she
they
goes
get the
to buy it.
girlfriend
Yeah.
to go to the gun store and buy a gun for them.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way for
Yes.
prohibited people to get guns, and that's what they do. It's not
Yeah.
complicated.
Yeah, it's not hard. But this idea that a parent buying a gun for their kid, that happens every frickin' day, all the time. It's not uncommon at all. So here we go.
Has this?
Yes.
Okay. And was this provided?
Young Mix is that for shotguns? No. You can get your kid a Barrett 50 cal if you wanted to. I could buy my kid a box of Glocks. I could buy him a box of AR-15s. I could get him a flamethrower. The only thing he wouldn't be able to get is NFA items, so I couldn't get him like an Uzi, but, you know. Yeah, so here we go.
This was filled out by James Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the purpose of this form here?
That is to keep
should have
a
been
record
objected
for ATF for all firearms that are sold.
So there's certain boxes are checked here.
Sean,
And
yeah.
the condition of the gun.
What's the
is
purpose of the
notified in this case it was
4473?
used.
Yes.
It's just
Okay.
registration.
It is to
And
infringe
the purchaser
the
has
Second
to
Amendment
assert
rights of
certain
American
things before he
citizens.
can.
This is a registration form, whether you like to believe it or not. This is a
Sorry,
registration form.
4473. The purpose is to
Yes.
infringe the constitutional rights of American
Yes.
citizens. That's
By
the
creating a
purpose.
registry.
You can walk out with that gun. Is that right?
Yes.
In one of those boxes, are you the actual transferee or you are the actual buyer of the gun? It's not for somebody else.
Right.
Because it is not legal for someone to buy a gun for somebody else through your store, correct?
No, it is.
Well, that person has to come in and fill out this paperwork. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. So it would not be legal for a adult, for example, to check this box that the gun is for himself and then transfer it to a child.
Yes.
Non-responsive.
Can you tell us the difference between a cable lock and a trigger lock?
So a cable lock, you have to take the slide off of the pistol and run the cable through the barrel and bring it out and to lock. Trigger lock goes directly on the trigger.
Okay. And do you recall it was provided to James Crumbley in June on November the 26th?
I believe it was a cable lock.
Cable lock. Okay, so it looks like a rope.
Yes.
And then at the end of the rope, there is a locking mechanism.
Yes.
And then that's fastened by a key. Would that be right?
Correct. Yes.
There's some firearms that can't be secured with a cable lock versus trigger lock, or is it unique to certain guns that you need one versus the other?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Does your store always provide either a cable lock or trigger lock, or does it depend?
We provide both.
Both.
Yes.
Okay. But on this particular occasion, on November of 2021, it was a cable lock.
It was a cable lock. Yes.
I have nothing further. Oh, hang on one second. Sorry. Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to go back through the exhibits. Would it be easiest if I had the prosecution go back through them if I ask, or is it easier if I just transfer it to my laptop? Okay, very confused. Okay. Can you put up exhibit number 24, please? Just so that the jury can see it. And if you want, I can put it on my computer. I have them.
We have another flash drive that we provided to you.
I have them on my computer. Do you want me to take the reins and use my laptop?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we just need to switch this over then. Hit that button, and then I've got to plug in my. All right, and I'm just gonna pull up the exhibits on the laptop while Mr. Godwin plugs in it.
Oh God, yes. I'm every time, guys. Audio visual problems in court takes a while.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Smith and I represent Mrs. Crumbley.
Blanca, you're gonna have to mind the store real quick. I gotta
If I ask anything
step out for a second.
confusing, can you please just slow me down and let me know?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. it's not my job to confuse you. I want to make sure you understand each question I ask.
Okay.
The first exhibit the prosecution showed, Exhibit 24, which was admitted, is a receipt for a Derringer gun. And I just want to be clear that Derringer gun was purchased by James Crumbley, correct?
I cannot say.
If you look at the receipt.
By the receipt, yes.
Okay, so by the receipt, it indicates James Crumbley purchased the weapon.
Mhm.
And
Yes, I'm sorry.
and it's fair to say that Jennifer Crumbley's name does not appear anywhere on that receipt.
No.
Okay. We talked about Exhibit 25, the pistol sales record. And this was the pistol that was bought back in June of 2021. On this receipt, or I'm sorry, on this pistol sales record, James Crumbley is the person who purchased this pistol. Is that correct?
Yes.
Jennifer Crumbley's name does not appear anywhere on this pistol sales receipt, correct? I'm sorry?
No.
Thank you. All right, Exhibit 26 was admitted. This is a receipt from a Kel-Tec gun that was purchased, correct?
Yes.
And again, on this receipt, it indicates that James Robert Crumbley purchased the gun,
Yes.
and Jennifer Crumbley's name does not appear anywhere on that receipt.
No.
It's why you don't want co-counsel, folks.
All right, I'm turning to Exhibit 27, which was admitted. This is the pistol sales receipt from the Kel-Tec that we just talked about in the prior receipt. I'm sorry, this is the sales record. The sales record indicates James Crumbley bought this gun,
Yes.
okay? And Jennifer Crumbley's name is not listed as the purchaser, or she's not anywhere on this record, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to number 28, which has been admitted. This is the receipt from the Sig Sauer that was purchased in November of 2021, correct?
Yes.
You have a direct memory of the purchase on this Sig Sauer gun, correct?
Yes.
And
No,
on this receipt,
absolute lie.
this gun was purchased by James Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
The receipt does not have Jennifer Crumbley's name.
No.
And when this gun was purchased, James Crumbley was accompanied by a teenage boy and no one else, correct?
Correct.
And you were testifying that you didn't have any interactions with the teenage boy who was with Mr. Crumbley.
Correct.
And when you saw this teenage boy with Mr. Crumbley, there was nothing about him that stood out to you as unusual or weird or something that would have raised concern about selling the gun to James Crumbley with his son, correct? No. I'm sorry. The court's making a record, so it's really important we talk one at a time. I'm not trying to cut you off in any way. I just need to make sure the record's really clear.
Sure.
So I'm just gonna re-ask, and I'm doing it just to have a clear record. When you saw Ethan Crumbley with Mr. Crumbley buying the gun, there was nothing about him that concerned you about selling the weapon to Mr. Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And on that date, you vividly remember it was only the two of them at the gun store purchasing that weapon, correct?
Correct.
And again, on Exhibit 29, this is the pistol sales receipt. Jennifer Crumbley's name does not appear anywhere on the pistol sales receipt, correct?
Correct.
And I'm gonna open Exhibit 30, which has been admitted. This is the firearms transaction receipt. This is specific to the November gun that was purchased, the Sig Sauer, correct?
Yes.
And on this form, James Crumbley is the only adult that filled out this form, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer Crumbley's name does not appear anywhere on this form.
No.
And the information provided was all provided by James Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And you cannot sell a weapon to a 15-year-old who walks into your store if they came in and wanted to buy a gun, correct?
Correct.
And if you don't know the answers to these questions, I can ask someone else, but I'm going to ask you. When a parent buys a gun, a parent has a right to take their child to a shooting range, correct?
Yes.
A parent has a right to take their child hunting, correct?
Yes.
A parent has a right, when they own a gun, to allow their child to use the gun at things like a gun range or hunting or along those lines, correct?
Yes.
You testified that with the Sig Sauer gun, it did not come from the manufacturer with a lock, correct? A cable lock.
That was a used gun.
Okay, so the used gun did not come with a cable lock in the case, correct?
It may have.
If it didn't, you provided a cable lock
Yes.
to that gun.
Yes.
And in order to take a cable lock off a gun, you have to use a key, correct?
Yes.
And the key it's not just any key, it's a key specific to that cable lock, correct?
Yes.
And in Michigan, there is no, as far as you know, and if you don't know, you can tell me and I can ask another witness, there is no requirement that a person has to store a gun in a safe, correct?
Judge, I'm gonna object. That's calling for legal conclusion.
Well,
She knows the law. She doesn't know the law.
I'm assuming you guys can stipulate to that at some point.
But it's
Either way, it's not appropriate for this witness.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take care of that later.
Yeah.
Okay. When you sell guns to people at your store, you also, you're not required to also sell them a safe for that gun, correct?
Correct.
As a precaution, if it does not come with a cable lock, you make sure that every gun that leaves your store is sent out with a cable lock if one can be put on that gun, correct?
Cable lock or trigger lock?
Or trigger lock?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There is not any time that you recall seeing Mrs. Crumbley at the store, looking at guns, considering buying a gun, anything along those lines, correct?
Correct.
And of course, I don't expect your memory is perfect. I'm just asking by recollection, you don't recall that Mrs. Crumbley was in there.
She was not, no.
It's also not illegal for a father to bring children in or a teenager in with them to purchase a weapon, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Crumbley is not the only person who has ever been in the store purchasing a weapon with minors present, correct?
Correct.
And there is nothing that when you come to the door of the store that says minors cannot enter the store or look at what you have in terms of your stock, correct?
Correct.
May I have just a minute? I have no further questions, thank you.
Just very briefly. Ms. Beck, I'm just going to clear a few things up. I'm afraid I wasn't terribly clear.
Sure.
First of all, after the shooting in Oxford High School, agents from the ATF, they came and spoke with you. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. And ATF, that's the government agency that sort of regulates the finance or the firearms transactions.
Yes.
Okay, at least to your understanding.
Yes.
Okay. And when you, well, first of all, let me ask you this. Do you recall on November the 26th when that Sig Sauer was sold to James Crumbley, if he shopped around at all or if he went right to that gun?
He went right to that gun
And did he make any statements about that?
that he had had his eye
Your
on
Honor,
for some time.
I would object to the hearsay of the co-defendant who's not present in this trial.
It's not offered to the truth of the matter, sir, Judge. It's offered to show that he went right for that gun.
Doesn't need to show that. Just say he went towards it.
He asked whether or not he looked around. He didn't look at anything. No, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. And
That's bullshit.
were you able
How
to
would that be
tell if,
relevant?
That
Yeah.
transaction for the Sig Sauer on 11/26/21 was for cash or for credit?
Why would that matter?
Objection relevant.
Cash. Okay. And you did that by comparing the receipts.
Do drug
on
dealers
November
use
26th,
cash?
And there were no credit or check transactions that have been made.
Objection
in the amount of
relevant.
$519.35.
Correct.
Thank you, nothing further.
Are they denying they bought the gun? If they're not
Yeah.
denying they bought the
That's gonna
gun,
come through Agent Brandon.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you didn't have to bring this
Mhm.
back. I'm gonna start.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Step down and excuse. Thank you.
all right. Hey, Sean, I'm gonna have to go. Thanks
right.
so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. It's always a pleasure to be a guest on your shows.
Yep.
And
Andrew
I
Branca,
know-
lawselfdefense.com/ what is it for the book, your free book?
don't worry about it. It's fine.
Okay.
But it was great being here. Great hanging out with Sean as always. Folks, he's a great lawyer. And I'll see all of you real soon, I'm sure. Take care.
All right. Take care, Branca. Have a great day.
Interactions in the cafeteria.
Yes, he traded it for Baldos.
Impact you. I don't
Yes.
want people talking to you. And I start to feel comfortable. All right. So, your lunch is in the cafeteria. That's an hour. We'll come back at about, you can return to the jury room at 10 if you want. Your lunches are in the jury room. Don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any research. Don't go on Facebook. Don't read any news on your phone or computer or otherwise. And don't discuss the case with anybody. And we'll be back at about 10 o'clock.
All rest of the jury?
Hey.
Hello, how are you?
Good. So did I just miss Andrew by like 2 seconds?
Yes. You dilly-dallied.
I didn't want dilly dally. It was like 1 minute.
So.
It's all right. I see Andrew every day. Just about.
All right, so it looks like we're okay. Oh, we're on like real. We're gonna break. We're gonna do some real time traveling. Here we go, guys.
Woo! Are we? Did you just get through the whole day one?
No, we're partway through.
Ah.
I think they just broke for lunch.
Right.
Actually, hold on. What time's the clock say?
I don't know. What a cool testing going.
Yeah, it's 10 after 12. Yeah, they just broke for lunch.
Great.
So here we go.
Hello,
Also, guys,
everybody.
I tried to do this at 1.25 speed. These guys talk too fast. So it's not like the Connecticut trial.
Michigan people actually talk at a normal rate.
Yes. Yes, us Midwesterners.
Yes.
All right, guys, you get the sim. She's got her jacket off. You can see her shoulders.
Oh. Hey, future Mrs. Munn. Hella, Branka, and Sean went on several tangents.
We did.
Yeah, I was listening for a while. I
Mhm.
was sort of in and out doing things.
So release the simps. Bigger shoulders than Nick. Well, yeah, that's true. A lot of people have bigger shoulders than him. Are you like, what is she like wiping down? That's not flattering.
Oh,
Do it out in the hallway or in the bathroom.
do it inside. Yeah, go to the bathroom or something. There's lots of cameras on you, lady. You
Yeah,
must
if
know
it's just a
this.
lady bit, it's like, oh.
Yeah. She's been in her high-profile trials before, apparently.
Yeah, so she knows where she did a good job this time around. She did a good job going after the gun store lady.
Mm.
I think she should have brought up something like, "Did the ATF cite your store for violating any rules regarding the illegal sale of the firearm?" No.
Yeah.
Bam, move along. And they didn't bring that up, and they should have.
Mm.
Because they're harping on this like it's straw purchase, fine. The ATF apparently didn't treat it like when you guys are still in business, because a straw purchase nowadays will get you shut down. So,
right.
Hmm.
Can you please explain what a straw purchase is?
So a
for
straw purchase is
Australians?
basically, well, and I'll use the example. You and Bronca go to the gun store because you are not a citizen or a person who's got permanent residency, meaning you don't have a green card or a non you have a resident visa.
Yep.
You can't purchase a firearm.
Right.
So you can handle one, you can't purchase one.
Okay.
So if you go to the gun store and you're like, "Ooh, I want an AR-15," and you're like, Bronca's your friend, like, "Hey, can you help me buy one?" And he goes, you give him all the money, and he goes in and fills it out, the forms, and then he buys it, but then gives it to you. That's a straw purchase.
Straw purchase. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
And-
using those are considered illegal under federal law. So that's why on the forms
it's
it says,
illegal. Okay.
yeah, no, this is a federal law. This is federal stuff. And when you
Right.
fill out the 4473, the form we have to use, it says, are you the intended and lawful purchaser of this firearm? If you say no, they will reject your form.
So there's no box for no.
Well, there is a box saying no. And if you say no, well, here, hold on. I guess we'll bring it up real quick.
Yeah. Why is there a box for no if no is
Because
like
you have the right
coming
to,
after you?
because it's a crime to lie on those forms, and that's like what Hunter Biden's got a problem with right now. So here we go. Here is a 4473. Okay. And this is where you get, the information, the manufacturer, model, serial number, blah 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 blah. All this stuff here, yada 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 yada.
Yada, yada.
Okay, so your country of citizenship,
Australia.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't put that. You wouldn't be able to buy one. So Bronca would put down United States citizen. If you're an alien, what's your issued alien or admission number? So these are all if you have the right documents as a non-resident to do it. Okay, so answering the following questions by truthfully checking yes or no. Are you the actual transfer buyeree of this firearm listed in continual sheets?
Yeah.
If you are not the actual buyer, transfer buyeree, if you are acquiring any of the firearms on behalf of another person, if you are not the actual buyer, the licensee cannot accept transfer of the firearm to you. And the licensee means the gun store. So you can mark yes if it's truthful, or you could say nope, not. And people do mark no. And if that happens, they process your form and they say, okay, well, we can't sell it to you. Have a nice day.
Okay. So this gets processed at the store.
Oh yeah, no, they keep these at the store. The store keeps these. They have to hold on to these for the feds.
For the feds. Okay. See, the way I hear
Mhm.
about it is that it's
Mhm.
so easy. You just go in.
Oh yeah,
and
well, here's the
take it
thing.
and go.
Well, pretty much though. I mean, like all this stuff, it gets filled out super quick. Like you read the number off the gun, serial number, boom, 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 and then you get to hear like how fast can you fill out your first name, last name, middle name, your address, your height, weight, birthday. Like all this is super fucking quick.
Okay.
You can put your race down, your ethnicity, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Do you and then when it gets to this part, are you the actual transferee? Like, I mean, people have it memorized in their head. Yes, no, 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 and done. Because that's the answer to the questions. Like, do you intend to sell or otherwise dispose of the firearm? and a continuation of any felony. Nope. So like if I go buy one,
Hang on.
it's like,
Whoops. Yes. Oh, sorry. No.
yeah, no, you go, yes, no, no. Are you under indictment? No. Have you ever been convicted in any court? No. Are you fugitive? Just no. Like, I already know the answers to these. Like, no, 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 no. Are you an illegal alien? No. Do you sell any firearms listed here to anybody that does not fall? Nope. And you're like, nope, done. Sign, date, done.
Yeah.
So think about how fast you can fill that out. Boom, 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 boom. And then they call it in. They call in your information to the FBI. They run it through the National Instant, database, the next system. And yeah, normally it could be like, a couple minutes and you're done. So you could buy a firearm in like 15 minutes.
Okay.
So it's pretty quick.
All right. Still longer than I thought.
Oh,
But
okay.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Well, I wish it was a lot shorter, but like this shouldn't exist. This whole thing, nope, gone. Gone. This should never exist because what happens is the ATF now has information of what type of gun you bought. Because when the FFL goes out of business, these all get turned over. And the ATF will also show up at your firearms at your gun store, and they'll take little wand scanners. And those are little scanners where you take it and you can run it over the length of a piece of paper. It'll scan the whole thing. And they just scan all these. And these create a database because now they know that you bought this gun. It was this model, this serial number.
Yes.
And now they have a registry. This is a registration form, which is unconstitutional. So
okay, it's unconstitutional. See, I don't understand these things. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
This is an infringement. This is a massive infringement upon rights. But yeah, you get through all of that. They this is what the guys who are doing the transfer do. They have all the information down. And then there's other stuff on here. They have to fill out like did they receive it? And here's what you get. You either get a proceed, the FBI says proceed or denied. So it's approval or denial. Okay. Is it canceled? Was it overturned? Was there no response within 3 business days? And some of that. Then they go through all this stuff and they have to fill out all this paperwork at the back end for the people who actually sell it.
Really?
And you don't have to touch any of this stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So
SD Trekkie Girl said some states have waiting periods of days or weeks.
Yep,
Okay.
some do.
Right.
Stabby says, is it true you can bypass the system if you have your concealed carry? Yes, but it all depends on how well your state does things. For example, Ohio had a concealed carry license for a long time, but it did not qualify for the ATF getting that as an instant approval. So for a long time, Ohio didn't have this. But now because I've got, where's this bad boy? Even though you don't need a permit to carry a firearm concealed anymore in Ohio, I have one that was from before. And because I have this, I can go to a gun store with this and slap it on the table on my driver's license. And that skips me to the head of the line. I'm considered good to go. So,
thank you for that. Obviously it's a new world for me.
Sure. Garrett says the Vince stream last night was legend. Thank you.
Oh, that. Yeah. Look, when did you finish?
I don't know. We got done. It was like 4:00, but I answered a bunch of questions
4
afterwards.
a.m. your time. Yeah. Because it was way into night my time.
Yeah, it was like 5 hours. It was, we were going.
I don't want to hold you up with the trial.
Yeah. Greg says, I've been delayed before. It sucks. I've been delayed before too. I've been delayed. I had to wait the 5 days and I show up and they're like, all right, well, here you go. And that's the other thing. Sometimes you get a delay and they won't say why. They're saying they're doing more research, which who knows? I mean, sometimes it's like it's a computer base, but it's done with people. They fuck it up. Or sometimes there's some guy who his social security number is only a couple off from mine, but somebody fat fingers it into the system. And now, you've got a prohibition issue. Or there's somebody stealing your identity. That happens to people sometimes. So what they have to do is they have to get a special code that when they buy their firearm, they write the code on the paper, and that code gets used to clear up that issue. People get denied.
No answer, right? It's just a matter of yes or no. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes you get denied though. People get denied sometimes, and then you come back the next week and you're good. I've been delayed. Like 1 month, I got 1 month. Like it was like, like January 1st, I bought a gun. I was good to go. Sometime in March, I came back and bought one. Oh, I got delayed. And then, like in May, I come back and buy one, and they're like, "Yeah, you're good to go." It's not 100% clear. So, yeah,
Tragic's in chat. He's actually from my town.
I'm looking to see where's he at. I don't see him.
Yellow smiley face. When
Okay.
I was a teen in country Oz,
Mhm.
you walked into the gunsmiths, you chose, you paid for it, you walked out with it, no more. Even bought my ammo as a 13-year-old from sporting goods section at Target.
Oh, nice.
Tragic's a little bit older than me,
Yeah.
probably, but yeah, I know they were black. They
Yes.
were gunsmiths around.
Well, and Laura says, imagine buying a gun in a gun store, lol. And that's the other way you can do it, because, like, for example, in most states, in the free states, if you want, like, let's say you're a legal citizen, and you're my neighbor, and you're like, hey, Sean, I want to buy a gun. Yeah, will you sell me one? And I'm like, okay. Do you have like proof you're like, I'd say, like, are you proof you're a US citizen, and like you could show me your paper, like your naturalization or whatever? I'd be like, all right, cool. Can you show me proof you live here in Ohio? Yep. Okay, cool. In all of the not says, okay, fine, give me $500, I'll sell it to you. Give me $500. Here you go. That's it. It's yours. That's all it takes. So some states it doesn't work that way, but the free places it does.
The free plane.
So
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah. No, you're welcome. That's fine. If you have questions about that too, let me know.
I'm sure this is the place to come and ask.
Kazuhira Miller says, I have a Metal Gear I'm willing to sell to you. If it's, as long as it's a Metal Gear that'll surpass all others. If it isn't, I don't want it.
Sure, only the best.
Yes. So, all right, let's get on. They had their lunch. No lunch breaks for us.
No.
So, no breaks.
This is my smoothie.
All gas, no breaks.
What do you think of it so far?
I had a lot of concerns about her attorney, but I'm not bad now at her. I think she's got it. I think she's good. I had a lot of concerns at the beginning, but I don't know. I still think it's a bullshit case.
Yeah, I will definitely agree with you on that.
So, all right. Well, let's get this started. We got to fire this bad chicken up. Wait, where's the defendant?
Next to her.
She wasn't there.
To her left. Where is she right now?
In the black
Maybe
jacket?
just slightly behind her.
Yeah, was that? No, that's not Crumbley. That's somebody in the gallery.
No.
Uh-oh, we got boxes. There are going to be some guns coming up.
Ooh, boxes.
Yep. Crinkle bags.
No, not crinkle bags.
Okay, there she
There
is.
Yep. She has changed so much.
Yeah. She was really skinny when she got arrested.
Skinny, and it's so hard.
Jail food does that to you.
She's, well, not just that, she's aged.
Well, that too. Yeah.
A couple of years in prison for jail, she has just, like, her face is just drawn. It's so sad.
Your Honor, calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990 FH.
Her McDonald hearing in progress. Karen McDonald, appearing on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark. Please on behalf of the people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley. Please let Smilla.
Sean Godwin, on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
All right, you can be seated. I wanted to let you know that my colleague, Judge Brennan, has been conducting a jury trial this week that she started on Monday. No one else in the courthouse was permitted to conduct a jury trial while we were doing this one, but she did take a jury on Monday.
Yeah, I think she's okay.
I just learned that 3 jurors on her trial were approached by media and asked if they were jurors on the
Yeah.
The sheriff's
Ooh.
department is conducting an investigation. As
Ooh.
you know, jury tampering is a crime.
That's a
I found
fucking
out
no-no.
if anyone approaches a juror in this matter, they will
Do you have
immediately be
closed
taken to
captions at
custody
all? Or
and,
have trouble hearing it?
I'll see. Hold on.
appeared before Judge Warren.
I've got this up full
This is
blast
not
too.
a threat.
Sure.
I'm gonna bring you in, okay?
Thank you.
This is, order to,
Wow. So
appear
some reporters, that is top tier like stupidity. Walking around, are you jurors on the trial? Like, I'm surprised those jurors don't get held, or those reporters don't get held in contempt.
Yeah.
Like that is like no, oh no, like you no, don't do that, don't do that. So, ooh,
before Judge Warren. This is not a threat. I'm gonna bring you in, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
but yeah, Salvador, I think she's fine. She's better than her opening
Just
let
so the
on.
record's clear, next witness is Agent Brett Brandon. Counsel's indicated she has no objections to any of the exhibits. I'll make that record for you.
Okay.
And that's
All right, real quick, I got to do these. President-elect Phil Swift for $2 says Vince would love this judge's pearl necklace. Yes, only the best for Vince. Tell me about it. And then President-elect Phil Swift for $10 says, had the FBI issue a delay on a guy with a pistol permit. We didn't run checks with permits, but we just changed the policy, and it turns out the guy was in a biker gang, and his buddy is a sheriff issuing permits. That happens. That happens if there's, if there aren't controls at the top. That's an issue. So,
Sorry, I'm still laughing about with your Vince impression. That's all.
oh,
Also, by the way, I talked up your dramatic voice reading skills this afternoon.
oh, you did? Oh, okay.
I did. I might have sent a few people over to rewatch your entire 4 or 5 hour.
Oh, when I read it like a dirty novel.
Yeah.
They held her down, and she asked to stop, but they didn't stop.
Yeah.
Her mind was a blur. Okay, well, here we go. Okay, let's go. Let's do this.
Yep.
Oh. Did Bronca transition? No, Bronca left us.
Oh, come on now. Give me a bit of credit. It's not my best day. It's Sunday, but come on. I'll turn off my camera and brush my hair.
All right, maybe see. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to reiterate that no one should be having any discussions with you. So if someone approaches you, you should tell me right away. I heard something.
If you encounter a stranger, run. Tell an adult.
Was approached, and the sheriff's department is doing an investigation with regard to that. So if anything like that
Oh,
happens,
thank you, J-Rock.
please let me know immediately. All right?
Judge, not
And
by
thank you,
allegations
Kelly.
by a lawyer, just
No,
so they.
no, it wasn't. It wasn't by a lawyer. It was alleged to have been by someone from the media who thought that jurors for another judge were jurors for this case, and it was someone from the media. So I just want to let you know that some people do not follow my orders. All right. Who's the next witness?
Special Agent Brett Brandon. And Judge, for the record, we did speak with counsel. There's stipulation to the admission of all exhibits to this witness. That's 31 through 75, Judge.
Your Honor, just give me 1 second.
Okay, sure.
Yes, that's correct. I just was checking the number. Thank you. I'm sorry. 31 is listed as, but you're gonna do it. Okay,
Let's
thank
see
you.
what this doc code, yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Could you pull the door toward you, have a step up, have a seat? And could you state your name for the record?
Yes, Brett Brandon, B-R-E-T-T, Brandon, B-R-A-N-D-O-N.
How many Brandons has he got in his name?
Thank you, Josh. Good afternoon.
Oh, Brett,
Afternoon.
Brandon.
All right, just to let everyone know, there's a lot of exhibits here, so Mark and I are going to try to do this, at least get the exhibits together.
Objection, no one
be as
cares. Move
efficient
along.
as possible.
Let's go.
Special Agent, what's your formal title?
It's a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, commonly referred to as the ATF.
All right, and
Automatically fuck this guy.
Yeah, I reckon.
as part of
Fed,
being a special agent in the ATF, what are you assigned to right now?
Right now, I'm assigned to the Pontiac Gun Violence Task Force. It's a partnership with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office focused on investigating the criminal possession and use of firearms, specifically shooting investigations.
Okay, and for those of us who don't, or people might not know exactly, it should be common sense with the name, but what does the ATF do?
The ATF enforces the
Revenuers.
nation's arson, explosives, and firearms laws, but as you might expect, our primary focus is on enforcing the federal firearms laws.
Okay, and does it involve
In infringing
state
upon rights.
laws or regulations in any way?
Yes, so as I stated before, I'm on the Pontiac Gun Violence Task Force, and through that and other partnerships, we commonly embed with and work with state and local law enforcement on a daily basis.
Okay, so you
Did you
still,
say in bed
you
with?
do still enforce state laws
What's
in that
that?
capacity?
Yes, investigate
In
state crimes,
bed
yes,
with-
with the state and locals.
Investigate.
Mhm. Yeah.
Can you tell
They
the
work
jury
along
what
with
your
everybody.
background and experience is?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Oakland University. I also went to law school for 1 year at the Catholic University of America. I
Ooh,
then,
1 year,
went
fancy.
to the ATF National Academy and completed the requisite training to become a special agent.
So you would rather be a special agent than a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. And how many years have you been in the ATF?
Yeah, except people don't. Well, not everybody thinks I'm a cocksucking asshole, whereas everybody thinks you are, sir.
I've been an agent for a little over 10 years, and I've been with the agency for nearly 15 this summer. I was a student intern working primarily in intelligence for 4 years, both in undergrad and that 1 year of law school.
What's it like to be a Nazi, sir?
Approximately how many shooting investigations have you been involved in?
Hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yes.
And
Did you guys not notice my title for him?
you testified earlier, your job
Where
is
is
to
it?
enforce and investigate federal firearm laws, but do you have a general understanding of state firearm laws?
Yes, I investigate crimes committed within the state of Michigan involving firearms as a part of my assignment on the task force and other previous assignments with that task force setting. Yes.
Special Agent, do you know who Jennifer Crumbley is?
Yes,
Do you see her anywhere in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you describe what she's wearing?
She's got a gray and white sweater on, seated at the defense table in the middle.
Thank you. May the record reflect he's properly identified. How did you get involved in the investigation on this prosecution and one with the shooter? Can you explain to the jury how that happened?
Yes, I'm the federal agent assigned to the Oxford shooting investigation.
Okay, and let's go back to November 30th. Do you remember where you were that day?
Yes.
Where were you in the morning?
I was in the Detroit Field Division office in downtown Detroit.
Okay, and when did you first hear of the shooting?
Within several minutes of the shooting, an assistant special agent in charge at the time came into my partner and I's office and informed me that there had been a shooting at Oxford High School. He knew that I grew up in a surrounding town, was aware of the area, and wanted to inform me. I immediately grabbed my things and ran out the door out to my car and drove north.
Okay, you've responded, and part of your job, do you respond to active shooters?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no, legal are aids.
When you heard about the Oxford shooting, did anyone assign you or tell you you had to drive there
Yes.
and go to the scene?
No.
And did anyone else in your office at that moment go with you?
At that time, I think information was still coming in. At that time, I don't think anyone had responded yet. No.
And what made you go immediately?
I had familiarity with the area. I knew exactly how to get to Oxford High School. I'd also been involved in another investigation recently with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office at that time. I had a close relationship with them and thought that I'd be able to get on the ground quickly and help out in any way I could.
And this was the community that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. About how long was it after you heard that you left the building?
Immediately. My chair was still spinning, according to my partner.
So was your partner there when you left?
No, he had stepped out for a minute.
And when he came back, your chair was spinning?
Yes.
Okay. So how
like he got
long
up
does
and
it
went out
take
the door
you
so
to
fast.
drive from downtown
Does that make
Oxford
sense?
to
Like,
Oxford
A term of
not
expression, like
in a normal
Not
he
like
ran out the
sit and
door.
spin.
With traffic, could be
He
quite a
went
time.
out the door so fast. He thought he was going to
Definitely
get to
around an
kill children. The ATF loves to kill children and
Talk to me
dogs.
about once you got on the road,
Lucky then.
on the way up there.
As I started driving on the freeway, I believe it was when I got to the Troy area, the Big Beaver exit, that
Big Beaver.
I began to
That's
notice
real
other
place.
law enforcement with their lights and sirens activated, also driving north on 75 and joining somewhat of, I'd call it a caravan on I-75, joining other people.
What was the rate of speed in the caravan?
It was fast, but it was safe.
There was no traffic. People was everyone moving to the side of the road?
Yes, people were getting over at that time, yes.
Okay. As you drove, were you aware whether or not it was a false alarm or if it was a real active shooting situation?
As I drove, I began to receive information from our intelligence
I was going to make it an active shooting situation.
employees that it was indeed a real shooting and that we're reporting there were victims and fatalities.
Okay. Do you remember who else you talked to on the way to the shooting?
I spoke to ATF intelligence research specialist Michael Malone. At one point, I also spoke to my wife.
About how long
He said,
did it
honey,
take you to get
tell your
there?
boyfriend I'm going to be
Approximately
busy so
35
he could stay and have
And
dinner.
you arrived with a caravan of other first responders?
Yes, as I got off the Pier Road or M24 to drive north towards the high school, it was like the Red Sea had parted and everyone was parked on the right side of the road.
Metaphors.
And there was a caravan now of people coming from Auburn Hills and Pontiac, unmarked cars, marked cars, and joining that caravan to get to the high school.
Lights and sirens?
Yes.
This is very gay language.
What did you observe when you approached the Oxford High School?
ATF agents are faggots.
When I arrived at the school,
You're gay.
I saw some Oakland County
noticed.
deputies that I'd known from prior cases, as well as other people from other departments starting to run towards the school. At that point, I don't exactly recall when I learned that the shooter was in custody, but I knew there was no gunfire going on and no one was moving as if the threat was still active. It became clear to me that not the scene was secure, but that the threat had been either eliminated or detained.
Did you see any students in the parking lot or around?
Hey,
No.
Danny.
Were you able to determine where the students were?
You got to join us when
Yes,
the
as
ATF
I
agent
drove
testifies.
past, I believe it's
I
the
was just
Meyer
about to say,
there. It
it's
seemed
the
like there was
defendant.
way more cars than normal in that
This
parking lot,
guy's
so I
a
assumed that's where they were
fuckwit.
meeting.
Okay. So you approached the building and did you enter the building?
Yes.
Which
Yeah.
entrance?
I didn't say it.
Sally, he's
It would have been-
Never
definitely
mind, it's gonna be too much. We had a map of the school that we did
I'll defer to Hell on that one.
Where in relation
Okay.
to that hallway did you approach the building?
There's the thing about
I
whether
arrived at the main
someone's a
entrance,
shooter or a dribbler.
which would
He's
be
a
off
dribbler.
Ray Road, and where the parents would drop off their students in the morning or pick
That's
them
how
up
they
in the afternoon
ejaculate.
when the buses go. I arrived at that entrance.
How many
Okay, when you
victims were
approached the
there?
entrance,
How many
were you
what?
allowed in?
Dead?
Victims?
Yes, my
Well, there were a bunch of wounded, but 4
law
dead.
enforcement status was verified, and I was allowed.
4
to enter
counts
the
of
building, yes.
involuntary
Okay.
manslaughter.
Tell the jury what you did.
As I entered, I realized that
And
they
the
were on
perpetrator
their,
is also
I
dead?
believe at that time, their
No,
second
the
clear of
perpetrator's
the
your son.
building
He
to
got
make sure they were
captured,
safe.
surrendered.
Again,
So
I
why is she
worked with other
and
individuals
child?
from the Oakland County Sheriff.
So this is the mom, and basically the argument is, this mom and dad didn't realize their kid was such a mental train wreck. Like, oh my God, parents who didn't recognize their teenager had mental problems. Shocker.
So is this a civil lawsuit?
No, she's getting charged of manslaughter. Like, they want to put her away.
How?
Because the argument is
Man.
that she should have known her son was a fucking lunatic, and that the day of the shooting, especially, because on Black Friday, she went out and got him a handgun. So
and the dad is going to try too.
Yeah, and that next week, he writes out like guns and all kinds of weird fucked up shit on one of his like turn-in forms for math
Do
class.
you know how much shit I got away with that my parents still are unaware of today?
Yeah. Well, but here's the thing. So he wrote all that on the
not like
forms.
this,
well,
but
well, Danny, yeah, but here's what happened. So he wrote all this stuff on the forms. Everybody started panicking, called mom and dad in. They decided, they said, well, you could take him home if you want to, but we'll keep him here. So obviously they didn't think he was that big a threat, but they're like, your kid needs fucking counseling. And and this is the day he does the shooting. It's so ironically timed. They don't check his backpack, even though they think he's a fucking nutbag.
what?
They bring him into the principal's office. They all sit down and say, like, you need to get your shit wired tight. They give him his backpack back, and he walks into class, and then he just goes bop, bop, bop in the hallway, like 20 minutes later. Yeah.
So why are the school officials who had him detained, who called the parents to alert the parents, not?
Yeah. Well, that's
why are they not the defendants? No, I'm
Well,
serious. If there's
no,
criminal
yeah.
liability
If
here, do
anyone
they not?
is.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Why aren't the professionals in trouble?
Why are the professionals not being held liable?
Well, that is a the world may never know.
I'm sorry.
So-
Are you? Ooh, I
I'm
can't stay
not
around,
fucking
John.
joking.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna be
This-
too spicy, but thank you for allowing me to come on just for a second and telling
Danny,
me.
you
what
can
the
say
case is
whatever
about.
you want. Danny, we were making fun of Vince McMahon, like with his like stable of dildos he named after
You
wrestlers.
need to watch.
Like you
Plus.
you can say whatever you can say whatever you got to say.
I just don't know. You
Anything.
guys, I want to cry for this mother. Like how?
Oh man.
Yeah, and she's been in
Tragic.
prison.
So bad.
She's been in jail since it happened.
Like your
It's so
kid is already effed up. Your kid
Mhm.
went and committed horrible crimes.
He's
and
going. He
now
got life without
you're on
parole.
trial
He
for
got life
for
without
the crimes your
parole.
son committed. Your kid committed.
Yep.
Yeah, and he was 12 years old.
Yeah, he got life without
Like-
parole. So he's
So then,
been
how the hell is she on the stand?
because they're arguing she was negligent and they should have exercised due care in getting him taken care of.
So sue her civilly.
Well,
So sue her civilly. What
Yeah.
about the 13-year-olds who go out there and commit armed robbery? I don't see their parents being dragged
well,
out publicly.
the funny
and-
thing is, this is being tried in Oakland County, Michigan, and this is like the county in Michigan where it's like part rural and part Detroit. So yeah, eventually they're gonna, the funny thing is when they start going after, moms in the hood because they're gangbanger son, this is setting the stage for that.
You know what other country does this? North Korea.
And
North
Siebenhoff,
Korea does this.
the
Your
stain
son
of the
commits a
family.
crime. Guess what? 3 generations, all the way up and all the
The
way
Germans
down.
did this too.
Anyone who's living goes to a concentration camp.
hmm
That's how they play
Um,
this game. If that's what we're doing here,
Mhm.
Where does it stop? And so this
Yeah.
is the problem. And so, okay, I'll just let you know. David, for making it more simple, he has been covering this for a really
Yeah.
long time.
This
So
is this
he
is in David's
actually-
neck of the woods.
It is his neck of the woods. His
Like
local
this is
to
all
him.
down the
And-
road from him.
Yeah, and so he actually it was a reason he started streaming. He wanted to cover this particular
Mhm.
case because it worries
Yeah.
him so much, the amount of state government overreach that is going
this is
on here.
frightening. This should frighten
It's
all
really
of us.
worrying. And so he's
Mm-hmm.
been in touch with the family. He has been watching over what's been going on with this couple. It's not just the mother, the father as well. They're both being
Mhm.
charged the same way, and they
Yep.
were going to be both put to trial together. It's just been, what do you call it?
Bifurcated.
Bifurcated recently. So and we didn't know until just recently which trial was going to come first. So just
Mhm.
recently, it turned out to be Jennifer that's going first.
Mhm.
And it's extremely concerning. Where is the line going to be? So what's going to happen with looking after children? How much do you need to know about your kids? So
Well,
You-
just the criminal negligence standard alone.
yes,
If it is so broad as to
Mm.
encompass the mother of a school shooter,
Mm.
how is it not so broad that it doesn't also implicate, I don't know, certain investors like Bill Gates in certain vaccines when they know that the results that they are presenting to the US government are fraudulent. That is called criminal negligence. Because how many people were harmed as a result of that negligent misrepresentation? Not misrepresentation, lie about the data.
Well, if
like
comes down to,
that's my problem. In a civil context, yes, the line for where
different.
liability stops is very, very long. But in
It's
a criminal
different.
context, it should be very, very short and very, very limited.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going through all the texts of this kid. They're going through his journal. They're going through all this stuff, and they're saying, you should have known. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you're a mom, right, Danny?
She's dog mom.
I'm a
Yeah,
dog
oh,
mom
okay.
for now.
Okay, right. Well, I mean, I've got a 11-year-old. If
Okay.
I were to be responsible for going through every single one of her communications and all of her drawings and things like that, and then she went and did something terrible, and then I would be held responsible for it, I cannot imagine then being told that, oh, well, I'm a terrible mother and I'm responsible for her criminal actions because I didn't go through absolutely every single one of the things that she
Yeah.
drew or wrote, etc.
Or better yet,
but here's the bigger thing though. He says, "Oh my gosh, I'm going crazy." Okay, how many parents neglect their 15-year-old sons? Every parent does.
every parent does. And that's why the
Yeah.
self-deletion rate, in my opinion, is as high as it is because
Oh.
parents do neglect it. But
So-
I mean, let's get another comparable. Let's say that you buy your kid a car, okay, for their 16th birthday. And they go and get drunk one night, run over 3 kids. Are you then liable because you got them the car, knowing that they're 16 and irresponsible?
No, and that's well, it's the exact yes, and that's the issue.
That's what I'm
here.
saying. This doesn't make sense.
I don't know how it's
perfect
different.
example. That is a perfect example.
Like no one
love
would
it.
go and arrest the parents and say, okay, now you are going to be charged for the
Mhm.
DUI. No one would do that. No one would say
Yeah.
you're responsible for manslaughter because you should have known that your child was irresponsible, that they were crazy, and that they were likely to go and drink and drive when you purchased them the car.
Yeah.
That is such a good example.
So, but yeah, Danny, you're welcome to stay. Like I said, you can say whatever you need to say here. You're not going to hurt anybody.
That's all I had to say. I'll shut up now and just watch.
Oh, are you
for
sure?
A minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just watch and be enraged, and I'll check out in about 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, you're
Now she's
welcome to be
enraged.
around as
Well,
long as
now-
you want.
Now you know, like the case that everyone's talking about,
Yes.
because this is going nuts.
Yes. So the first witness was one of the first teacher who got shot. The second one was the assistant principal. The third one was the lady from the gun store who somehow remembers selling the gun, whatever. And now we have the ATF agent. So, yes. So here we go.
Danny's so annoyed.
I am really annoyed. And
So
someone in
here
the
we
chat says I do drugs. That's true. I do Ritalin and ibuprofen. Thank you for asking. Go ahead.
So here we go, guys. And I'll be right back.
Sheriff's office, and they informed me that Lieutenant Willis was in charge. At that time, I thought the best use of my federal abilities and assistance would be to locate the firearm and start the urgent trace.
So I just want to stop you there, backing up. You go into the building, and when you say it was a second clear, so just to make sure everybody knows, that means the students were no longer there.
Yes, the students have been evacuated at that time, yes.
The shooter was in custody. Were you able to learn that?
Yes, during that time is when I learned that the shooter was in custody.
Okay, and what was the scene like when you approached? And like, how many people did you see?
There were dozens, if not 100 law enforcement officers in the main front office area of the school.
Okay, and you were told that Lieutenant Willis was the ranking officer in charge?
Yes,
Okay, this guy right here.
that's right.
Okay, and did you track him down?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was standing in front of the administrative offices in the front of the school.
Okay, and what did you do?
I told him that I was from ATF. I believe some other people let him know who I was as well. And then I asked if I could get the identifying information and physically observe the firearm used in the shooting.
Why did you do that?
So to start a trace to determine who first bought the firearm, I needed to know the make, model, and serial number of the firearm. And I wanted to physically inspect it to make sure that the information I was getting was accurate.
Okay, but it might seem like an obvious question, but that's also what the ATF does, correct?
Yes, that's our primary role in a situation like this. In addition to being, responding to the active shooter situation, that is the number one thing that we offer that other people can't start themselves. Yeah.
Okay, and so what was Lieutenant Willis's response to that request?
Lieutenant Willis brought me to where the firearm was located. It was in a trash receptacle with some other items, I believe a couple magazines and maybe the shooter's cell phone. And I was allowed to take pictures of those items and markings. And I transmitted that information to ATF Intelligence Research Specialist Michael Malone to start the urgent trace.
Okay. When
Why
you
does
say
he look
trash
like an
bin,
alien?
this-
Why
this
does
wasn't a
every single
stationary
answer
thing.
sound so
This
scripted?
was someplace, the weapon
has this
and the
flowery
magazines were
language.
placed there
He
by,
uses all the metaphors
some
and stuff.
law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, to basically contain them.
It's really
Yes.
All right.
infuriating.
And had they been touched, do you know?
To my knowledge, that they hadn't been touched. I know the firearm was made safe, and a round was ejected to make sure there was no other additional rounds in the firearm. But other than that, I don't think it had been handled that
Is he intellectually spicy?
And
He
you
is.
immediately started tracing the gun, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you?
He looks a bit like it.
It was learned through that process that an individual in Rochester, Michigan had purchased that firearm.
I'm sorry, Special Agent, let's describe the weapon. Were you able to tell what kind of weapon it was?
Yes, it was a Sig Sauer SP 2022 9mm pistol with a specified serial number.
Okay. And I'm sorry I interrupted you, but you were able to find out who owned the gun?
Yes. So based on the tracing process, which ATF can contact the manufacturer to find out who they sold the firearm to, and that would be a federal firearms licensee. Most people call them gun stores, but they're federally licensed gun stores. Through that process, that gun store gets contacted, and then they provide the information that identifies the first purchaser of the firearm in interstate commerce. And that information identified an individual in Rochester. Two special agents went and spoke to that individual who stated they sold it back to the gun store in Oxford, and then those agents then responded to Oxford.
How quickly was that happening?
Within an hour.
They found out in an hour to go to this individual in Rochester who said he already sold it back to the federally licensed store.
Yes, I don't know how long it was between the actual start of the tracing process to when they eventually made it back to the gun store, but it was very quick.
And again, the way you trace a weapon is what? Can you tell the jury?
Yes. So the tracing process, federal firearms licensees, gun stores have to maintain records. It's called the 4473 that shows who they sold the firearm to. They're paper copies held at the business. And so ATF would contact the manufacturer to find out who the manufacturer sold this firearm to.
But how do they identify which gun it is?
It's based on the make, model, and serial number of the firearm.
So every firearm has its own individual serial number.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. What you said agents were doing that, and they ended up at the store where the gun was sold back to, correct?
Yes,
all right.
correct.
What were you doing during this time?
At that time, I looked for Lieutenant Sam Marsban of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. I had, again, worked with him on prior cases and wanted to see what I could assist with. It became clear that the Oakland County Sheriff's Office was beginning to type a search warrant for a residence in Oxford, the Crumbley residence on East Street. And I began gathering facts and creating timelines for Lieutenant Marsban to use in the search warrant affidavit.
Okay, and at some point, did you find out what the other special agents found out from the gun store and who that gun was sold to?
Yes.
And what did you discover?
It was sold to James Crumbley on November 26th, 2021. Okay.
At that point, you said you started assisting Lieutenant Marsban?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you do?
As a part of those responsibilities, Detective Wogrowski was pulling the surveillance video of the school for the shooting, and I started to create a timeline of events and pass that information along to Lieutenant Marsban, as well as, I believe, looking for Ethan's class schedule to determine his whereabouts throughout the day.
Okay, when you learned that the gun was sold on November 26th to James Crumbley, before we get to that, how old do you have to be to purchase a gun in Michigan? Well, under federal law, how how old do you have to be?
Under federal law, to purchase a handgun from a federal firearms licensee, you have to be 21 years old.
Okay, and do you know under state law?
Yes, based on my participation in this investigation and others, to buy a handgun from a federal firearms licensee, under federal law is 21. If
Sorry,
you're buying
Danny.
a firearm from an individual
Really?
in the state,
I'm
that
really
requirement's
sorry.
not there.
This
It's
case is
not a
making
federal
me
law
sad and
that it's
angry,
18
and
years old.
this guy looks like an alien. So
Danny on direct, guys.
To be clear, we're talking about handguns.
bye.
Oh, honey, bye.
Were you able to determine whether or not James Crumbley or anyone else in the household had owned any other firearms?
Well, he's going to be able to say they
Can you
didn't do a
tell the
straw
jury
purchase
how
of
you
rest.
Determine that.
Yes, as a part of taking part in the search warrant at the Crumbley residence, I learned that James Crumbley had previously purchased 2 firearms from that same gun store in Oxford.
Okay, and what were the names of those firearms? What kind of handguns?
There was a Cobra Classic ENT Derringer 22 caliber, as well as a Caltech P17 22 caliber pistol.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's already been previously admitted, the actual physical evidence, and we are going to, for the protocol.
This segment of the Jennifer Crumbley trial is brought to you by Sig Sauer, manufacturers of the SP-2022 firearm, the 9mm semi-automatic double-stack 9mm handgun with a 15+1 capacity and a polymer frame. When it has to be dead, it has to be Sig.
Oh no, we don't want you yeeted.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? Okay. I'm handing you what's this marked and admitted as People's 32, Exhibit 32.
Nobody else got yeeted for this, so it should be fine.
You tell the jury what that is.
Yes, this is the Sig Sauer SP 2022 9mm pistol that was used in the school shooting.
Okay, and just so the jury knows, you've made that safety handle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I just hand it to you for a second, just so everyone can see it.
I don't get it. How could this not get yeeted?
Do you know about how much that weighs?
Time out.
It's heavy.
He zip tied the fucking thing. It's not even cable locked. It's zip tied open. Holy shit. There are judges who would freak out about that because I've been in front of judges who are gun people. They would say that's unacceptable. It has to be cable locked. Like with an actual cable, like a steel cable, you can't cut. Because that looks like a zip tie.
For me, it's heavy.
It's not a light firearm, no.
Okay. That's previously admitted.
It's Exhibit 32.
It's Exhibit 32. Special Agent.
Just your input.
That
I
is the
think
murder
you
weapon,
mean
correct?
Ethan. Ethan's
Correct.
the son's
Okay.
name.
And what's the
Ethan is the son's
significance of a
name.
9mm
Yeah.
versus another handgun? Particularly the Derringer and the Caltech.
So it would refer to the caliber. So the caliber is measured in the diameter of the bore of the firearm. The bore would be where the projectile or bullet expels from the firearm. If it's the 22 is just the measurement versus the 9mm, meaning that the 9mm is a bigger round than the 22.
Okay. I don't think they saw that. So the bore, I'll take this. The bore you're referring to is right here.
Nope, it would be where the projectile actually would come
Point
out
the
of.
firearm at the
Here.
jury.
Nope, it would be through if you actually. It would be
Hold
where
on,
the projectile.
I gotta screenshot this because this is just absolutely bonkers. There's
Is
a
it?
judge I know, and I want to send this to him. I want to screenshot
Okay.
this so he can see it. I'm like, check this out in a trial.
Please,
'Cause
please explain why this is bonkers to the Australian.
Well, because it's a zip tie. It's plastic. You could snap that in half, and if it snaps, the
okay.
gun's operable. That is a not secured firearm.
I see.
That is not secured.
Actually would come
Surely
out of.
It wouldn't have
Here.
bullets in it, though, right?
Nope, it would be through if you actually.
He dropped the slide. That could have been enough pressure to cut that. Even if it doesn't have bullets, that is an unsecured weapon. That's an extra weapon in the courtroom that is now operable. That's not in a
Okay, you could
holster.
easily
So,
load it and
yeah,
go for your
that's
life.
a 100% viable weapon. That right there, him doing that makes my feet sweat. That is very dangerous what they're doing right now.
This would be considered the bore, and that is the size, the diameter of that.
Yeah, I bet that zip
is
tie is
the
about to break.
caliber
I
of
bet you
the
could break it.
specific round and
Can you just
firearm.
hold it up just a little bit so
Yes.
that the jury can see?
Hey, I got a pair of scissors.
Okay. You were able to determine
That zip tie is.
there were 2 other weapons that James Crumbley purchased, correct?
Yes, correct.
And were you able to determine when those weapons were purchased?
Yes, one was purchased on this June 15th and picked up on June 16th. That would be the Cobra Classic ENT Derringer. And then on June 16th, James Crumbley purchased the Kel-Tec P17 22 caliber pistol, but did not pick it up till the 17th of June.
Okay, I'm going to take this for a second.
Oh my God! Did that come apart? Oh no! Oh no! I think it did. The way she's handling it.
I'm going to take this for a second.
Hold on.
Oopsie.
We're gonna have to go slow here, guys. Sorry, the little gun autism here. Let's watch this go. Let's see what happens. Oh, you can see the tail of the zip tie flopping around.
No.
Oh no! I think it's cut. Uh-oh.
Can we zoom in?
No, there's no way to tell because it's behind her hand, but oh wow.
I think someone's going to need to do some forensics on this video.
And then I'm going to hand you what's
what?
People's
Oh, no.
33. You can just grab that out of the box. And can you tell the jury what that is?
Yep, this is the Cobra Classic Derringer purchased on June 6th, picked up on June 16th.
Okay, can I have that for a second so they can see?
That is okay. That firearm is completely unsecured.
That isn't even a zip tie. And I can tell
There's
that.
no barrel. There's nothing obstructing that gun from going into battery. That gun is 100% operable right now. That is fucking amazing. That is absolutely amazing to me.
Yeah, run.
Okay. So this is significantly smaller than the 9mm. What is, you said earlier, it's the caliber, but some might look at this and say it doesn't even look like a handgun. It's
Yes.
very small.
It is very small, and it only has a 2-round capacity for the firearm.
That's enough to kill you.
But it is still a firearm, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's little.
Okay, yes, Alec Baldwin's in charge of the evidence handling.
People's 34. What is that?
This is the Kel-Tec P17 22 caliber pistol purchased by James Crumbley on June, picked up.
Okay, that looks like another unsecured firearm. I could see his fingers through the other side. That's a completely unsecured semi-automatic handgun.
Fantastic.
Yeah. This is
And,
fucking
like,
amateur hour.
Aren't there like traumatized parents of children in the
Well,
courtroom
yeah, but it's more of
also?
just this judge apparently is too retarded to realize there's unsecured guns in her courtroom, which
Yeah.
is kind of sad.
On June 7th.
Okay.
And security guards as well, right?
Yeah.
So I just handed you and admitted 3 separate weapons that were in the Crumbley household.
Squid pro quo, that doesn't matter that it's cleared. It doesn't matter that it's cleared. There are rules. Those things should be secured. Because if somebody could run up there with a handful of bullets and get 1 or 2 in, that thing's rocking and rolling. And there's nothing to stop it. That's why they're secured like that. Cringe Peddler says, can't the bailiff or sheriff say something? They should, but at this point, they probably don't realize it or notice because they're way in the back. So, but no, I've been at trial before where, like, if you have to handle a firearm, and the one judge, like, some judges are like, this is a designated, if you're going to handle it, it's going to get pointed right here in this spot, and that's the only spot it's getting pointed at if it's in your hands. Otherwise, it goes right back to the table or to the witness. So this whole thing is just a mess. Oh, Valhalla, are you here? I was gonna say that'll be making your this will be making you a little itch there. No, there's no trigger locks on this stuff. Here, I'll send you a link, man. I know this will probably get your this will get your knife hands going. So yeah, here we go. This is just this is I would have said something and asked to approach saying these guns are unsecured. Because I don't want to be around unsecured firearms. I don't have control over myself in a situation like that where I can't do anything about it. So
This was the murder weapon referred to. You've examined all the evidence in this case. In fact, you're one of the officers in charge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this the same gun that was posted by Jennifer Crumbley as a Christmas gift to her son?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that's the gun? Is there anything unique about it? Just looking at it.
Yes, that's the specific make and model, and obviously the serial number would be distinct as well for the purchase by James Crumbley.
Okay. And then this is the Caltech, significantly lighter. Do you know how much each weighs?
I don't know off the top of my head how much each weighs, but it is lighter than the SIG and the Derringer. Or the Derringer and the SIG or the Caltech are less than the SIG.
Okay. Can you tell me what the difference is in terms of caliber between the Derringer, the Caltech, and a 9mm? Actually, can you tell the jury?
Yes. So the Derringer on the top is a 22 caliber. The Caltech in the middle is a 22 caliber, and the Sig Sauer is a 9mm.
Okay. So what would you typically use a Derringer and a Caltech for?
Generally speaking, target practice. I guess some may use it for self-defense. I would say more than 9mm for self-defense and target shooting.
Okay, and you said you investigated hundreds of shootings.
Yes.
Okay, any multiple victim shootings?
Yes.
All right, have you ever responded to an investigation or a scene on multiple victim shootings where a Derringer was used?
I can't say for certain if a Derringer was used, but a 22 caliber, regardless of the type of firearm, I don't believe in my career I've ever worked a multiple victim case with a 22 caliber scene.
Okay, why is that?
This is again,
Your
like I
Honor,
said,
I would object to that. That would be speculation on why he hasn't.
Yeah, there's probably a better question. But he doesn't know why.
Can I just get some leeway and I clear it up? I'm just going to get to that question very, very quickly.
Well, because that does help with speculation, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What is the weapon you normally see if on a multiple victim shooting?
Your Honor, I would object to the relevance of this. This case is about the Sig Sauer being the weapon. We don't dispute that. We all know that.
Response?
My response is that weapon is more dangerous.
Your
It causes
Honor,
more damage.
I object to this record. I object to making this record in front of the jury. Ms. McDonald
Good
is
job.
using this opportunity to tell the jury information that I'm objecting to, and I'm asking if we can approach.
Okay.
Proper way to handle this.
Do you want us on the hall?
Actually,
That was a proper thing to do there.
Going to show in our case the reason why that weapon, the 9mm, was purchased and why it's significantly different. That is, and it's absolutely relevant. It has to do with
present other evidence that will show why that.
Yes, including statements of the shooter.
Your Honor, I think that's extremely.
Well, there are some statements that are coming into the trial, right?
There are, Your Honor, but there is no way the prosecutor can prove this weapon was bought to kill people, specifically by James Crumbley or Jennifer Crumbley. And this case is about Jennifer Crumbley. It's not about Ethan. It's not about James.
Okay, so part of it is about what they knew, though, right? Part of it is about what the parents knew.
Part of it is about what the parents knew, but there is no evidence to lay a foundation that my client knows anything about the deadly capability of these guns. Nothing. She has no,
It
there's
sounds like
no
it sounds like
foundation.
an argument she's gonna make in defense and in her defense, and she has a right to. I just wanna be able to
This is
have
bullshit
my
by the
witness
state.
testify about what kind of weapon this is and what the reason you have a 9mm versus a 22.
Well, I guess a better question is that you can shoot more bullets out of that quicker. Is that what you want?
No.
That and
Why are we doing this in front of
those
the? No.
bullets.
Why are we talking about this in front of the jury like this? They're sitting there fucking listening to this.
She just said, "Can we approach?"
The jury should be excused.
I know a lot about guns. Right?
I thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm not sure every member of the jury does, so I'm trying to explain it to people who are not familiar with firearms.
Okay, well, yeah, no, I understand that. Part of what you're saying might be argument, but it's a fact question that the SIG can eject more rounds quicker. You can shoot rounds quicker from.
It's because one of them can only hold 2 rounds a time. Yes, it can shoot more than the Derringer. It can't shoot any more than the 22. I would argue the 22 can shoot just as much, if not more, than the 9mm.
And no, the jury's still there. I didn't see
Yeah,
the
the
jury
jury's
go out.
sitting there. Nobody, you notice nobody else stood up. Like when the jury leaves, even the
No.
judge stands up. So
Yeah, everyone's
yeah, no, the jury's sitting there
No.
fucking listening to all this. Now we're talking about more thrust per squeeze and other gay, non-gun knowing normie shit.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Not yelling at you.
No, sorry, I didn't know the thrust per squeeze makes no sense to me.
I don't know that that's necessarily true.
So if you just give me a couple questions.
Okay.
All right, thank you. What is the difference between the SIG and a
Yes, why don't we
22?
like women in power?
The size of the round is the main difference. And-
Okay, the size of the actual bullet, for lack of another. I
Yeah,
know
correct.
you say round, okay.
Yes.
And why does the size matter?
The size matters
Why does
because
size
the
matter?
larger the bullet, the bigger the hole.
Okay, the more
Oh,
damage,
yeah.
whatever it is
Yes,
you
the
shoot.
bigger the
Okay.
hole.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Janelle likes big holes.
Throw it down there.
All right. You said that when all of the other special agents were finding out where these weapons were purchased, you were still at the school.
Yes.
And then can you talk about what you did with Lieutenant Marsman?
Yes, I was watching the surveillance video from the school documenting the shooter's path through the day as well as his actions during the shooting.
Okay, and what were you able to view?
The actual surveillance video of the shooting taking place.
And who showed that to you?
I was with Lieutenant Marsman and Detective Wogrowski.
Okay, when you say the actual surveillance, what does that mean?
So there was an administrative office inside the high school that had the computer system with this, the surveillance video playing on a large monitor. I was in that room reviewing the footage as it played.
Okay, and we're gonna get back to that, but at some point, did you actually go to the home?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Lieutenant Marsman had obtained the search warrant at that time, and I responded to assist with the search warrant.
And when you
It's
arrived,
that's like
who
search
else was
warrants.
there, if anyone?
Multiple detectives from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and also Lieutenant Marsman.
Did you actively search the home, or were you just present?
I actively assisted in the search.
Okay, did you recover anything in the house related to these weapons or relating a case, anything? What did you find? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I was present for the recovery of evidence, and I also observed 2 targets on the wall in what would be the, I guess you call it the shooter's childhood bedroom, which shares a wall with his parents' bedroom.
Maybe them humping made
Before
them
we
go
get
crazy.
to that, did you recover these 2 handguns in the house?
I was not the one who recovered them, but I was present when everything was there.
Okay.
Yes.
Were any other cases or boxes or anything related to the firearms recovered?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as People's 35.
I do want to say happy birthday, Stacy. Also, happy birthday, Stabby.
Can you tell the jury what, yeah, it's what that is?
Yes, this is the pistol case that came with the Kel-Tec pistol. It'd be the middle firearm on the table over there.
So this.
Yes.
And you previously testified and through the other witness, this was purchased June 21st.
Be June 17th.
Oh, I'm sorry, June
on that.
17th,
Yes.
okay. All right, and does that case have a locking mechanism?
It's not locked now. There are 2 holes in it, like most standard pistol cases, where if you needed to lock it, you could slide standard locks through each one of these holes.
Let's see this. So these holes right here.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that a cable? Is that what you do with a cable?
No, we're gonna get to that, Your Honor. I promise. Okay, can you open that case?
Unopened.
Okay, do you know where that case was found?
Yes, it was in the kitchen, I believe, underneath the Highlander in a cabinet.
Okay. And if I can see this for a second, you open it up and what's inside this Kel-Tec case?
That is a cable lock.
Okay. Is this how it was discovered? Was this cable lock in the Kel-Tec case?
It's funny. I throw those
when
things the fuck away.
when
I
this
don't
was
ever
found?
keep them.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you the cable lock. And can you tell the jury exactly what that is?
Yes, so cable lock is used as a mechanism to make a firearm inoperable and something you have to defeat to operate the firearm.
Not like a zip tie.
What do you mean defeat?
So you have to find the key, unlock it, or take it off in some other way to load and discharge the firearm.
Okay. When you examined that for this first time, what, if anything, did you notice about it?
I noticed there wasn't much wear and tear. The packaging didn't have many markings on it, as if if the cable lock had been taken in and out. It's very wide, so taken out many times, there'd be more markings on the sides of this cable lock. It looks almost new.
Does it look like it's ever been disturbed?
Objection,
No.
speculation.
How many keys go with the cable lock?
Generally, you receive 2 keys on the same key ring for 1 cable
Yeah,
lock.
nobody
Okay,
uses
are there
these
2
things.
keys in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, I throw mine away.
Anything else about this? All right. Have you ever opened this up?
No,
And as far as you know, no one's actually disturbed this?
not to my knowledge.
Okay, so this is in the same condition as it was when it was found in the
What are those
Kel-Tec
things?
case, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, can this be used on all of these handguns?
No.
It can be used on the Kel-Tec pistol and the Sig Sauer pistol. I'm not sure how small that cable is for the Derringer. It may fit, I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
Why does this matter? You can see that
It
this
doesn't.
is a Ziploc.
The cable lock.
Oh, the
Yeah.
lock is separate.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. They're just trying to make her look like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
But they didn't care. And I guarantee if you ask ATF agent, he's like, "Oh, I have triple cable locks at all the guns, and my wife's boyfriend has the combination to the safe."
All right, I'm
Yeah.
handing you what's been admitted as
Yeah, it
People's
makes you look like you're more
36.
careful. But
And what is that,
What?
Special Agent?
This is a black safe with a combination on the front. It was found in the Crumbley parents' bedroom on the shelf in the TV stand or dresser where they kept their TV.
Okay, how many numbers is the combination?
It's 3.
All right, and what is it set at?
000.
All right, what's significant about 000?
That is generally the factory default for a lot of safes.
Okay, so even though to some people who aren't familiar with firearms, this might look like a box, this is actually what you refer to as a gun safe, correct?
Yes,
You call this a safe?
I would call that a safe, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, was found inside this safe?
Both the Derringer and the Kel-Tec pistol were located inside that safe.
Okay, I'm going to hand this back to you. And then I'm going to hand you the Kel-Tec that was found in it. And if you could place that in there as it was found. Okay.
Imagine the slide was forward on this when it was found.
Oh, he's got once again the gun that's out of
And then I'm handing
the
you
2 unsecured
Derringer.
firearms. The 2 unsecured firearms we're playing with.
Okay. Can you see the pen? Is this how these two handguns were found in the bedroom of Jennifer James Crumbley?
Yeah, I don't recall the exact positioning, but both were placed in that safe, yes.
Okay.
Oh
And
my God.
it was.
Oh my God. Oh my
It
God.
was closed and locked to 000.
I'm not sure the combination at the time when it was recovered. I know that the combination is 000.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Have you
actually
had an opportunity to examine
that's
this?
actually the correct
and,
answer. I don't know what it is, but I know what it
determine
is
whether or
now.
not the SIG fit in this safe?
Yes, the SIG is too large of a firearm. The safe will not close
It's
with
too beaucoup.
that firearm inside the safe being the SIG.
It's too beaucoup.
Okay. Will it not close if there's another one of the other handguns, or it won't fit no matter, regardless of whether another handgun was in there?
It will not fit by itself or with another firearm. It will not close.
Okay. All right. I'm handing you what's been admitted as People's 31. What is that?
This is the pistol case for the Sig Sauer 9mm pistol used in the school shooting.
Okay. So, in other words, that is the case that this SIG was sold in.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know where that was found, and where was it recovered, if you know?
It was located on the bed in the Jennifer and James Crumbley's bedroom next to an empty box of Patriot Defense ammunition.
Okay. And does that have a locking mechanism?
It doesn't have one inserted, but as the other pistol case, there are 2 holes in the pistol box that you could place a locking mechanism through to secure the case.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I would just object as to foundation for where the gun.
This should have
case
happened a
was
long time
found,
ago.
Because this special agent came in after other law enforcement had pulled that case out, opened it, and put it on the bed. And so it's very misleading for this jury to hear that this gun case is just laying on a bed. And so I would just ask that there be foundation laid about how he.
Okay, I understand. So,
can we respond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Judge, he was on scene at the search warrant scene.
Wait.
He was in the
Did he
search
touch
warrant.
it though?
She's
Did other
saying,
people
is-
touch
is
it?
Is he initially the one that found that case and was it found on the bed? Can you clarify?
It was found on the bed, but
He doesn't seem to know the answer
I
to this
think
question.
At least 2 times, Ms. Smith said she didn't object to foundation on her exhibits, in which case it sounds like she does, because that's a foundational question. And
That's not true. I object to the question. I don't object to the exhibit. I object to the foundation about the testimony of that being found on the bed, making it sound like these parents left it out on the bed.
we're happy to have we have Officer Stoic to.
When you saw the gun case, it was on the bed.
No.
No.
Not when I was in the search warrant house. No, when I was in the house for the search warrant, I did not observe it on the bed. No, at that point, it had been moved off the bed.
Okay.
We're happy to bring that in through another officer. No problem. Okay.
Can we get clarification then on where he saw this gun case? I can ask on cross. I'm sorry. Never mind.
When's the first time that you had a chance to examine that, Special Agent?
I believe it was on the with the other evidence, either on the kitchen counter or on the dining room table inside the Crumbley house. Once I arrived on scene.
So you saw it that day?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can place it on the ledge there so the jury can see it, can you turn it around? Is it clasped right now?
You're waiting for its admission, right?
It's already admitted.
I don't think it was admitted.
Oh, she stipulated to the admission. And
You know what happened? It was listed under a different witness, but we do stipulate.
okay, thank you. Could you? Is it clasped completely right now?
Yes.
Okay. Could you? Can you? Would you mind if you stand right there?
Yep.
They're all like trying to stand up to see. So, is that okay, Judge?
Sure.
Okay. I'd like you to demonstrate how to open that for the jury. If you could just maybe place it on the ledge so that they
can all see it.
I'm gonna laugh if
Your
he
Honor,
can't
we
open
see
it.
Can we?
You can.
Okay. Or can we just see it maybe twice, like show them?
I don't like the way she just interrupts
Who? The judge or the defense attorney?
the defense attorney. I just
No,
don't
she
like
needs
it.
to be able to interrupt, and she needs to be able to get in there and say, "I
I'm
can't
sorry,
see
can we
this."
see? Thank you.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, maybe
She's doing
it's-
everything fine.
You think?
Thank you.
I mean, I'm
Okay,
not
then if you
questioning
could
you.
clasp
Maybe
the-
it's the demeanor.
clasp it back.
I don't like the dynamic between these
Especially,
two
I know it
ladies.
sounds like a silly question, but
I understand.
it makes a noise when you open it and clasp it back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get to that in a second. I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's just a lot of exhibits and I want to make sure I get to everything.
That's why I asked about that. Yeah, okay.
All right. You don't have, well, do you want me to hold that for now? Or you?
I can put it on the ground.
When you heard Ms. Spack testify about what is provided with somebody when they purchase a handgun, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she mentioned materials from the ATF.
Yes.
Okay. There's a pamphlet actually provided, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm approaching, is this a copy of the pamphlet?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you tell the jury what the title of it is?
It's the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice.
All right, and if you open up the pamphlet, what are the first two items
For
there?
the record, that's 37.
Yes.
That's a demonstrative aid 237, which is.
Right. I'm gonna get to it.
That's why I throw
So
all
at the
this
top
shit
it
out
says
when I
Youth
get it.
Handgun Safety Act Notice. The first bullet point says the misuse of handguns is a leading
I take
contributor
these
to
and throw 'em in the
juvenile
trash
violence
at the
and
gun store.
fatalities. Number two,
It's easier that
safely
way.
storing and securing firearms away from children will help prevent the unlawful possession of handguns by juveniles, stop accidents, and save lives.
How familiar are you with that pamphlet?
From this investigation, pretty familiar.
Okay. And what is the purpose in the law around, if you know, why is that included in every sale?
I think the title of the pamphlet speaks for itself. It's a Youth Handgun Safety Act notice. It's putting you on notice that not safely storing your firearms will contribute to juvenile violence.
Okay. You've had an opportunity to examine all of the evidence in this case, probably the digital evidence, the evidence from the phones, the physical evidence, the narratives, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you notice when the SIG was photographed by the shooter and then a couple of the other images taken? Was the pamphlet with it?
In some photos it was, in others it was not.
Okay. And up until recently, what did you think happened to the pamphlet that was sold with the SIG?
Your Honor, I would object to speculation.
Isn't it speculation?
I'm getting it. I would just ask for a little leeway.
Okay,
It's
why
part
is
of his
it-
investigation.
Why isn't it speculation? What do you think is happening to that?
Did you know what happened to it?
No.
Okay. And then recently, did you discover what happened to it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how?
Preparing for trial, I opened up the Sig Sauer pistol case.
This right here?
No, that would be
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
this one
Okay.
here.
This was in the last week?
Yes.
Okay.
And I noticed that there was a piece of paper underneath the foam. So I lifted up the foam and found a receipt from what we're referring to as the gun store in Oxford for the firearm, as well as the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act notice.
So it was under the foam in the case that the SIG was stored in?
Yes.
When they left the gun store?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. That's 37.
Okay. One of the cases is.
Yes. Special Agent, what are the requirements once you've been cleared to purchase and you do purchase a gun in Michigan, once it's cleared and checked and you're allowed to purchase it?
So
You
as a
just
part,
take it home and it's yours and that's it?
no. So as a part of this investigation and others, I am aware that when you purchase a firearm in Michigan and are given a pistol sales record by the federal firearms licensee, you do have 10 days to take that to basically local or county law enforcement.
Okay, were you able or are you able to ever determine whether or not that was done for any weapon? How do you do that?
So there's a law enforcement
Your
database.
Honor, I would just object.
They're not being charged with a crime. They're not being charged with this crime. It's not a. It's not a crime that they've been charged with. It's not a prior bad act. It's still within the 10-day window. This gun was bought and within 5 days is being used. So what the fuck does it matter? Yeah. Stacy's saying, does Michigan have a purchase permit? No. In the state of Michigan, though, you have to register your handguns. When you buy a new handgun, you have to register with the local police. That's a Michigan state law. So
yeah,
it has a law about handgun registration, but that's it. And it, it's a little weird for a Midwestern state to have that. Because aside from Illinois, no other state has that kind of stuff. So it's also unconstitutional as fuck, but bringing all this up is bullshit. And I don't understand why they are. This should be made on the record. These are objections because this is highly prejudicial. It's all propensity evidence, meaning that because she's not doing this, she was a bad mom.
Yes. And I think that there's going to be a fair bit of that.
Kent brings up, if it took them 2 years to find the pamphlet under the foam, how do they know the people ever saw it? Well, that's a good point, but the lady at the gun store is going to say we make sure it's like given to them in a pile of papers along with like the owner's manual and stuff. But that's why I'm not joking. When I walk out of the gun store, if you give me one of those, I throw that kind of shit in the trash on the way out. So
yeah, who's to say they had it?
Your reaction to that's kind of funny. You're like, oh, you could do that? I'm like, yes, you can. It's okay. You can laugh at it or you can be horrified by it. But
I know there's a couple of people in chat who live in who are part of some clubs and things in my country who use firearms. So I can't speak too broadly. But in my part of the world, or my part of the country, and I know most of us who live in general metro parts of Australia, guns just aren't part of our daily life.
I know that, but I just mean the idea of like if the government gives you paperwork, you just throw it in the garbage as you walk out the door. You'd probably get the police called on you before you got home.
No, it would be a much more intense process, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a couple super chats. Kelly R asks, and this is for $5. Thank you, Kelly. Can't the local police tell the feds to kick rocks in a shooting? Seems like they're involved more than normal. Yes. Well, the feds always show up to these, and the ATF has the ability to do a check on those firearms quicker than the local police. And local police are going to be asking for all the help they can get in these situations. It's evidence processing, the ability of the feds to have more information at their fingertips. Yes, they can always tell the feds to go away, but they're never going to turn down the help. And then Carrie for $4.99 says, Sean, don't yell at me.
No. I can't really remember when that was.
Yeah. Yes, I do. I was yelling at something else. So
there's been a bit of yelling, but that's fair enough. It's pretty infuriating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
also, by the way, let me clarify. I am on no one's side.
No, I understand. I'm not trying to make an inference one way or another. I just think you're like, oh my gosh, you guys literally don't give a shit. It's like, yes.
I've been hanging out with you guys a little bit for kind of long enough now to get used to it. At first I was like, what? But that said, no, I was referring more to like with the attorneys, with the way the attorneys are behaving. I'm kind of not really impressed with either of their behavior.
Well, the prosecutor's being an asshole. That's just normal.
She and both of them actually. Both of the prosecutors are. I don't know if you've seen much of the gentleman. But he's not much of a gentleman.
Yes.
He's not much of a gentleman. Look, the defense attorney, she's good, but what happens is she gets flustered, and her objections are good when she does them, but she gets flustered and she starts to kind of interrupt and talk over people a bit, and it goes on, and then the prosecutor lady, what she does is she talks to the judge and she refers to the defense attorney as she, and she goes, she asked for this, she asked for that, and I find that really disrespectful. It's like you should refer to her by name.
Or counsel or opposition, something. But
I don't like this. She said that. She said it. So I just think you should be really respectful to one another.
Yeah.
the situation. That's just my
And then
opinion.
a job well done has a question. Are you from Tanzania?
Tanzania. Yes, sure. I'm from Australia.
Yeah. So and then there's actually an important one here from Wise Guy 4x4, and I didn't know this, and he clarifies if you don't have your Michigan concealed pistol license, so license to carry concealed firearm, you must get a purchase permit from your local police department prior to taking possession of the pistol. Okay. I didn't know that, but I'm assuming those are pretty much liberally given out. Some states it's very hard to get, but I'm assuming in Michigan it's pretty easy because I've never heard of people in Michigan complaining about it. So let's keep moving along.
Yes.
No,
not
hold on.
Tasmania. I'm from Queensland, so I'm a
Well, that's why
northerner.
when they said Tanzania, I'm like,
What
why
are you
are we
talking
thinking
about?
she's from? Yeah.
No, not Tasmania. So I'm the northern part of the very, very southern land.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, the northern part of the southern land. Okay, and also,
Indeed.
Josh Aaron Fraud says, can you explain what prejudicial evidence is? I think this all qualifies. Okay, so the issue is all evidence is prejudicial at some point. Like, think about it. If I got caught on camera robbing a gas station with a pistol, that's pretty prejudicial. But the probative value is very, very high. So that's where you talk about the balance. The balance is prejudicial effect versus probative value, and you have to balance that scale. And you want the probative value to be as high as possible, and the prejudicial value to be as low as possible. If the prejudicial value is very high, it must have a lot of probative value, because the more prejudicial it is, the more likely it will be excluded. So that's the issue here. This stuff is called propensity evidence. Oh, well, they didn't do stuff with these other guns, so that means they were bad people. This is like prior bad acts. This is called propensity evidence, that they weren't following the rules and they were bad people. So therefore, there must be really bad people and they did this. And that's highly prejudicial, because now you're planting the seed in the jury's mind. These are bad people, and bad people
like-
should be in trouble.
Like
So
Alex
that's-
Murdoch and his financial crimes.
Yes, exactly.
Hmm.
Ethan Crumbley is not allowed to testify. He's not coming in. So he's not coming in. That was already decided previously. So Russell says, what's a gun? I can't help you there. So we are going to move on from here, guys, and get going. All right. That was a good question, Josh Arian Fraud, by the way. That's a very good question. Thank you.
Excellent.
So here we go.
What is required after you purchase a weapon, legally purchase the weapon?
So based on both work experience and personal experience buying firearms, we're instructed to take that pistol sales record to the local or county law enforcement within 10 days of the purchase.
Okay. That's different from having a CPL?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to the jury about what that is. I think sometimes people get confused if they think once you get your CPL, then you don't have to register it, or vice versa.
So a concealed pistol license basically is just a permit to carry the weapon on your person within the state of Michigan. It's called a concealed pistol license.
Which is not an issue here, but it's different than registering the firearm.
Yes.
And why bring it up
And
if it's not
I
an
think
issue?
the last question I asked was, is there a way the ATF can determine whether or not a handgun was registered in Michigan?
There's a way that state, local, and federal law enforcement can query in Michigan to determine if a firearm has
You
a firearm
check the Michigan
registered.
State
Yes.
Police.
Okay, can you tell the jury how that?
Yes, so there's a law enforcement database that state, local, and federal have access to that you query the serial number of the firearm, and it determines, it'll pop up who the firearm is registered to if it's registered.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, and so the Derringer, was this registered?
No.
Okay,
Good.
and the Caltech, was this registered?
No.
Objection.
And
Protect
then
the evidence.
the SIG, was that registered?
No, it was not, but I will say that there is a.
He had some time to
He
do
had some
that.
time to still drop it off after, but there were events that occurred. Obviously, the shooting happened within that 10 days.
Right.
All gun laws are
One
infringements.
moment, Your Honor.
So
So we previously admitted the trigger lock statement, and Mark's going to try to pull that up and keep track of. There it is, and it's People's 38. Whose signature is that? If you know, what's the name on the statement?
Under purchaser, it says James Crumbley.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what this trigger lock statement means at the top, the boxes and
Yes.
what it indicates because they're checked?
So this form was provided by the gun store in Oxford during the purchase.
It's
was
mandatory
filled out by both
registration in Michigan.
James Crumbley and Cammie Beck during the purchase. And the first part says this sale included. The first box that checked is it says a trigger lock or other device designed to disable a firearm and prevent the discharge of a firearm, or a gun case or storage container that can be secured to prevent unauthorized access to the firearm. It basically means that those two things have been provided because those boxes are checked. In this case, being the cable lock and the gun case itself, if you put locks in it, could be locked.
Okay, thank you. And that's been previously admitted. I want to take you back to watching the surveillance of the shooting. And when I asked you, what does that mean? From what time to what time were you able to watch surveillance in the school?
Are you referring to the actual time of the day?
No, how much surveillance did you watch and what did it include?
I watched a majority of the footage, including Ethan's whereabouts through the day, or the shooter's whereabouts through the day, and then also the actual shooting itself and the aftermath of that.
Okay.
Like, I wish it was me shooting those children.
If you know, were you able to determine how many rounds were fired?
32.
Okay. And
we ran out both magazines.
Watching the surveillance from an investigative standpoint, was anything interesting or caused you to take other steps?
Yes, there were three main things that caught my attention during the video, specifically during the shooting.
There were three things?
There were three things,
Okay.
yes.
Can you list them for the jury?
Yes, so first, as the shooting began, the shooter was using only one arm for a majority of the first part of the shooting.
Oh, yeah.
And then as he moved down the hallway and Tate comes into view of the screen, he takes a two-handed shooting grip, takes I would call a shooter stance, feet wide, his shoulders roll forward, and he takes aim with using the sights and fires one round.
When you say using the sights, what do you mean?
Meaning that
How do
there's
you know that from
a
watching
mechanism on the firearm that allows you to take aim. If I can,
Is there footage of this
you.
or something?
We're not allowed to
Sid,
see
which
it.
is the murder weapon. Can you show the jury? You're gonna might have to
How
stand
does
up.
he know?
So here you see how there's two white dots back here. I'm sorry for this is a safe firearm.
No, it's not.
The two dots back here are considered the rear sight. See that over there? And if you line up the front sight with the rear sight, that is how you aim a firearm. In the video, I noted that Ethan did that on the shooter did that on the first
Okay.
shot,
They've seen the video.
as well as the second shot he took at Tate.
Okay, Special Agent, we have not shown that surveillance video at this point. So I'm going to try to provide some context. And what did you, when you were watching this, and you mentioned the stance and lining up the sights, was the shooter rushing? Was the shooter going at a fast pace? Can you describe what you saw?
Yes, during that specific portion, he came to a dead stop and took aim, and then as he moved forward, he walked 2 or 3 steps forward and then took aim again and discharged the firearm.
And what seemed remarkable about that to you? If anything.
Your Honor, I just object to the relevance. This is not the trial for the shooter.
Your Honor, the knowledge of firearm proficiency is absolutely relevant, and it is a contested
Oh no, they
fact,
taught him how
and
to
it is
aim it,
relevant.
therefore it's his fault. Are you fucking
I
serious?
hope you guys do understand that, right?
That's a very good
Some of
point.
these things overlap, but you were carefully chosen.
Did you hear her? I hope you guys understand this. No, they don't understand this, Judge. They're the jurors. What kind of harebrained bullshit? I hope you guys understand this.
to distinguish between what the shooter did and what we're here about. And we all trust you to do that. So I know it's difficult.
Oh my God.
An emotional day, but
This is like error. I
some
think
of
this
these
is like
things
structural
are
error at this point. If
to
this is how she's treating
horrify
things.
or upset you, but to let you know some of the circumstances. So I hope that you separate those things.
And it is offered precisely what he's
weird.
testifying to about the proficiency with the firearm that the shooter had. Thank you.
Okay,
What, if
even I
anything, was
understand that wrong.
Yeah.
When I first saw it, I immediately said to others in the room that I thought that the shooter had been to a shooting range or had had training in firearms.
Oh,
And
stop.
that's based on what you just testified to?
Yes.
What's wrong with having training?
Particularly with the
his
shot
targets, he
fired
had some training.
that killed Tate Muir. Was there anything about that other than the stance?
It was the stance, the way he rolled the shoulders forward, and then the way as he walked up to take the second shot that he re-established a stable shooting platform to take the second shot.
Okay.
Oh
This
my
is
God.
irrelevant.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, James taught him how to put in
The
work.
entire
That's
shooting
not a
lasted how
crime.
long, if you know?
The entire shooting, I don't recall the exact length of time, but it was less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Were you able to observe the any loading of magazines in the SIG? And I should back up. What is a magazine?
So a magazine is the part of the firearm that contains ammunition that's loaded in the magazine wall of the firearm.
Magazines are not loaded in
sorry,
magazines.
Sure.
Can you show the jury where a magazine, how you?
Oh,
would
no.
load a
Magazine
magazine?
supplies the firearm with ammunition.
There's actually one in the SIG.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
So this is a,
Probably, could you stand up? So I can
yes.
see?
So this is a SIG Sauer pistol magazine. It's a 15-round magazine. This would be inserted
Sure.
into the magazine well when it's loaded with ammunition.
Oh my God.
You would then send the slide forward, chambering it around, and at that point the firearm's ready to be discharged.
Oh, wow.
And you said 32 rounds worth fired?
Yes, there were 32 fired cartridge casings or shell casings that were recovered from the school, yes.
And there
Wow.
were how many in a magazine?
This the SIG Sauer magazine is a 15-round magazine, and you can also fit an additional round in the chamber for a total
So
of
how did he
16
get?
rounds.
Okay.
So if he did
Did
15
you
plus
ever
1, how
observe
did he get
on the
15?
video the shooter reloading?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
Yes, so I believe it was the first time the shooter reloaded. The magazine was empty, and he loaded a new magazine into the firearm. At another point, this was the second thing that I thought was notable in the surveillance video. He conducted what at ATF we're trained as a tactical magazine exchange. I know other agencies
Oh
call
my
it a
God.
combat reload, but basically he was not out of ammunition in the firearm yet, but he knew that, I can't testify to what he knew, but
Why are you trained to do a combat reload?
to make sure that you always have more rounds in your magazine so that that you have sufficient ammunition. So if you have half of a magazine, you would eject it, not throw it on the ground, you would put it in your pocket in case you need it, and then you load a full magazine, so now you're back to full capacity.
And what were you trained would be the purpose for that? When would you have cause to do that?
When you've shot.
So for us, we're trained if we're involved in a shooting. If you do that way you have a fully loaded magazine in case you need to re-engage a threat. Obviously, the circumstances here were obviously different.
Maybe he was going to deal with the police.
One moment.
Maybe he wanted to shoot you in the face, fed boy. Seriously, object to this crap.
That was the first thing.
Counselor,
Well, there were two
please
other
defend
things.
your
So
client.
so the first was his shooting stance. The second was the tactical magazine exchange. The third thing was after the shooter exited the bathroom where he gave himself up. Eventually, he ejected the magazine out of the firearm and placed it on top of a trash receptacle, which I found odd at the time because if you were just doing a school shooting, it seemed odd to take the magazine and make a firearm safe.
So he walked out of the bathroom and the evidence showed that is where Justin Schilling was killed. He walked out of the bathroom and you say he took the magazine out and you're saying that is making the firearm safe.
Yes, I don't believe he ejected around from the chamber. I don't recall right now. I don't believe he did. But yes, he separated the magazine from the firearm as if you were at a shooting range and taking the magazine out and setting it on like a
A
your shooting
stationary
platform.
trash can?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he do after that?
At that point, he got on the ground and was shortly thereafter taken into custody by sheriff's deputies.
Okay. And when he was on, was he standing? Was he laying down? Was he sitting?
No,
kneeling?
he got into he was kneeling and then got into the prone position with his hands up.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether or not he used anything to protect his ears?
During the shooting?
Yes.
I don't recall, no.
Okay. I just want to make sure we got all three things.
Yep, that is all.
Okay. So after you determined that what you considered it proficiency or somewhat?
Yes, there was some level of firearms training exhibited in the surveillance video.
Okay. And so what did you do next?
So the following day, after knowing that ranges would be open in the morning, also additional information came in during the investigation that there was possibility that the family had been to a firearms range recently. I began looking for evidence of James, Jennifer, or Ethan Crumbley at shooting ranges in the area.
Okay. And is this part of a normal investigation you would do in a shooting?
No.
Yes.
Okay. And so you started going to local shooting ranges?
No, I began calling. The first one I called was the most popular range probably in this area. And upon calling, they confirmed that they did have information and asked that I come in and verify my identity.
Okay. And how far away was that from the Crumbley home?
Not too far. It was in Clarkston, Michigan, so a couple towns over.
Okay. Did you go to the range?
Yes.
All right. And what did you, what kind of information were you seeking?
So the range provided multiple receipts from showing that James and Ethan and Jennifer Crumbley had been at the range in the past, as well as surveillance video documenting range visits on September 25th and on November 27th. I believe that's 3 days prior to the shooting.
Okay. Let's start with exhibits 40 and 41. Is that what? These, well, I'm asking. Okay. Especially what is on the screen?
These are Facebook messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley.
And how were these retrieved?
Through a search warrant served on Facebook.
Okay. You also, in the investigation, reviewed downloading from the actual phones, correct?
Yes.
All right. Were these messages still on Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
I know they were on James's phone. I don't recall if they were on Jennifer's phone.
Okay.
Can you, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I stipulated, but my copy does not have these stars on it, and they have eliminated some of the messages on this exhibit.
That's why the stars are there.
Yeah.
Right, so I object.
We're happy to provide all of the messages. We were just to be concise regarding these messages are offered to show.
That's fine. You can do that, prosecutor. But when you're offering an exhibit, the defense should have that exact exhibit you intend to show.
It's probably buried in a pile of paper somewhere.
No, they probably didn't give it to him. If I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer Crumbley.
I bet they did this on the eve of getting ready for trial.
Knowledge that they were at the store and the range, but I was just trying to be concise. But we're happy to give it all to the jury.
For the interest of completion, Ms. Smith, I'll admit any portions of those that you would like.
Your Honor, I would ask for the whole, they gave me the entire exhibit.
You have it all.
Okay, I have it all, but what you're putting up here is not it all. So
We're happy to provide all of it. We're just going to talk about these two and she can, and we'll provide every single thing possible to the jury. I'm just trying to not go through all of the messages that weren't pertinent to the shooting.
we're just taking slivers out. This is the problem. This is
The whole exhibit, the whole exhibit's going to come in. That's the reason that the stars are there, to show that it's not a complete chain, that there's something in the middle. But I will admit the entire text chain, and you are also having to present to the jury the entire text chain.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, there's no evidentiary requirement that we have to publish every text message in a 2,000 page string if we want to pull out. I'm not trying to misrepresent.
There isn't, but
Okay.
I'm just saying that if Ms. Smith would like those in, I would be happy to admit them for the purposes of completion.
We want it all in, so we're happy, we'll stipulate to it. This was only taken out not to deceive as much as to try to make, these are the ones about the gun range, but there's a lot of content about things like, purchases and all sorts of stuff. Okay, so can you read those to the jury?
Yes, so this is
There's a
dated
rule of
June
completeness,
15th,
is there?
2021. So JC Crumbley is Jennifer Crumbley's Facebook account that's in blue, and it says talk at 12 o'clock ? And then James Crumbley, who's in green, responds, taking Ethan to store at 12. Jennifer responds, you get gun.
So that, the last one was 11:34.
Yes.
That's minus,
Okay.
UTC -4. Is that 11:34 a.m.?
This has been adjusted to Eastern Standard Time.
Oh.
So it's really 11:34.
Yes.
Okay.
Why are
And there's time passes, and now we're at 1:17. And what does Jennifer reply?
Jennifer asks, you get gun.
Okay, and the next slide.
You get gun. Yes.
James responds, yes.
Get
And
gun.
it
You
says
make
Mo, but I
fire.
believe it's supposed to be no. Jennifer questions that
Promote
says,
Nick and
huh?
bio.
And then James says, we paid for the gun and bought it, but can't pick it up
Fixed.
until everything clears Washington, in parentheses, FBI. Could be today, tomorrow, or next day. They don't know. Jennifer responds,
don't
gotcha.
care.
Bring me those fruit punch things when you come to bring hay.
Okay. And then that same, can you read the text on the slide?
Yes, so Jennifer sends a message that asks, how much is your gun? James replies, 300.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 24 that's already been admitted. What are we looking at?
This is a receipt from the gun store in Oxford for the Derringer that we've been talking about.
So this is the Derringer?
Correct.
Okay. And how much was the price?
Total price was $180.15.
Okay. And then the next, who purchased the Derringer?
James Crumbley.
Yes.
Okay.
So what?
What is Exhibit 26?
This is also a receipt from the gun store in Oxford for the Keltec P17 pistol.
So it's this one,
Yes.
all right, and the same day? Were these on the same day purchased?
They were purchased on different days.
Okay. And how much was this?
The gun itself was $299.95.
That's not a bad price. That's 22.
I don't know. I don't know what they cost.
That's not a bad price.
Okay.
I think
All
it's
right.
okay.
I want to draw your attention next to, I'm sorry, Your Honor, there's just a lot of exhibits and I want to make sure we get it right. Okay.
What's your problem?
27? No, we did that. I'm sorry. Facebook messages between James and Jennifer on June 20th, 2021. Can you read those? That's Exhibit 42.
Yes, again, so Jennifer is in blue. It says, can you guys answer your phone? And James responds, no, at gun range, loud.
Okay. And then Exhibit 27.
Yes, we had to know gun ranges are
Can you
loud.
tell the jury what these two videos
Brilliant.
are?
Yes, so there's, on James Crumbley's cell phone, there was a video on the 20th of June at 12:58 p.m. that shows the shooter shooting the Keltec pistol. And then after that, a couple minutes later, there's a video of the defendant's son shooting the Derringer pistol.
And these are it's the same day of the Facebook message before we just read.
Yes.
Okay. And this is Exhibit 43 and 44.
Get it, son. Mozambique, double tap. No survivors.
So the first video, the shooters, can you tell which firearm he's using?
Yeah, so the first video, the shooter's shooting the Keltec pistol.
This right here.
Yes. And
Okay. This was the one for $300?
yes.
Okay. And then the second one was the Derringer?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, I want to draw your attention to what's been marked as People's 45. Can you tell the jury what this is?
Yes, this is a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley, sending the video of, it appears to be the second video of the shooter shooting the Derringer.
So the second clip, which was shorter, where the shooter's shooting the Derringer, was sent to Jennifer from James.
Yes.
Okay. And is this a Facebook post?
No, this is a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. Let's see. That's the I already said that. That's the second clip, right? And then People's 46. What are we watching, Special Agent?
This is the video that James had sent to Jennifer via Facebook that she then posted, I believe, as an Instagram story that said, Ethan and James Crumbley both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range.
Okay, Ethan and James both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no.
That's People's 46, Your Honor. I don't believe there's an objection. I'm going to direct your attention to the Exhibit 47, which was June 26th of 2021. What is that, Special Agent?
This is a receipt from the firearms range in Clarkston for range time and targets.
Okay, and Exhibit 48.
This is a Facebook message of, I believe, the shooter shooting at the range in Clarkston, sent from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley via Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And then 49. Was that the same video that was sent from James to Jennifer on June 26th?
Yes.
And what am I looking at right there?
This is the shooter at the gun range in Clarkston shooting the Keltec pistol with the Derringer visible on the shooting platform.
Okay. And do you know what Jennifer did with that? Where was that posted?
It was posted to an Instagram story on June 26th.
Whose Instagram story?
Jennifer's Instagram story.
And is this the actual Instagram story?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Directing your attention to July 24th of 2021.
Your Honor, what number was that?
75.
75.
75.
I'm sorry, it's July 25th. Can you tell,
Wait, hang on, I'm so sorry, what number?
It's, exhibit number 75, it's July 25th,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, I was trying to ask him so that we can, so it's 75, what were we just watching?
This is a video taken on James Crumbley's cell phone of Jennifer Crumbley shooting at the Clarkston range, the Keltec pistol.
Okay, this one?
Yes.
Okay. All right, directing your attention to August 19th, 2021, exhibit 50 and 51. Can you tell me what this is?
Yes, this is a video sent by the shooter to another individual.
All right, and this was already admitted. What are we watching?
This is the shooter holding the Keltec pistol.
This?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he sends the slide forward. There's no magazine or chamber or no round in the firearm.
Okay, was there any text messages about it or just the image?
There were also texts.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that was 50 or 51? We're going so fast right now, I can't.
I think it's 50, that's 50.
It's 50.
The text is 50, the video is 51.
Okay, the text is 50 that has the video in it, and then the video is 51, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, text is 50, video 51. And I'm sorry, I am so sorry, we're just going so fast.
The text contains the video.
And that's at the gun range, the shooter holding the Keltec, or shooting the Keltec, is that correct?
I'm happy to clear it up. Special Agent, what in that image are you able to observe?
It appears to be a couch.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what time that was sent?
I don't recall the exact time. I'd have to look at the text message. I believe it was later in the evening.
Okay, we'll go back to that. What time was it sent, Special Agent?
I believe this is the next video. It's 9:31 p.m.
Okay. Were you able to find another image that showed that the shooter had access to the Keltec?
Yes. So on that same date, he sent another video to the same friend at 12:30 a.m. With the Keltec.
And this is 52 and 53. All right, Special Agent, you said this was sent at what time?
I believe it was 12:30 a.m.
And on that same day, which was August 19th.
Yeah, I believe it would be now the 20th.
Okay, I'm sorry, the
March, yeah.
20th, because it was after 12. And what do you see in the background can you tell the jury what you observed in the background of this photo?
Yes, so
This video, I'm sorry.
This video is taken on the dining room table in the Crumbley residence. Familiar with, after being inside and also reviewing photographs taken at the house during this investigation, that the wood grain matches on that table to the kitchen table in their dining room. In the video, the shooter loads a loaded firearm magazine into the firearm and then chambers around into the firearm.
So is this a concern to you?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why?
Well, as that ATF safety pamphlet states, the access to firearm by juveniles.
Your Honor, I would object because access to firearms by juveniles may be against the ATF pamphlet, but there's no evidence that there's not an adult there or anything happening.
Okay, yeah, well, he's not commenting. You don't know if anybody else was present.
No, Your Honor, I don't.
And Your Honor, I understand that's argument, and it can be, she can use point that out. Was there any message accompanying this video to his friend?
Yes.
What was the message?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL.
And
I just missed what were they
And
arguing
that
about?
is,
Sorry, I missed it too.
That's all right.
Your Honor, also, we've already had extensive arguments about, I am objecting to all hearsay texts between
Responding to an email.
the shooter and his friend that my client and Mr. Crumbley have never seen, and this is one of them.
Your Honor, you've ruled on this several times, and
I vote on this one.
No.
these are the text messages between the shooter
Arguing
and
about
the other
pamphlet.
individual. You previously ruled it submitted.
I ruled on, I don't recall this one specifically, was this amongst the ones that was ruled, that were ruled on?
Okay, I'm happy to make it, I believe that you have, but if not, I am happy to make the argument. This is, even if you haven't ruled on it, it's under the exception of a present sense impression. He's picking up a firearm and in that moment, videoing himself, holding it, and then saying, my
Present sense impression for the person, the recipient of the message. It's not a present sense impression of the person who's later reading the message. I think it's a present sense impression of the recipient of the conversation. So whoever Brady is, you'd have to bring him in for that, because he's not in the moment receiving that, not what he thinks right that second. An effect on the hearer, this wouldn't work either. I'd object to that.
dad left it.
Sorry. So present sense impression is like if someone says, "Oh my God, it's like this person's trying to kill me." You're like, "I'm getting the sense impression that this person's in danger," or if they were laughing on the phone, you could be like, "Oh, that person sounds happy or funny." I have a present sense impression.
That goes to their state of mind.
What's
also,
that?
Also, I don't know if it's the same in America, but when you're talking about, it's kind of an exception to the hearsay rule here. So
yes, it is. It's a hearsay exception.
Yes,
as
so it goes to their state of
as
mind.
his effect on the hearer.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So it goes to state of mind.
So, yeah, here we go.
Why
I am a lawyer. I just hang out with lawyers.
And in keeping with 803, 1, and, it's consistent with 803, 1, isn't it?
Your Honor, I just want to reserve all prior objections that have already been in motions, and I can rely on that.
Thank you.
Okay, apparently she's able to do that in Michigan. I would still make your objections. That's a little scary.
All right, Special Agent, this is People's Exhibit 54. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is the Google location information for James Crumbley. And it's dated August 19th, 9/29. It's around the time of the first video of the last two that we've seen. And it shows that he's at the Crumbley residence on East Street.
Okay, and the time on that?
It was 9:29 p.m.
Okay, and that's the video of where the couch was in the background.
Correct.
Okay, and then the next exhibit. This is 55. What is this?
This is the Google location information for Jennifer. It also shows that the that East Street address, the Crumbley family residence.
Okay, so in other words, both Jennifer and James were home during the photo with when he was holding the Caltech and there was the couch in the background.
Yes.
Okay, and then 56. This is August 20th. So it's the 12:32 where the video was taken and the text, my dad left it out.
Yes.
Okay, and this shows what?
This shows that James Crumbley, the Gmail account associated with James Crumbley, was at the East Street family residence, Crumbley family residence.
Okay, at 1:30 in the morning.
At 12:30 in the
Or
morning.
12:30 in the morning, sorry. All right, and the next slide, 57?
This is the same thing. It's Google location information for Jennifer's account, and it shows that she was at the Crumbley family residence at 12:21 a.m. that day as well, during the time, around the time of the video.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to draw your attention to Exhibit 58. September 1st, 2021. This is a message between who?
This is a message between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley on Facebook.
Okay, and the time is
the Gmail account associated with James Crumbley was at the East Street family residence, Crumbley family residence,
Okay, at 1:30 in the morning,
at 12:30 in
or
the morning.
12:30 in the morning, sorry. All right, and the next slide, 57?
This is the same thing. It's Google location information for Jennifer's account, and it shows that she was at the Crumbley family residence at 12:21 a.m. that day as well, during the time, around the time of the video.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to draw your attention to Exhibit 58. September 1st, 2021, this is a message between who?
This is a message between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley on Facebook.
Okay, and the time is 4:56 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does the message say?
Ethan and I are headed to gun range.
Okay. And what are the special agent? This is exhibits 59 and 60, but can you tell the jury what they are?
Yes, so these are receipts for that day for James Crumbley. It's range time, targets, as well as renting a Ruger LCR 22 caliber revolver and paying for 22 caliber ammunition.
And this is a video, exhibit 61 of that same day?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and I want to, that's people's 61, and then I want to draw your attention to September 25th. Did either defendant go to a shooting, did this defendant go to a shooting range in Clarkston?
September 25th, I believe, I don't recall for sure. I believe it was just James and Ethan that went.
So it wasn't this defendant?
No.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether or not she was aware they were at the range?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
I believe it was the same thing through Facebook messages.
Okay, and this is 62, and this is a receipt. What was the receipt for?
This was range fee, ammunition for 9mm, a rental of a 9mm pistol, as well as 22 caliber ammunition and targets.
In all of the videos you were able to obtain and observe, is this the first range video using a 9mm?
This is the first that I could find. Yes.
That we know of.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And this is 63. What are we looking at, Special Agent?
So that's James Crumbley in the white sweatshirt and gray baseball hat, and then the shooter is behind him wearing a light gray sweatshirt, dark pants, Nike shoes, and a black hat.
How dare he? Nike does terrible things to workers.
Special Agent, we see 2 firearms there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what, if you can tell what kind of handgun it's for?
So I believe the handgun that the shooter is picking up now is the Keltec. And then the other one was one that they appeared to rent, or to, if they were looking to purchase a firearm, sometimes that the range will let you test it out before you purchase it.
So the one to the right of the shooter, what is that, if you know?
I can't say for certain. The footage is a little grainy.
Okay.
At least he's got his thumbs. Get your thumbs in there, Ethan. Thumbs forward. Thumbs drive to the target. You're muted, Hella.
No, I hadn't started speaking.
Oh.
I can't understand, like, if he had gone in and he'd just gone just like that, like with no training.
Yeah, they would have brought that up too.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep, he's learning how to reload.
I believe he's having trouble with the firearm discharging. He appears to be having some type of malfunction that he's not able to control his own.
Dang.
The training's not the problem.
Yeah, but the big thing is he's being safe. He's having an issue with the 22. That's common. Let the adult come take a look at it. Yeah, he's got his thumbs up. I will give him credit, though. He's not doing what we call cup and saucer.
Okay,
where
and
you
I
hold
want to
it
draw your
and it's like
attention then
cup
to
in a saucer.
exhibit
This is not how you
October
hold
3rd,
it. Oh, it's like you're holding a
of
cup of tea in a
2021,
saucer. You hold it with
exhibit
hands around
64.
it.
What is this?
This is a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley at 12:01 p.m. that says, "Cool, just got cleaning our guns, leaving for range in a few."
Okay, that's 64, and then
Wait, I'm sorry, Your Honor, can we just slow down for 1 second, because the exhibits I was given have more content. I just need to.
we'll go as slow as you'd like.
Okay, this.
We
Thank you.
separated them to make it easier to read one message at a time.
I understand, but this is different.
See,
than what
this
you
is that
provided me,
problem.
And I just need.
The way you present that exhibit should be presented to me as well. We took all those. We give you a big page of them, but we broke them down for separate exhibits. No, I should get the separate. The way you present an exhibit is the way it should be presented to the defense.
Yeah,
So I
it's
should
up
get
there
the
huge.
original. Like I should have the original and altered ones. But if you're going to change it, so like for example, if they're going to give me there's a video, I get the whole video. But then if they're going to cut down the video for trial, I should have that as a separate exhibit given to me ahead of time, because I should have the right to examine it to make sure, wait, this isn't proper. There's some issues with how they edited it down with these messages. How did they edit it? Did they cut and paste anything? Did they get hinky and alter it? She should be presented with those the way they're doing it. This is sloppy by the state.
This is like putting spooky music behind it, like
Well,
a
that
documentary
too.
maker. Yeah. And I think the defense attorney referred to in her opening statement something about slithers of evidence in the woods or something like that. I think she used,
it was splinters out of a, they grabbed a couple the forest for the trees.
Yeah, that was what she was trying to say. Yeah. It wasn't the most well put together.
Yeah, but this is still a problem though.
That's what she means. Yeah.
Yeah. Although it's not that the defense got no discovery, Lars. It sounds like a bunch of the defense didn't look at parts of it. Like, this isn't relevant for her defense. This isn't relevant for her prosecution, which I understand that, but it doesn't matter. If the state gives it to you, you examine it. Because you don't know what's on that. You might find a spot in there where there's an email that they accidentally put in there saying, ha ha ha, we're going to fuck this woman in the ass with fabricated evidence. You just don't know. So the idea she didn't look at all this evidence is actually disturbing to me. It doesn't matter if you know it's not relevant. Like, I've got a case right now where I got like 90 gigs of digital data. I looked through the entire damn thing just to make sure I didn't need to.
Yeah.
You always check.
Who knows
So
what
I'm
they're
a little
hiding in there?
disappointed by this attorney. Like, she's making objections, And she's already made a bunch, it sounds like, previously on the record, and the judge is letting that stand, but still, I've got some problems with the way she's doing this. Well, this isn't relevant to the prosecution. Well, apparently they disagree and they're doing it, so now you're caught with your pants down. Because notice she's not saying I was never given it. It's that I didn't look at it.
Yeah,
And
and,
now this one,
she's
though,
understaffed and under-resourced, and I'm only one of me, and all
Well,
that
that doesn't
thing.
matter. Then you say I need more time.
Yeah.
That's not an excuse. If you need more time, then you have the right to say, Judge, I haven't had the chance to look through it all.
Yes.
If you need more time, you need more time. C'est la vie.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, but she's not helping me here.
It looks messy.
A little bit.
Mm.
So, yeah, here we go. Oh, God, I hate when people text like mongoloids, though. Just got cleaning our guns. Like, what does that mean?
Mom.
To make sure I'm keeping up. So thank you.
I'm happy to go at any pace you'd like.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is.
All right, Selena.
Thank you. And I'm caught up.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
It's all right.
All right.
It's a lot of information.
It's a lot of information.
65. What is that, Special Agent?
That's a receipt for the gun range in Clarkston, dated October 3rd, 2021, for range time, targets, and .22 caliber ammunition.
Are you doing this again tomorrow?
All right.
Sure.
Was this the last documented that before November 26th that we have?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to November 26th. What day was November 26th? What's significant about that day?
That was the date that James Crumbley purchased the 6-hour SP 2022 pistol for
Probably a lot earlier in the
that
day,
was the
though.
day after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This has been previously admitted.
Because it's
This
Saturday
is the
today
receipt
here,
for
so.
the SIG, correct?
Yes.
People's 28.
Yeah, I know.
And that was.
Oh, I'm streaming earlier. I'm streaming in the afternoon. I might come for.
Yeah, it's Sunday afternoon for you guys, right?
To make it easier to understand.
Yeah, it's 2:30 here now.
Okay. And on the 26th, when this occurred.
I'm streaming at your 3 p.m.
Yes.
This has also been previously
Once again,
admitted.
relevance.
This is the purchaser's information. We've already talked about that. This was, I'm not sure if it was admitted, but it was shown in the opening. I believe there's no objection to it.
Yeah,
What-
it's admitted.
Okay.
66.
Again, for the jury, this is the SIG, correct?
Yes, what's depicted in that picture is the 6-hour pistol, yes.
Okay. And when did Jennifer post about, I'm sorry, excuse me. This is not Jennifer's post, this is the shooter's post. This is a different post, this wasn't the one at the opening. I apologize if I'm confusing anybody, it's just a lot. And what does this say?
So this is an Instagram post by the shooter that says, just got my new beauty today, 6-hour 9mm, ask any questions, I will answer.
Special Agent, were you able to determine based on the forensic evidence of the phones whether or not Jennifer Crumbley followed the shooter's Instagram account?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so this account where he posted, she followed it. We can't say she saw it, but we know she followed it.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and that is a picture of the SIG?
Yeah, so the first picture was the 6-hour in the pistol box. And then the second picture is the shooter holding the firearm. It appears to be inside the Crumbley family residence based on the floor. And then there's the shooter again holding the firearm with the sights aimed in. As you can see, the 3 dots are aligned.
I'm so sorry. What number is that?
It's all part of 66.
66?
This is Instagram post from November 26, 2021.
Okay, thank you. So 66 then has multiple pictures.
3 spots.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
It's the one Instagram account that we know is in common.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah.
I just want to make sure. I was trying to
But
be easy.
when it's in piecemeal, I can't tell the number is not on the screen, so
Right.
Right.
I was wondering.
that's why I'm having a hard time, so, sorry.
Yeah.
To take a break, Your Honor.
Never.
Sorry.
I was looking for the natural break, so.
Yeah, I don't think this is the fine time. There's about probably 30 minutes left of this.
Oh, okay, so, yeah,
Well, sorry about that.
I was waiting until cross-examination.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm with you. All right, so, a few things. You can't discuss your testimony, with anyone right now, because you're still on the stand.
Understood, Your Honor.
But you can step out and, we will come back at 3:15. How's that? All right?
All rise for the jury.
Okay, so pee break. All righty, we got a pee break.
Okay, I'm going to jump off, I think.
You gonna head
I've got
out?
to get-
Oh,
Yeah, I have to
sure.
get tomorrow's show ready. Oh, man.
Okay.
This is so depressing.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Yeah, this
It's
is not
bad.
making this does not make her look good in front of the jury.
It
Even though there's a
doesn't.
reason why it's happening, the state did set it up right. This causes problems because the judge isn't screaming at the prosecutor, so it looks like she's just incompetent. But anyways, guys, this is hella excited utterance. You have a show tomorrow at 3 p.m.
do.
Eastern time.
Actually,
That's
yes, I do.
great.
And we're going to be talking about this for a little bit of it. A couple of the topics that are on tomorrow. We're going to chat a little bit about Gypsy Rose, although her trip down fame line is starting to go down there.
People are starting
one
to
of the-
realize she's an ass.
Yeah, yes, the public opinion train has started to turn in the opposite direction for her. Then we are going to get right into all of the tea about Murdoch and Becky Boo and the evidentiary hearing and all of the media wars and things that are going on regarding that. And then we're going to talk about this trial. So Crumbley's. Now, get ready, guys, because the comments in the comment sections out there are not the kind of things that we've been chatting about here. There are a lot of people out there who really, really, really do not like Jennifer Crumbley, who really, really think that this is a case that should be brought against this defendant. So
That doesn't surprise
I'm going
me.
to show you. Yeah, I'm going to show you some of the stuff that's being said out there at the moment, and it's pretty well 99% opposite to the kind of stuff that we say in the chats around here. So yeah, get ready. It's going to be a bit confronting. So there's that. And we're also going to talk about Ty Tucker. So the treehouse guy, murderer. No, he's not a murderer. Yeah. So the guy who managed to get himself off a
for now.
For now, and have you seen? He's been re-indicted. Not re-indicted. They're going to charge him again. They're going
They're
back
going
to
to try him again. Oh yeah, that doesn't
they're going to
surprise
try him
me.
again. Yeah, because it was an
Yeah.
11-1 hung jury.
Oh, it was 11-1 guilty.
Yes.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. You know, it all comes down to what you think it's gonna be, and that doesn't surprise me. 11-1.
11-1. So he might want to reconsider the whole pro se thing. Yep. So that's back
Yeah,
on.
I mean that just he you know.
Yep.
Homie needs to.
Exactly. Yeah, the Karen Brigade. Exactly. So the whole show, Hearsay for Days, is all about checking out the comment section. So it's all about seeing what's happening on social media. It's all about the Twitter Twitter comments, the YouTube comments, the TikToks, all those sorts of things, and seeing just what people are saying outside of our little sphere that we tend to hang out in. So come and hang out. It'll be 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Maybe Sean might pop in. Don't know. If he wants to, he can. I might have a Bronco sighting. He likes to pop in. Maybe David. It'd be great to have David because we're going to be talking about Crumbley's. And I'll chuck a link in the chat before I go. So thank you for having me.
All right, yeah, and guys, Hearsay for Days at 3 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh yes, and also we have our Murdoch coverage on Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, depends how long it goes. So 9:15 Eastern, all through the days for the Murdoch coverage. That's enough for me. I can grift my head off all day.
Yes, Well,
Can you take me off full screen, please?
okay. Sure. Sure. Sure.
All
And
right.
as you guys can see, look how small this courtroom is. This is actually
It
kind
is
of neat.
small.
You get to see how so small.
It's so small.
Yes, a little bitty
small.
baby courtroom.
Baby courtroom. Okay,
Yep.
I'm going to jump off and I'll put a link in chat.
All
Thank
right,
you
take
so
care, Hella.
much,
Good night,
guys.
everybody. Good
I'll
night,
be
guys.
listening. Bye.
Yep. Bye. All right, guys. Yeah, so 3 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Let's see here. If you guys are looking, yeah. So if you just want to know, that is what we're looking at. So yeah, this is a very small courtroom. It'd be tough to get seats. But let's skip ahead and see where we are. Okay. Okay, I'm skipping ahead. It shouldn't take me that long to listen to it or catch up to it. God, everything's going slow on the internet tonight. Are you guys frozen? Because I can't. Why is nothing working right now? Well, this isn't good. And if you notice, it says reserved. That's just a. It's reserved because they don't want people up there. Typically, unless there's victims up there, that's typically left open because it gives them the ability to crowd control better in the courtroom and allows people to walk in and out without getting impeded or pestered by people in the way. So, yeah, it's frozen. I know. What the hell is going on here? Okay, I don't know what the deal is here. Let me try this again. Okay, there we go.
That's you, is whether or not the fact that you might have met this person.
Oh, we have a problem.
I don't want to make
The video.
it's okay.
I don't think so, Your Honor, because one of the exhibits that still has to be played is a half an hour long.
Oh, really? Okay.
There's a video.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Hi. I don't want to make you nervous. I want to tell you that we really appreciate your note. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. All right, that's why we have alternates in case something comes up.
Right.
So really my only question for you is whether or not the fact that you might have met this person, the safety agent, mentioned by Brandon, you knew him in 2005 or 2006.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
nice.
actually, when I didn't interest the same individual, he was working with Detroit Police Department.
Okay.
At either the 6th or 8th precinct.
Okay, so did you ever have a beer together?
No.
Okay, and is there anything about the fact that his name was mentioned that would make you have difficulty being fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Okay, we appreciate your note. I know that this is, yeah, so.
I wanted to make sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you have any questions for me?
No, I don't, and we have no objection to him remaining.
Okay.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, I appreciate your note. You can be seated if you want. We're gonna bring your friends in, so. Yeah, go ahead. Are you agent? Is it your title?
Special agent.
Special agent.
Agent.
Special agent. All right, for the jury.
Okay, you need to see it. Agent Ray,
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. We have an opportunity, my co-counsel and I, to reorganize so that we can do this as efficiently as possible. Special Agent, I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 66, I'm sorry. This is the Instagram post of the shooter, and you already testified earlier that Instagram account was followed by Jennifer Crumbley. Is there anything about this image that you want to remark on in terms of what you see and what you don't see?
Yeah, so in the image is the 6 Hour 9mm pistol. There's one magazine inserted into the firearm. There's also an empty magazine next to the firearm on the right-hand side. In the image, there is not the ATF pamphlet or the cable lock that was sold with the firearm.
And then and I believe 66 is already admitted, and 67? What is this, Special Agent?
This is a picture from Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone taken, I believe, 30 to 40 minutes after, it was in around 6:38, 6:40 p.m. on the 26th.
The day the gun was purchased?
Correct. And this is a picture of the Sig Sauer is the bottom pistol with a magazine inserted. The top pistol is the Keltec 22 caliber pistol. And then there are the two Sig Sauer magazines, the ATF pamphlet, and a cable lock with a key inserted and a second key attached.
And this was previously admitted, this cable lock, it's People's 39. Can you testify about whether or not this is similar or the same? Can you tell that?
I would say that it is similar. The exact same words and instructions are on the pamphlet and on the, call that I don't know if it's a sticker that's attached to the bottom by the lock there.
This right here?
Correct, but I've had an opportunity to review the words on both and they do match up.
Okay. And you see the pamphlet in that picture?
Yes.
And Jennifer Crumbley took that photo of the day the gun was purchased, and you said around 6:30?
It was between 6:30 and 6:40 p.m., I believe.
Okay, thank you. I want to go to now the next day. That would be the Saturday. The 26th was Friday after Thanksgiving. The 27th was Saturday. Did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video from a gun range in Clarkston?
Yes.
And do you know about what time that surveillance began? In other words, who's the surveillance of?
It shows Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter entering the gun range, paying for range time, targets, and 9mm ammunition, 100 rounds of it, and then they proceed to take turns firing the Sig Sauer pistol.
Okay, so do you recall about the time they arrived there?
It was approximately 1 o'clock p.m.
Okay. So the receipt is for, you said 100 rounds?
Yes, they bought two 50-round boxes of Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition.
Okay, and so the only firearm that ammunition is for is the shooter's Christmas gift, the SIG?
Yes, out of the firearms in their home, it would only be utilized in that one specific firearm, yes.
Okay, and the previous receipts that we've admitted into evidence that you obtained, is there any record of any purchase of a 9mm ammunition before this day?
Not that I found, no.
Okay. So in terms of the evidence you obtained, this is the first time and only time you saw a purchase of 9mm ammunition?
Correct.
Okay. And who was at the range with the shooter?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Were you looking at the phone evidence and the forensic evidence from the phones able to determine where James Crumbley was that day?
Yes, I believe he was door dashing during the daytime hours that day.
He was a DoorDash driver, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to the actual surveillance video, which is Exhibit 71. We are not going to play the entire video, Your Honor, although the entire video will be admitted into evidence and the jury can view it. We're going to try to focus on the
I hate
most
that
relevant
bullshit.
parts, and then the entire video is in evidence.
You should only be admitting the parts you're playing.
You can play the video
Yeah,
if you want.
got it, thank you.
Okay.
What are we looking at, Special Agent?
So that's Jennifer Crumbley had just arrived and placed the 6-hour pistol box on the display case there, and the shooter is standing over her shoulder.
What's their way of saying she can't say I've never touched it, I guess. Although they're up in Michigan, I'm surprised they don't have a place where they just go blast out in the woods somewhere. So. Guys, I don't know if this was made clear earlier. They're not referring to Ethan by his name because they're trying to say like he shouldn't be entitled to they don't want him to feel he's entitled to any sort of fame or to be known by his name. And it's also that idea like on the news, they're like, we're not going to say his name because we don't want to give him any satisfaction. And yeah, that's part of it. I mean, that's the main reason why they're doing that here. It also just I would argue there's a political angle to it because now there's no Ethan. Ethan's name's not popping up. Ethan. It's gone. Now it's just Jennifer. I think there's a little bit of dual reason why they're doing that. So just be careful. I mean, they're going to use that as an example of, well, we don't want him being popular in Dale. Okay. But you're also using this to hurt them. Yes, they're depersonalizing Ethan, but they're using that to hurt Jennifer more. So, just be aware they might have double meanings, double motives.
Special Agent, we're going to fast forward that. You've already identified that gun case as the SIG case and not this that it's this one, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So what are we? Yes, they're going to a range. They're being safe and responsible. Like, what do you want her to do? Like, they're not sitting out here like Wyatt Earp playing with it.
So at this point, if you know, where is the gun?
So the handgun is in the 6-hour pistol case with the 2 boxes of ammunition sitting on top.
Okay. And Jennifer Crumbley is handling those?
Yes.
Okay. And what are they doing now?
They're putting on ear protection before entering the range.
The previous footage shown of Jennifer Crumbley at the shooting range, do you remember, did she have ear protection on?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, what's the problem? Oh no, and she's wearing pink earmuffs. The horror of it all. Being safe and responsible gun owners. Would you agree, Agent Douchebag? Is this safe gun handling so far? Is this proper range etiquette? Yes, it is. So, like, yeah, that doesn't make them look like yahoos right now. Just saying. Just saying.
Special Agent, can you explain to the jury what's happening right now?
Yeah, they're loading mags.
Right now, the shooter is loading ammunition into the magazines.
Does it look like she knows what's going on? She's
Now,
helping.
at this point, he had the gun for 1 day?
Yes, approximately around exactly 24 hours.
Okay.
And there's nothing wrong with going to the range right away. So this
And
is
do
this is
you
not
see
illegal.
a lock anywhere in that case or next to the gun or the case?
No.
Does there need to be one? No. Yes, your wife's boyfriend may make you own a lock for all your guns, Agent, but there's no requirement.
Special Agent, I do have a question while we're viewing this. Are all of the visits and purchases stored on surveillance and ranges and licensed firearm dealers?
So in this particular gun range, there is surveillance camera equipment. I don't believe it went back past September 25th, which is why there wasn't surveillance video for the previous visits.
Okay. So what's happening right now?
So that is the 6 Hour pistol. I'm going to call that the stand, as well as a loaded magazine. And now the shooter is placing a target on the cardboard before sending it back down range.
Once again, nothing illegal, proper range etiquette, and he's being very safe. So what's the problem? His mom is standing back behind the line where she's supposed to be. Proper range etiquette and following safety. And there's Ethan being safe. I mean, I don't know what this is. They think it's helping him here. Die. 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 Yes. Kill them all, Ethan. Kill them all. No survivors. Trample the weak and hurl the dead. Yes, this is not relevant at all. Too bad there's no footage of getting like a hot shell casing down the back of his shirt and him going like, ah! That'd be funny. Yep. Yep.
So just for the record, the shooter.
I hope she's already objected to all this. I've got
Were you able
severe
to tell how
questions if
many
she
rounds
hasn't.
he shot?
It depends on how full the magazine was, but if he had a full magazine, it would have been 15 rounds once he loaded it in the firearm that he discharged.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what's happening now?
Yep. So now he brings a new target over for Jennifer Crumbley, and then he affixes it to the cardboard and then sends it downrange.
So it seems both of them are struggling at this point as he did before. What are they trying to do? He had the same trouble.
So initially he had trouble inserting the magazine. This is different. He's trying to explain to her how to send the slide forward by pressing sending the slide release and sending it forward to chamber around from the magazine. And that's that action right there.
So Jennifer Crumbley took her turn at firing the SIG. Were you able to tell whether it seemed like just a few rounds?
Yeah, it was just a few rounds. It was a partially loaded magazine that was inserted into the firearm.
Okay. And then I know you have viewed this several times. At this point, the shooter does another, I don't know how many rounds.
For the witness, answer the questions and just be asked now meeting.
I'm just really just trying to make things easy and more understandable. And we were gonna fast forward.
Okay, so you're gonna fast forward. What happens next? What happens next?
So I think they exchanged turns one more time, shooting at the target, and then I believe it's only one more time each, and then they depart from the range.
Okay. All right, you're fast forwarding to when they're both completed. You think they what? Do they both
step off for a second, guys.
Shoot more rounds or just the shooter, if you know?
I'm not certain if Jennifer shot more rounds or not. I know the shooter takes another turn this time around. I don't know exactly how many more times Jennifer shoots.
Do you know how many rounds total were left?
See,
when
the fact they're talking over him while he's doing this just shows this really doesn't mean shit to them to prove their case. This is just them running up the score and using propensity evidence and irrelevant things to try to make Jennifer look bad. If this was important, they would not be talking over it like this.
Or finished shooting.
I mean, they're using this like it's B-roll footage.
So they discard an empty box of 50 rounds of the 9mm ammunition into the trash can, and then exit with only one box of 50 rounds. So when they departed, they only had the 50-round full box of Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition.
Okay.
Yes.
And we can fast forward to that part.
So this segment sponsored by Patriot Defense. If you need to get it done, Patriot Defense will get you one. Maybe I'll buy some ammo from them. Die. He's like, he's looking at that. He's like, yeah, that'll be good enough for study hall. So let's just, Thank you. You can tell she's not a fan of this, but she's doing it for her son. He wanted to go, so she's doing it. Pew! She's like, all right, good enough. She's like, here you go, son. I'm doing this dumbass thing you want to do. Here. Yay, see, I care. Yeah, she's trying. I think because she's already made a bunch of previously standing objections. I don't know. This is where I hope at the chance. I need to ask David from Making Law Simple some questions because he might know this better than I do. Because this is his neck of the woods where this is all going down. Seriously, okay, we get it. He's shooting the fucking gun. Oh my God. God almighty. This is disgusting. Yes, John, I agree. If she put like extra magazines in his lunch, like, remember to share with the kids. And remember, honey, center mass. Oh. Palmyra Productions gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so very much. You always, unless the judge has allowed you to preserve those objections ahead of time, you always object. But if it's already been objected to, then fine. Ooh, those are some big sneezes. Yep, he's gonna train the pumped up kicks. You know, run, run. We need the Doom music in the background. We see the Doom music in the background. Oh, I wish I could play over this. That'd be perfect. Doom 64 music, sure.
Special agent, is that where she just, the ammunition's discarded?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And this is the,
Oh,
picture of
God
this
damn it, I
packet
just...
that was posted.
Ah! Okay. If you want to know how you can shoot, like, he's left-handed but using his right eye, it's called cross dominance. You take your hands like this, and you make a little circle, and you bring it, you stare at a focal point out in the distance on a wall or outside somewhere far away, and you bring it straight back, and you won't, without even thinking about it, and you'll come to your dominant eye. In my case, it's a right eye. I'm left-handed, so I use my right eye and my left hand for a pistol. Now, when I'm using a rifle, I'm left eye, left hand. So it's not uncommon. This is also how you determine which hand on a bow is going to be your draw arm, which means this is going to be a right arm bow, and so that's how you figure that out.
You know, was that ever recovered?
Yes, there was targets in the shooter's bedroom. I don't recall exactly if it was Mrs. Crumbley's target or not. I know the shooter's target was one of them, I believe.
And can you tell the jury what he's doing now?
Right now, he's trying to put the 6-hour pistol and 3 pistol magazines into the case and close it.
Are the magazines full or empty, or can you tell?
They're empty.
And what does it look like to you is happening?
So the shooter's just trying to rearrange the pistol box so that it closes properly and can fully clamp with those that we demonstrated earlier, the opening of the clamps.
The latch?
The latches, yes.
So Jennifer Crumbley's carrying the case with the SIG inside of it.
Yes.
And do you see is the shooter carrying anything?
Yes, he has the targets as well as the box of 9mm pistol ammunition.
There should be objections at the wazoo.
And based on your investigation and all the physical evidence and digital evidence, was this the last known image of this weapon before it was used to kill the students in Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay.
What is the relevance of that? Come on.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to Exhibit 72. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is an Instagram post by Jennifer Crumbley on the date that they went to the range later that evening. It says, "Took my new SIG out to the range
I
today."
just want to stop you. This is actually.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Whose Instagram post is this?
I'm sorry, this is the shooter's Instagram.
Okay.
It was posted later that evening, said, "Took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to the new sights, LOL."
Yeah, that's not good, but
Could
hey,
you tell when that was posted?
for the first time.
Yes, in 1902 on the date they went to the range being the 27th, the day after Thanksgiving,
Okay, and what time is that for?
7:02 p.m.
It's UTC -5, so is it 7 or is it?
I'm sorry, that is in UTC. So at the time of this,
Well, it did make him
it would
popular,
be
just not the way you wanted.
around 2 o'clock, 2:02 p.m.
2:02. Can you tell the jury what UTC minus?
Yeah, so
What am I talking about when I say that?
it's just the universal time. So that is like the time in the Eastern time zone is either -4 or
How is this
-5,
relevant?
depending on the time of year, daylight savings time.
Okay, so that is 72, and then do you know, by the way, where Jennifer Crumbley was when this was posted? If you know.
I believe she was still home at this point.
And want to draw your attention to 73. What is this?
This is the Instagram post by Jennifer Crumbley of the target with Mom and Sunday testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm, I hit the bullseye. And this was posted about a minute later than the shooter's Instagram post.
So his post was 202 and hers was 203?
Yes.
Okay, and there's more than just this post, correct?
Oh, there's 3 images within the one post, yes.
Okay. So it's the same text, but 3 different images?
Yes.
Okay, and this, what is this picture of?
So this is the 3rd image. The first was the main target. Then there was a zoom in of the bullseye. And then there was this image, which was of the firearm in the case with 2 pistol magazines and the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act notice beneath it.
Do you know where James Crumbley was during this time? Was he still doing DoorDash deliveries?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know at some point whether or not Jennifer Crumbley left the house that day when they returned from the range?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and do you know about what time?
It was around, I believe it was around 2:30, or it could have, I know there was a Facebook message around 2:30 sent that she was shopping, so I don't know exactly what time she left, but I know she left after that Instagram post.
Okay, and do you know when she returned?
It was around 5:30 p.m.
Okay.
You know, I might be confusing Jennifer and James on that timing that Jennifer returned home
Okay,
for that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We have another witness that will testify about it. Just one moment, Your Honor. All right, I want to draw your attention to a previously, I believe it's previously admitted, 74, Exhibit 74. All right, and if we could zoom in on the drawing of the firearm in that diagram. We've already, well, tell the jury when you first saw this worksheet.
I first saw this worksheet when I was at Oxford High School on November 30th, 2021, responding to the shooting.
Okay, and what's your understanding about who drew those things and when?
It was my understanding that the shooter drew them earlier in the day, and I have to say that I saw an image of this worksheet, which is probably the same image. And it was, like I said, during my time responding to the school.
Okay, Special Agent, what, if anything, caught your attention about this drawing?
There were several things, specifically with the firearm. After recovering it and looking at it, inspecting it, it appeared to be the same firearm recovered from that the shooter used to commit the shooting, the Sig Sauer 9mm pistol.
Okay, can you explain to the jury why you believe that?
Yes. So when you look at the image, the back of the, do you mind if I pick up the actual weapon?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, the unsecured weapon.
But you're gonna have to stand. So the
Yep.
jury can
Oh
see.
So,
God!
When you look at the back of the slide, there's serrations at the back of the slide here. Actually, try this one.
That poor zip tie has got to be hanging on
Serrations
for
at the
dear
back of the
life.
slide in the same location that they are in the picture.
Oh my
The
God!
shape of the trigger guard of the picture appeared to be the same shape, as well as the magazine. The SIG magazine is unique in that it has this lip at the front. And when inserted in the firearm, it creates this secondary kind of, it's not flush with the firearm, right? There's this lip.
Sorry, can you
Oh,
just,
yep,
can you turn to her so we can
Move my chair back. Yep, there we go.
Sorry, I can't see what you're.
Yep, no problem. So there's a lip in the front of the firearm here when the magazine's inserted. And when I looked at the picture, it appeared to be that was what was drawn at the bottom, where you see that lip.
Did you see anything else about the drawing that was notable?
Yes, the ammunition appeared to be, after working this case and reviewing the image and knowing the caliber of firearms in the Crumbley home, it appeared that ammunition was not .22 ammunition for the simple fact that the cylinder at the bottom on a .22 long rifle round of ammunition is not flush. It creates almost like a cylinder at the bottom, if you could picture it, and it wouldn't be flush with the round. So instead of it just being a circle like this, where you'd have a circle like that, it would be that there are parts
That
of edge
looks
sticking out.
not at
around
all
so to
like
speak.
it.
There would be an edge drawn further around the bottom of that rounded ammunition, and it's much thinner.
Okay, and I'm going to approach and show you the previously admitted picture of the other firearm that the Crumbleys owned. That's most similar to what's not here that's on the SIG that makes you think that the drawing was of the SIG. How are these two different?
So additionally, on the SIG,
And tell me how I should hold this so it doesn't look like I'm pointing at you.
Take that from you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So when you look at this at the SIG here, there's an ejection port on this side, on the right side of the firearm, similar to the one drawn in the picture. The only other magazine-fed pistol in their residence at the time did not have an ejection port on either side of the firearm because it's concealed by the slide.
And nothing further at the moment, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So come on, like get
Good
him for
afternoon.
hammer on the straw
Um,
purchase part.
As you know, I think you've been in court, sitting back here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm Shannon, I represent Ms. Crumbley. If I ask you any questions confusing, please let me know, please.
Understood.
Thank you. Special Agent Brandon.
Oh, it's not going to take much to
Would
confuse
that
this
be
guy.
the correct way?
Yes.
Okay, to address you, thank you. You were testifying that you are familiar with the state and federal laws regarding guns, correct?
No, that's not correct. I had stated that I was familiar with the federal laws to purchase a firearm, and in some of those investigations in purchasing firearms, some of the state laws come into play.
Okay, in terms of, and if you don't know the answer, please let me know. If you do know the answer, let us know, and please answer the question. Back on November 30th of 2021, it was not illegal, and it still is not illegal, for a minor to touch a gun, correct?
It is not against federal law for a minor to touch a firearm in certain instances, no.
Okay, it is not against the law for a minor to shoot a gun at a gun range. It wasn't then, and it's not illegal now, correct?
It is not against federal law for a minor to go to a gun range to shoot a firearm, no.
Okay, and as far as you know, it's not against state law either, correct?
Yeah, as far as I know, especially from this investigation, I know that it's not against state law, yes.
Okay. On November 30th of 2021, there also is no law, federal law, that requires certain storage requirements for guns, correct?
Inside of your residence?
Yes.
There is not a federal law that forces anyone to store their firearms in a certain way, no.
And as far as you know, on November 30th of 2021, there also is not a state law that states how a firearm must be stored, correct?
It's my understanding, based on this investigation, that at the time there was not a law governing how to store a firearm in a home, no.
Okay. Now, you testified and talked to this jury about how there are various ways guns can be stored safely, correct?
Yes.
And one of the possible ways is in a gun safe, correct?
Yes.
And the Kel-Tec and Derringer gun, they were in a gun safe in the Crumbley home.
That's correct.
Another way that a gun another way of making a gun safe is with a cable lock, correct?
Yes.
And a cable lock is it almost looks like a bike lock that loops through the gun to make it impossible to shoot when it's locked, correct?
Yes.
And in order to disable or take the cable lock off, you have to have a key, correct?
I would say that's one of the ways to take it off. Yes.
Okay, so that would be the way that most people would take it off, is by using a key that works with that lock, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to go to exhibit 38, which I'm going to put up on my screen, but I need to switch it over. And I apologize. Mr. Godwin, can you help me, please?
Oh, yes.
I just am not sure I've shifted over. Okay, so I'm going to exhibit 38. It's this thing. Okay, I've got it plugged in. Oh, I did better than I thought I would. Okay, so this is exhibit 38. This has been admitted. This was admitted through the people when you testified before. This is the trigger lock statement. You recall testifying about this, correct?
Yes.
And when a sale of a gun is made, this form is filled out and given to the person or filled out by the person buying the gun, correct?
Correct.
And it's signed, in this form specifically, is signed by James Crumbley and Cammie Back being the person who sold the gun, correct?
Yes.
And this form is to help ensure that there is safety in this process of guns being sold, correct?
I'm not sure what the congressional intent is on this, and that's not something I can testify about.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that the sale must include a trigger lock or a gun case or storage container that can be secured, correct?
No, it says a trigger lock or other device design, which in this instance would be the cable lock or a gun case or storage container.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So it could be a trigger lock, it could be a cable lock, it could be a gun case, it could be a storage container. There's options.
Yes.
And when you testified about the 3 guns that we've seen in this courtroom, you testified about the Derringer, the Kel-Tec, and the Sig Sauer, correct?
Yes.
And you were testifying that the caliber on those guns, that the Sig Sauer has the biggest caliber, correct?
Yes, it's a larger
Out
caliber.
of the 3 of those.
Yes.
Okay. And by nature, because with those 3 guns in mind, that means the Sig Sauer can do more damage than the other 2 guns, the Kel-Tec or the Derringer, correct?
I believe what I said is that it just makes a bigger hole, but yes, what you're saying is, yeah, that it would cause more damage, yes.
Okay. And a 9mm is not this is going to sound like a terrible question, but is not the largest millimeter there are guns that are bigger and stronger, correct?
Yes.
What other guns could create even more damage or even larger holes?
I mean, there's a lot of calibers that are larger than a 9. I don't know that you want me to list them all right now, but there are more calibers that do cause more damage, that do fire a bigger round than a 9mm.
So what's her defense? Her defense is this is fucking insane and bullshit. So, Garrett, what is it with you guys in this? Like, you guys are like, I've been crop dusted by a pregnant chick. I have PTSD from it. What is wrong with you people and pregnant women? Oh my God, this is ridiculous. But yeah, this is I don't know what the hell's going on here.
A 357?
Yes.
A 45?
Yes.
A 50?
50 caliber?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, approximately how many other kinds of would you guess? How many other
I'm not going to guess. I mean, there's a lot of calibers of firearm. There are several that are larger caliber than a 9mm.
This is why it helps having a knowledge base in firearms. You could really attack him. Would you agree there are many, many, many firearm calibers larger than 9mm that are far more dangerous and could cause far more injury? Yes, but she doesn't really know.
There's not many that are larger than a 9 as a semi-automatic handgun. There's a few, I would say, not a ton.
Okay, so a 9mm is not the most destructive gun you can buy, but it's a gun that a person can buy.
A 9mm is a gun a person can buy, yes.
Okay. You testified about I'm going to go to Exhibit 37. You testified about this ATF pamphlet, Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that everyone knows guns are dangerous, correct?
I would hope so, yes.
It does not take getting a pamphlet to know that a gun is a weapon. That's common knowledge,
This
correct?
is not, no. Do not go down this road. Do not go down this road, because then you know what the prosecutor is going to say? Do you agree that firearms should be locked up in a safe? Yes. Bam! You're going to get, I don't know what's coming, but you are going to get shit all over for this. Do not do it.
Pamphlet is in the box, on the counter, on the floor, in the car. It's common knowledge that a gun is a serious, dangerous weapon, correct?
Yes, but that's not the purpose of this pamphlet.
Don't
Well,
make
the
the
purpose of
arguments.
this
Don't make the
pamphlet
arguments in the
is
state.
To make sure youths with handgun is especially dangerous, correct?
Yes.
And that also is fairly common sense, correct?
I don't know how to answer that question, being that it's like the number one cause of death for children, that firearms are the number one cause of death for kids. So I don't know how to answer that question.
Not true.
Well, my point is, we know guns are dangerous. We know they're dangerous when youths handle guns. It doesn't change whether it's a youth or an adult, correct?
I think that if they wanted to have a pamphlet that said the Person Safety Act notice, they would have. It says youth for a reason. I think that there's a special category for that.
But any person would know that a youth handling a gun, it would be dangerous.
I would hope so.
Okay. We saw a lot of exhibits showing that there were trips to the gun range, and we can agree that there is no doubt James Crumbley and Ethan Crumbley like guns or are interested in guns, correct?
It appears so from the evidence, yes.
You showed this jury evidence of them purchasing, of James Crumbley purchasing the 3 weapons, correct?
Yes.
We've shown this jury text messages between Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley showing that they're going to, that Mr. Crumbley and Ethan Crumbley, the shooter, are going to gun ranges, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat it? I got a little distracted.
I am so sorry.
That's okay.
I'm like in a choke. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you definitely are choking. You're choking big time.
I need like just something.
Why
I feel
don't
like
you
I
have a
just
bottle of
blood
water?
fly in my throat.
I haven't seen any bugs in here. You want to talk that?
Yeah, can I have one?
Oh my God.
Thanks.
Disaster zone. Yes, you
Sorry,
are
excuse me.
choking badly.
I'm so sorry.
Look, the other attorney's like, oh my God, what are you doing to us? He's like, you're making me look like an idiot.
All right. Okay. We can agree James Crumbley and his son are interested in guns.
Yes,
We can agree they would go to the gun range, they would go shooting together.
yes,
Okay, you have some evidence of some various trips they took to the gun range. But it's possible there's many, many more trips that Mr. Crumbley and his son took to the gun range, correct?
that's possible, yes.
What you're testifying to this jury is not limited to the only experiences we can say the shooter has ever had at a gun range.
That's fair, yes.
And there's one occasion back in the summer of 2021 when Jennifer Crumbley is with her husband and son at the gun range, and we see her shooting in the video, correct?
She does.
And aside from that, the only other time we see Jennifer Crumbley at the gun range is on the day after the Sig Sauer was purchased, when she's with this half an hour long video we watched with the shooter, correct?
Yes,
And as we watched that video, on that occasion, we can agree James Crumbley is not there with them, correct?
yes,
And when Jennifer Crumbley walks in, she's carrying the case that has the gun in it, correct?
yes,
She goes up to the counter, purchases ammunition, and she carries it over to the area where they shoot. Is that fair to say?
yes. She purchased the ammunition. I'm not clear on who picked out how much ammunition. There was a time that that the shooter made a 2 with his finger, and I can't be certain if he was talking about the ammunition boxes or the targets.
Okay, so they end up in the area where you shoot, and it appears to me, although I've never been to a range, you put the gun in the spot where the person stands to actually shoot it, correct?
Yes,
And then it appears to me, but please tell me if I'm wrong, that you load the magazines with the ammunition on the counter behind, when the gun is sitting away from you, correct?
yes. That's generally been my experience at private ranges. Yes,
And in these videos that we saw, it's apparent that the shooter has knowledge of how to load those magazines with the ammunition, correct?
yes,
He is the one loading those magazines with the ammunition, not Mrs. Crumbley.
no. There was a point at one time when Mrs. Crumbley was putting rounds in, her arm was moving. Obviously, the angle's sideways, so you can't see. But there was a time when she was loading. I don't think she loaded all the
So you
magazines, but I
don't
think she did
actually
load a few
know,
rounds.
but it looks like
Okay.
it, but you don't know.
And when we see the video of the shooter shooting the weapon, he obviously knows how to shoot the weapon and is shooting the weapon at the target, correct?
Yes,
And when Mrs. Crumbley comes up and takes her turn, mom's having her turn with the weapon, there's some very obvious conversation going on between herself and the shooter, back and forth between the two of them, correct?
yes,
And it appears from the video, I believe that you said the shooter is explaining something to her.
yes. I think he was explaining how to send the slide forward to chamber around. She was having trouble. She got the magazine in, but then couldn't get the slide to go forward.
Okay, and that was in the first, she took 2 turns essentially at the range, correct?
Yes,
And in the first turn she took, that's when she's having trouble with the slide? Is
Yes.
that- Okay. And when we see Mrs. Crumbley take her second turn, we see her turn back and have to call the shooter over to explain something else to her in trying to figure out how to hold the gun, correct?
yeah. It seemed like he was trying to explain how to properly grip the firearm. Yes,
Okay. And we can agree that in the videos from this shooting range, at Accurate with Mrs. Crumbley and other ranges, it's clear the shooter has been given experience shooting at ranges and knows how to operate these weapons, correct?
yes,
You also showed this jury evidence that on one other occasion, Mr. Crumbley and the shooter rented a 9mm gun.
yes,
And on that day, obviously, the shooter shot the 9mm gun, correct?
I don't recall from the video that we have of that if he shot it or not. I believe I would assume he did, but I can't say for certain.
It would be weird if you rented a gun and didn't shoot it.
I agree.
Okay. And you don't know if there's other trips that Mr. Crumbley took with the shooter where they may have rented 9mm guns on other occasions, correct?
If it was to this specific range, I would know about it based on the receipts, but if not, then no. If it was a different range, then it's possible, yes.
The range that you checked with was the one in Clarkston, correct?
Yes.
There are a number of gun ranges though in the area, and it's fair to say you did not check with all of those ranges.
Not all of them, the ones in close proximity to the house, yes. But at the time it was winter, so a lot of the outdoor ranges, it had snowed the weekend before. A lot of the outdoor ranges either were snowed, there was too much snow, but yes, for as far as the indoor ranges in the area, that's the closest.
Okay. In addition to these guns and going to this indoor range, you were at the Crumbley home during the time the search warrant was executed, correct?
Yes.
And if you do not know the answer to this, you can let us know. During the search warrant that was executed, you observed that the shooter had a number of BB guns, correct?
Yes.
And BB guns are not on the same level of danger as these three weapons, these three guns you testified about, correct?
I mean, they can be.
I have no idea where she's going right now with any of this, guys. I don't have an idea what the hell this is. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. Wish I could tell you.
Dangerous, but are they a firearm? No.
Okay. So, and you also, I'm sure, observed that in the backyard at the Crumbley's home, they had targets set up where BB guns could be shot in the backyard, correct?
Yes.
So it's a very fair assumption to say that the shooter was interested in BB guns, target practice, these guns going to the shooting range.
Yes.
When you testified that the Caltech was in a gun safe at the time law enforcement did the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
And the Derringer.
Yes.
And there was a cable lock that was not on the Caltech gun, correct?
There was a cable lock in the Caltech gun box in the kitchen that was not on the Caltech gun. There were no gun cable locks on either the Derringer or the Caltech inside the safe.
And we talked about the different options of ways to keep a gun safe. And while the cable lock was not on the Caltech or the Derringer, there wasn't a cable lock on that one, those two were secured in a gun safe.
Yes, with the combination of 000, but yes.
Okay, and when you testified about the combination being 000, that was the combination that you said the manufacturer, that would be the default.
Yes.
And that combination can be changed by people when they get the gun, correct?
When they get the safe, yes, they can change the combination.
And you have no knowledge of what the combination was at the time that James and Jennifer Crumbley had that safe in the home. All you know is the time you saw the safe, the combination was 000, correct?
I know that the safe was unlocked at the house by law enforcement using the code 000.
Did you unlock the safe at the house, or is that, you were not the person that unlocked that safe though, correct?
No, you asked me the question. I said I know it was unlocked with that, but I was not present when it was unlocked. But I know that that's the combination to the safe, and it has not been changed since.
Okay. You did not watch law enforcement open the safe.
No.
You did not watch law enforcement turn the numbers on the safe.
No.
You believe that the numbers law enforcement used were 000, but you do not have personal knowledge that 000 opened that safe, correct?
I did not physically observe it, no.
And it's fair to say that those guns, that Keltec and that Derringer, were purchased in June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And there is no claim in this case that the shooter ever took those two guns or took them out of the house or took those to school, anything along those lines, correct?
Not out of the house, no.
In terms of, Your Honor, are we gonna go till 5 or what are, what's the word?
I have special permission,
Okay,
but
so,
I would like to, can we finish this witness? Can we finish this witness today?
Your Honor, there were so many exhibits, I don't think we can, and,
Okay, we can go till 5, right? You guys okay going till 5?
okay.
Yeah.
You testified, okay, so let's go to some of the exhibits if we can.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to exhibit 52. Was this, it appears to be conversation by messages back and forth. And it shows the shooter holding the Keltec, correct?
This one shows him loading the Keltec, that video that you have it on now, yes.
I'm sorry, it shows him loading the Keltec. And this video was from back in August of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that obviously this video shows the shooter holding the Keltec. And let's see here, the video was admitted also. Let me just get to the video. Okay, so this is the video. I'm just gonna play it, it's 12 seconds. This is exhibit 51. Okay, so this video shows the shooter loading the Keltec.
This one was an empty slide. He just sent the slide forward on this video, yes.
Okay, I'm so bad with these guns. Yeah, please correct me. So this one is him doing what, sending the slide
no, did he play with
Yes, there were no ammunition in the firearm, no mag.
Okay, so this video shows the shooter loading the Keltec.
This one was an empty slide. He just sent the slide forward on this video, yes.
Okay, I'm so bad with these guns. Yeah, please correct me. So this one is him doing what, sending the slide forward?
Yes, there was no ammunition in the firearm, no mag. I don't believe there was even a magazine inserted. He just sent the slide forward in this video. It was like a black leather, looks like a couch or something like that below it.
Okay, and in this video, you have no idea if there are other people around him.
No.
The video is focused on the gun in the shooter's hand, correct?
Yes.
And this video was sent by text message over to a friend of the shooter's. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we don't see any people in this video, we don't know if Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley were present at the time the shooter is taking this video.
We know that they were in the home at the time, but we don't know exactly where they were in the home, no.
Okay, so we know they're at home at the time the shooter's in the home making this video and sending it to a friend, correct?
Yes.
And as much as, this video, him doing this, the shooter doing this, is not illegal, correct?
No.
It's not.
It's not illegal. I mean, I can't say.
I'm not going to say it's a good idea.
Right. I don't mean under federal law.
No,
it's not,
why
it
would
wouldn't
you
be
say
illegal.
any of
You're in
that?
your own home, and I don't know where his parents are at the time either, though, so I can't really comment whether it was legal or not on what he's doing with.
That's why you don't go down that road. I don't know what his parents are. I don't know what he's doing with it. You just stepped on a fucking landmine. Oh, God, woman. Oh, I knew he was going to go down something like that. That's why you don't do this. Oh, my God.
The firearm.
Okay, right, we don't know. All we have is this little 12-second video with no context, correct?
I think the context was the text message that says, my dad left his gun out. So it seems odd to send the text message if your dad was around while you filmed it.
God, stop!
Okay.
Stop him talking! Stop him! Stop him! My dad left his gun out. You're... Oh, my God. Fucking A. I'm gonna cut, like, this is made out of wood. What I'm holding right here. I'm gonna figure out how to cut my own head off with this thing right now. Like, that's how much I want this to stop. I want her to stop, and like, if she doesn't stop, I'm gonna cut my own head off. Holy shit.
Or your parents, I should say.
We know dad is in the home at the time this video is made, correct?
Yes, both Jennifer and James, yes.
We know mom is in the home at the time this video is made, correct?
Yes.
This home we're talking about, there will be other. Sure.
I'm sorry.
She's just sitting there looking at her client like, I'm just trying to fuck you in the ass right now, Jennifer. Hope you like it. Like, what is she telling her? What's she telling her right now? Oh, you can't see what, like, Jennifer's reaction. She's eating another Valium.
We're at the time. Sorry, so we're at the time where we're talking about this video that was sent. Your testimony was that the shooter sent a text that said, my dad left this out. Or I'm sorry, yeah, my dad left it out, correct?
Yes.
It does not say my mom left it out.
It does not.
It specifically says my dad.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, you don't know the shooter.
I don't know the shooter personally.
Right.
No.
You don't know the shooter's friend.
No.
You don't know other things the shooter and his friend had been talking about that day, correct?
I've reviewed messages between the shooter and his friend for several days, but I don't understand what you're asking there.
I'm asking, you don't know whether when that statement was sent to his friend, you don't know that that's true, that his dad left the gun out, correct? All you can do is read the text.
I know he sent the text, yes.
He sent the text, but you don't know that that's true, correct?
I can say I know he sent the text. I don't know. I don't know exactly where. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if anyone knows it's true or not. But he sent the text.
You are aware that teenagers can embellish things?
I don't have any teenagers.
You were a teenager at some point.
Sure. I don't know that I'm specialized in teenager behavior
Okay.
to testify to that.
No, or he
You
could have
agree
said
with me
something,
it's possible-
or he could have said something like, "Ma'am, if I had been playing around with the guns, my dad and mom would have beat the shit out of me." Because this is a stupid thing to do, play around with guns for your friends on Instagram. God, she's lucky he didn't say that.
Possible for teenagers to embellish to impress their friends.
I would agree, yeah, that it's possible for teenagers to embellish, I think is a fair statement.
It's possible for them to send messages to friends to try to look cool.
It's possible, yes.
It's
Well, I
possible
wouldn't know. I'm not
to
cool.
try to fit in with other people and capture people, get people's attention, correct?
Oh,
I think we're getting into an area that I'm not authorized to testify about as a federal agent right now, honestly. And
Yeah, Your Honor, Special Agent Brandon has very defined parameters about what he can testify to. He has assistant United States attorney in the courtroom because he can only testify to certain things. So
how many guns have you sent to Mexico?
I guess I'm not sure what that means, but.
It means he can't testify about teenage behavior. He can't testify about.
Well, some of that is also argumentative, right? I guess take judicial notice that teenagers embellish things, just for my own, right? Yeah, you know, so they talked about that during jury selection, so he doesn't know. I don't think he was a teenager that long ago himself. So police officers are looking younger and younger.
Okay, so the bottom line is, in terms of what's going on in this shooter's mind, and at this time, the Crumbley son's mind, we just don't know. We're not mind readers, correct?
Yes.
We do know, though, it's not just based on text messages, that James and Jennifer Crumbley were in the home at the time this video was made, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That is something that you established through actual evidence, and we know they were present in the home.
Yes.
And when we're talking about the Crumbley's home, it's a 900 square foot home, correct?
Yes.
It's a small ranch with 3 bedrooms.
Yes.
We're not talking a 4,000 square foot, 3-story house, correct?
That's correct.
So we know that all 3 people at the time this video was made were in this 900 square foot home.
Yes.
Same thing with the video that was you testified about a video where you can see the dining room table and you recognize the wood grain as being from their dining room, correct?
Yes.
Can you remind me what was happening in that video? I don't want to waste the jury's time, but I think you.
Yeah, so in the video, the shooter loads a loaded pistol magazine into the Keltec and then sends the slide forward, chambering around, which means the firearm is ready to be discharged at that time.
And when that video was taken, that's also a short little video clip, correct?
Yes.
And that video clip also, we do not know who else was present when that video clip was taken.
Not in the immediate vicinity around him, no. We know that both Jennifer and James were in the residence, though. Yes.
Okay, so James and Jennifer are in the residence when Ethan Crumbley is making this video.
Yes.
Okay, and we know he made that video and obviously had it on his phone.
Correct.
And we know he sent that video to a friend.
Yes.
And again, we don't really have much more context beyond that, correct?
Other than the text message, no.
Well, the text message was from the other.
I think the text message, the videos were sent, and then the text message followed the videos.
I'm sorry, were both of those videos sent at the time when it said my dad left it out?
I think the first video was sent at 9:30, and the second video was sent at like 12:30 a.m., so 4 hours later. But in that chain of text, it's video 9:30, video 12:30, and then the text that said my dad left his gun out, LOL.
Okay.
Something to that effect.
And you checked to make sure that at 9:30 and at 12:30, both parents were at home, correct?
Yes.
And and so he sends these 2 videos, and there's no response from his friend, correct?
I don't recall if there was a response or not. I know that they were sent. There may have been an exchange, but I just know that they were sent to his friend.
Okay. And then he sends another text saying, my dad left this out, correct?
Yes.
Now we can
This is
agree
giving me
in the text
anxiety.
message, or I'm sorry, in the Instagram post, there's reference that this gun was a gift to the shooter, correct?
Yes.
You are not a member of the Crumbley family, correct?
No.
You don't know what the terms of that gift are in terms of whether the shooter was allowed to just possess it and have it at all times, or if there were conditions around and rules around that gift, correct?
No, I just know that it was a gift.
Okay. And you don't know if you do not know where that gun was kept, the Sig Sauer was kept, prior to the day you're in the house with law enforcement and the open gun case was on the bed, correct? I'm sorry, it's late in the day, so my questions are getting terrible. Let me back up.
Oh, that's the excuse now? What was the problem this morning?
When you saw the weapon, the actual weapon, the Sig Sauer, you saw it at the school, correct?
Yes.
And when you went to the parents' home, the gun case was out on the bed, correct?
I believe when I got there, it had been moved to the kitchen at that point.
I'm sorry, it was in the kitchen at that point.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
And prior to you getting there, you don't know where the gun case had been, where it was moved to, who had moved it, and things like that, correct?
I know based on reviewing the search warrant photographs from the scene that are done prior to searching your residence, that it was on the bed and with the empty box of pistol ammunition next to it when those photographs were taken. That's what I know.
You don't know prior to that day or the night before where that gun was stored in the Crumbley's home, correct?
That's actually a good question.
I don't know myself. I don't have knowledge of that.
Shit. That's a great question. You don't know how it was stored. You don't know how it was stored. You don't know how it got stored that day. I guess the only problem is unless Ethan's like, yeah, my mom let me stick it under my mattress and I just grabbed it out and brought it to school. Then they're fucked. But who knows, because she hasn't looked at all the evidence and she's admitted that. So this sounds like a good question, but this could also be a trap. I don't know. I think it's a good question. It's a question I would ask.
I know that there's been... I don't know how to answer that question, honestly.
Okay.
Because you're a lying sack of shit.
You don't know the answer to that.
As someone that's been involved in this investigation, as one of the officers in charge, I have reviewed multiple different statements and texts about where it was stored. So I don't know how to quite answer that question because there were various texts and statements about where it was stored from the defendant's messages and statements and things like that. So I don't know how to answer that question. But do I know for certain where it was stored? The answer to that is no.
Come on.
Okay. You also don't know whether when the gun, the Sig Sauer, was in the Crumbley home, if they had the cable lock on the Sig Sauer gun.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
When the gun was in the Crumbley's home, in the days following James buying the gun, you don't know if the cable lock was on that gun.
I don't know, other than the 26th, the date that they purchased the firearm. I believe they took photos of it around 1:00 p.m. I know that the shooter took a video around shortly after 6:00 p.m. with the firearm, with the cable lock still in the bag, not inserted in the gun. So I know that at least when they got home from the firearm store after the purchase, there were photographs taken. There was no cable lock inserted. I know later that night at 6 p.m., so we're shortly thereafter, between 6 and 6:40, both the shooter and Mrs. Crumbley took photographs on their phone or photos and videos, and the cable lock wasn't inserted. It was still in the bag. That's all I know. I know that and at those specific times when those pictures are taken, that the cable lock was not used at those times.
Okay, we can agree on that. Beyond that photograph, the day the gun was purchased, past 6:00 that night, you don't know if the cable lock was put on that gun, correct?
I have no evidence whether it was or was not, no.
You also don't know after 6:00 that night where the gun was placed, correct?
For that specific day, I don't personally know where that gun was that night, no.
You also don't know who was responsible for putting that gun away that night, correct?
I don't know how to answer that question. I guess it's if Mrs. Crumbley is taking a picture of the firearm and she's the only one home, it would be her responsibility to put the firearm away. And if it's Mr. Crumbley, so I don't know how to answer your question. So if you want me to answer that, I don't know their conversations about who's responsible for locking it up at night.
Right, so your
then
answer
yes.
is I don't know. You don't know.
Right.
Okay. And so on the 26th, that night, after 6
Okay.
p.m., after the photos
Okay, guys, you know that song "Big Enough" the Screaming Cowboy? The entire time I'm listening to this, I'm just screaming the entire time.
taken, we can agree. You don't know if the cable lock got put on, you don't know where the gun was stored, and you don't know who was responsible for storing it, correct?
I don't know how to answer your question because I feel like that if
Because you don't know.
I don't. I think it's.
it's asked and answered.
I don't know whose responsibility. It could be a parent, both parents' responsibility. I don't know how to answer that question.
You weren't there.
Correct. I wasn't there. I don't know who's.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know is the right answer.
He does have knowledge of all the other evidence, so I think the struggle here is
He knows what was happening at 6 p.m., but.
No, he's reviewed different statements about,
Oh, I
so
see.
that's where the struggle is here.
But he doesn't have personal
personally know
knowledge.
if those statements are true, but I think that's why, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but.
He has other information.
I'm asking him about his personal knowledge, though. I'm not asking him about things other people said, things, okay? All right, so then we go to the 27th. This is the day after the gun was purchased by Mr. Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we've obviously talked about Mrs. Crumbley being at the range with the shooter that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that night, when after Mrs. Crumbley was home, you do know that Mrs. Crumbley and her son went back home, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you don't have personal knowledge of who took the gun from the car they drove into the home, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if the gun was even brought into the home when Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter arrived back home after the gun range.
That's correct.
You don't know if after coming home from the gun range, the cable lock was put on the gun.
Where are we going with this?
By who?
I
don't know that the cable lock was placed on the firearm, but if you're saying it appeared the way that Miss Crumbley or Mrs. Crumbley operated the firearm, it would be very difficult for her to lock the slide to the rear to put the cable lock on.
She appears like she doesn't know what she's doing with the gun, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No!
There's no doubt the shooter.
Why are you trying to increase her stupidity with it? That doesn't make her sound more sympathetic. That makes her sound more culpable. Holy shit, don't say this stuff aloud.
Has a lot more knowledge about this gun than Mrs. Crumbley does.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. And when Mrs. Crumbley is posting, she's posting that it's her first time shooting a 9mm, correct?
Yes, that's what she wrote.
And she's calling it a Mother-Son Day, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know much about this family, but Mother-Son Day implies this is a mother and son spending time together, correct?
That's what the text said, yes.
It's obvious Mrs. Crumbley's doing something with her son he enjoys, correct?
Yes, he was definitely smiling when he was shooting the firearm, yes.
Okay? And then both Mrs. Crumbley and her son are, comparing targets and talking and interacting with one another, correct?
That's what occurred on the surveillance video, yes.
And once they got home that night, you have no idea if the cable lock was put on the gun.
I do not know. No.
You don't even know if the gun was brought in the house.
No.
You don't know where the gun was kept that night.
No.
And you don't know where the gun was kept in the following day or day after. You don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of the day, I'm sorry, scratch that.
ineffective assistance of counsel, you have to prove that had she not done what she did, there's a good chance she would have won. So I don't think so because the bar's really high anyway. But oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The shooter, you have no
Oh my
awareness
god.
of whether the shooter has ever had any kind of safety course.
I found no evidence that he had a safety course.
Why would you bring that up? That makes her sound even worse. That she's like, honey, you're not gonna like. I was negligent. I didn't make my kid take a safety course. So when they teach you a safety course, don't point it at people. The 4 rules of firearm safety. God damn. She's fucking herself in the ass. Well, actually, I take that back. She's fucking Jennifer Crumbley in the ass. Jesus. Why does she just take that pistol and just shove it up her asshole and spin it around a couple of times?
Of course, no.
You don't, so there is no evidence that you can say, there's no evidence, but that doesn't mean that didn't happen, correct?
Correct.
And you have no evidence about James, whether or not he's ever had a safety course, correct?
I found no evidence of that, no. But I don't, yeah, correct.
So you wouldn't know either way.
Yes, she is.
It's possible he had a safety course. I personally found no evidence of that.
Oh my god, no! Now you're not helping!
And when you're talking about this drawing, and I'd like to just put the math paper back up. And I apologize, I believe it was exhibit
75. No, it's 74.
Thank you. Okay, so your testimony was, by looking at this math paper, you believe the gun in exhibit 75 looks like the Sig Sauer weapon, correct?
Yes.
And this math paper was drawn after the shooter had already picked out and had his dad purchase the Sig Sauer, and the family already owned that gun, correct?
Yes.
And that bullet, you believe, looks like a bullet that would be unique to the Sig Sauer gun.
No, that's not what I said. I just said out of the firearms they own in their home, out of the 2 calibers, it resembles more of a 9mm than a 22.
Okay, but it's just a bullet, right? We can agree.
You listed off a lot of calibers earlier. If you ever look at all those rounds, they look vastly different.
All right, so that's a 9mm caliber.
I'm saying it resembles or could resemble a 9mm caliber. It is definitely a round of pistol ammunition that does not look like a 22.
Okay, these are just drawings that we know the shooter drew at school, correct?
They are drawings that the shooter drew at school. Yes, I don't know if I would say just.
They're drawings we know he drew at the school.
Yes.
And
we'll get to this.
You have never discussed these drawings with the shooter, correct?
No.
You were not present when the shooter met with the school counselor about this drawing, correct?
No, I was not.
You were not present when the school shooter met with the principal from the school and talked about this drawing, correct?
I was not present.
You were not present when Mrs. Crumbley and her husband met with the shooter at the school about this drawing.
Correct. I did not get to the school that day until after the shooting occurred.
You did not hear the shooter explain why he put these things on this drawing, correct?
Yes, I did not respond until after the shooting occurred.
Okay. So you've never had a conversation with him where he explained or talked about what he was doing in this drawing, and you've never seen a video of those conversations, correct?
Yes, I believe I said before, I haven't met the shooter before.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Sure.
Okay, Kara, you're like, what would I be doing? Not this. Like, it's stepping all over your dick is like, just not that. Like, not opening the door, talking about things that introduce more negligence, the training and what do they know and where this was left. You don't want to do any of that because you don't know the answers ultimately. And maybe Ethan says a bunch of shit that blows you away.
I can.
Some of the stuff I would have been focusing on, did they break the law? Was this a straw purchase? Did you guys investigate? Did they get charged? Did she do anything illegal? Apparently, no, we haven't charged her for it. All those things you can hammer on. That's where you got to go because they were hammering on that at the beginning. You hammer on that stuff. Arguing over the fucking drawing of the gun, it's all interpretive. And you're never going to get an ATF agent. They are trained. They are trained more than an average cop to go up on the stand by U.S. attorneys. So they know what to do. That guy's been prepped up the ass by these prosecutors, too. He is never going to agree with you. He'll have a tough time agreeing with you that's saying we all need oxygen to live. So, no, it's just this is not being done well. And like I said earlier, I would have gone after that assistant principal. You said it wasn't him, right? It seemed like it was odd. You didn't expect this from him, did you? Okay, well, I would go from there because apparently she knew Ethan. That's the stuff you would hit on. This meandering, wandering around, stumbling through minefields and setting them off. I don't see how this is working. So.
Special Agent Brandon, you were asked some questions about the 9mm and that it isn't the most powerful gun. That there are other guns that could do more damage.
And she's going to say, is it enough to kill people?
Would you acknowledge, though, that it's much more difficult to control and fire it quickly and accurately than a .22?
Yes, if we're going by the calibers, 50 caliber would be a lot more difficult to carry around than a 9mm. Yes.
Okay. And you were asked a lot about whether or not James or Jennifer, how many times they went to the shooting range, or if Jennifer ever went took them at a different time. You don't really know, though, correct?
No, all I know is the evidence that I found and that was presented today and I testified to.
Okay, well, let's talk about that for a minute. What have you reviewed? Just summarize what you've reviewed.
So I've reviewed surveillance camera video from both the school, the firearms range, Facebook returns for James and Jennifer Crumbley, Instagram returns, the forensic download of 7 cell phones, I believe, belonging to James, Jennifer, and the shooter. The entire case file, other interviews, and things like that. Basically everything related to this case.
Okay, when you say you reviewed the phones, that means all the content that was on the phone, correct?
Yes.
Going back to quite a long time.
Yes.
In fact, some of the cell phone data went back several years.
Yes.
Okay, and on those phones, you also reviewed every video taken by Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Correct? Every picture, correct?
Yes.
All of the Facebook messages from the return that she hadn't deleted, you reviewed those, correct?
Yes.
All of the communications between the two, Jennifer and James, correct?
Yes.
Videos that were recorded by her of herself, correct?
Yes.
Videos of the two of them fighting, correct?
Your Honor,
No,
I would
Your Honor,
ask-
let me finish.
This is all leading questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question was, you don't know too much about this family, do you? Is that true?
In the context of this investigation, I've learned a lot about the Crumbley family. Based on the way the question was asked, I thought it was more in the lines of, in the same way of asking if I knew the shooter, do I know the Crumbleys? I don't personally know them, but in this investigation, yes, I've had a very detailed look at their life over the last several years, especially the year leading up to the shooting, yes.
And she opened that door and they walked right through it. Because he's never going to say, I really don't know him. He's going to say, I know them so well. I know them like Vince McMahon knows his interns.
Okay. And you were asked about the second video the shooter took of the Caltech.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you knew whether or not someone was a parent, Jennifer Crumbley or James Crumbley was next to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just say for a moment, they were. Do you still have any problem with that video?
Objection. His opinion about having a problem with it is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Do you have concerns about safety when you look at that video, regardless of who was next to him?
Yes.
Yes. Based on the height of the table, the direction the firearm was pointed would either have been based on the way the wood grain.
And this goes to the negligence, the safety issues. That's why you don't fucking, like I said, she's stumbling through a minefield. As soon as, boom, one blows up, she turns and goes the other direction. Boom. Okay, then I'll go this direction. Boom. It's like Sideshow Bob stepping on rakes.
Goes, it would have either been at the neighbor's house or out the front window of the house. And because of the height of the table, potentially, and with the porch, I'm not quite sure if it would be head height or stomach or above, but it would definitely be pointed in a direction where if the firearm was shot, it could travel outside the home.
Okay. You were asked about whose responsibility it was, or did you know, to lock up the weapon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose responsibility is it when a firearm, a 9mm, is in your home? Whose responsibility is when you know there's a minor there?
Based on my understanding of the pamphlet that was handed out, I can say that it would not be on the juvenile.
Boom. Boom.
You were asked about that meeting in the counselor's office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the worksheet that you viewed,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you were asked if you don't know what the counselor said about it, correct? And your answer was no, you don't.
Correct. I said I wasn't personally there for what he said about it.
Okay, but you know that the worksheet was shown to Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
And you know that the worksheet had the words "help me," correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the worksheet had the words "blood everywhere," correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and you know that that worksheet.
Blood everywhere.
Objection to leading. This is all
Blood for the
leading.
blood god.
Do you know whether or not Jennifer Crumbley saw that worksheet?
Yes.
All right, and how do you know that?
It was on her cell phone, and she sent it to several people after she received it.
Okay, and do you know that if the worksheet that she was shown had the words "help me," blood everywhere?
It did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, stop, time out. We have not gotten through a season or two of The Simpsons. We've gotten like 3 episodes into season 1. Stop with that bullshit right now. You have not seen any of the good ones yet. We haven't even gotten to Conan O'Brien being on the staff writing yet, honey. You got a long way to go, girlfriend. Point of order. Point of order. That was a fucking disastrous cross-examination. Holy shit.
Okay, so I know it's been a long day, but I'm intent on using the time as well as possible. I think you made some good headway today. I'm going to ask you to return at 8:30 in the morning. Do you guys have any questions about the schedule?
Yes, I make this many.
At your lunch.
Yes, The Simpsons are that critically important to most people my age as millennials. Yes, The Simpsons are very good descriptors. The Simpsons did it is a very appropriate meme, especially for the first like 7 or 8 seasons.
Was lunch good? I made it. I'm gonna have you return at 8:30 in the morning. Any questions about the schedule?
Oh wow, this judge runs a harder shift,
supposed to
a
tell
tighter
you.
shift than the Connecticut judge. 8:30 in the
During
morning.
You listen to or watch any news reports
Some like
about
slave
the case,
driver
and all
hours.
the evidence we consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. News reports do not have to meet these standards. They could give you incorrect or misleading information. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media. Don't post. Don't do research. Don't watch the news. And please do not discuss the case with anyone. If anyone attempts to discuss the case with you, please let me know. All right. All right. We appreciate you. Any questions?
Yes.
I think we're moving along. Okay.
All right,
Yes,
for the jury.
we're moving along like a fucking plane crash. Just auguring straight into the ground.
Anything?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't have any doors. They should be in the door. Okay. All right, go ahead. 8:30, you know who may be tomorrow?
At 8:30, I'd have been like, Judge, can we do the Connecticut style?
Your Honor, I'd like to
10
know
o'clock?
that Mr. Key said he will send me an email later, but I'm asking that please happen.
Okay.
I think we were asked to do that. We're not gonna text message with counsel, but we were asked to, we emailed her as far as I know.
I can't assess, but I can ask politely.
Well, to be fair, I'm not that good either, so.
No, that is possible, so.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you in a moment.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Judge.
No, Brad, I'm serious. The Michelle Trakunis trial, that judge out there is like, we're gonna start at like 10:30 every day, and we're done by like. We only go like 5 hours total. We're done by like 3 o'clock. They run baker's hours over in Connecticut. Ellie says, "Have I shown Mrs. the episode with Spider Pig? You mean the movie? No, we haven't even. Like I said, we're still in season 1, like 2 or 3 episodes in. We really haven't gotten that far." And there's some really touching, heartwarming things in The Simpsons in the first couple seasons. It's a very wholesome, it's a wholesome show. Now they need to shackle her? Yeah, because she gets transported back. Oh my God, what, you guys in your fucking... Seriously, you guys need to go to a website and go work out your freaking pregnancy issues. It's getting sweaty in here. Look at all the typing. So, The Simpsons was golden not until the movie. Conan O'Brien left, and they went downhill. Like season like 7 or 8's their swan song, and that's it. You're like 2 decades past date. I'd watch The Simpsons with store-bought snack cakes? Hell yeah, I would. Why wouldn't I? This case is happening in Oakland County, Michigan, right outside of Detroit. Garrett Pace says the lead attorney is worse than any of us with his Prego issues. Yeah, he is. Oh yeah, he wants that milk truck. 100%. Homer's Lobster, that's all late in the game. I'm talking about the early stuff. So, anyways, guys, oh my God, I don't know where to start. I need to talk to David from MLS because maybe he knows stuff I don't. He's literally, this is like down the street from him, like it's in his backyard. I don't know if he knows what the hell's going on here, but I got some concerns, and I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, this is just fuck. Here's the thing. I am far from the best attorney. I'm probably never going to be the best attorney. I'm going to try my best, but I know I'm not going to be the best. Holy shit. That was not good. Whew. Look at her website. Okay, let's look at her website. Let's look at it, see what we got. Let's see if I can find her. Shannon Smith Law. Okay, let's see what we got. Yeah, is Daryl Brooks available? I don't know, but it's like my blood pressure's so high. No, I'm pretty chill. I'm like, look at this. It's like no shakes at all. Iron Hand. Okay, so this is her. That's an intense stare. The team, our team, is it just her? Because it's like, why would you just be like, why don't you just say about? Because that's what I did. Learn more. Let's see. Okay. Her clients come to her state of panic. Terrified to know they're staring down the barrel of decades of prison, including mandatory sentences. Devastated they may lose their children. But after doing criminal sexual conduct case, she has her own way of doing things, okay? And realize these cases are not like other criminal defense cases, okay? Okay. Yeah. Proven to be a successful lawyer, but a leader among the lawyers throughout the country. Okay, let's see about that. Let's get some results. Very favorable plea, successful plea. Yeah, huh. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just, jeez. Jeez Louise. Not inspiring. Not inspiring at all. Yeah. So hopefully Jennifer likes the commissary menu for the Michigan Department of Corrections, because this is not going well. Is she a super lawyer though? I don't know. She defends sex offenders? Oh, if you can get the money from the sex offenders, sex offenders pay up, man, especially like the white guys who get in trouble, dude, those guys pay. So yeah. Yeah, she was Larry Nassar's attorney, so yeah. But hey, you know what? Like, yeah, that was one that's not gonna, yeah, optically bad. Well, that one wasn't just optically bad. That was all the way bad. There was no getting out of that one. There was no resolving that shit. So, yeah. Harvey Birdman wouldn't rep no pedos. That's Harvey Birdman's a faggot. So, Vince would make sure he got that thing he sent her. Oh, so they used to work together. Okay. I do. Why? Take sex offenders as clients. Well, they aren't guilty till they're guilty. I mean, like, I've defended sex cases. Like, for example, like I talk about it like one of the scariest ones I ever had, where the girl accused her stepdad of diddling her. It turns out it was a complete fucking lie. Should I just say, get the fuck out of here, you bum? This girl said it was good enough? Like, no, see, that's me too right there, Charlie. Just saying. Just saying. So, their money's green and they're willing to pay it because they know their ass is on the line. So, usually they're people like who live pretty normal lives, so they have money to spend. It's not a bad gig. You could start defending those dudes or kiddie porn people, you know. Jason Lazo, yes, everyone has the right to lawyer to proper defense. Everyone has the right to fuck over the government as well. Just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Sex offenders, yeah, that's true. Just because you diddled it doesn't mean you're guilty. Oh. Ooh. Gosh, get cold. I gotta chill. So, all right, guys. We're gonna try to start early tomorrow just because there's so much of it, and I don't want to run late on Sunday because it's Sunday. So keep your eyes peeled. Hopefully, I'll wake up early and we'll get this going. So, good night, everybody. In the meantime, over there on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube, don't see anything else in the super chat, so I think we're all good. I think I caught everything. So, you're guilty as you have a thread on Kiwi Farms. Thanks. Yes. God tier stream. All right, guys. Well, good night. We'll get this going again, and hopefully David gets in touch with me because I've got a lot of concerns about this. And Jennifer, ooh, baby. There's got to be something. I hope there's something coming your way that we don't know about. So, Agbound Chemist's Master of the Air is absolute garbage. I watched the previews and knew that was going to happen. So, yes. I didn't have to watch that to know that. Do 5 more hours of Vince McMahon impersonations. Yes. Oh. So, talk to David. David likes her. Well, maybe you know something I don't. So, all right, everybody. Good night. Take care.